I can feel the smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, dream my way, never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Yeah. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from can we go? It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up. On a KML Spring, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I gotta show them. We got no cry. We burn it fast as one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've treated my soul
Follow my
that
pace.
we the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from can we go? It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up. On a KML Spring, I turn to violence.
it, I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this book.
Super Flow Spriteling is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritelings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spriteling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 1. Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 2. Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 3. Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health.
The wrong guy.
Honor of Kings, now with personalized in-match nameplates. Change your look whenever you want.
The flow. The origin of all energy in honor of kings. It shapes all life within the gorge and gives rise to countless skills and abilities. Some have learned how to harness the flow, transforming it into abilities uniquely their own. Yet, the flow has no fixed form. It moves freely like the wind and shifts fluidly like water. Time, space, life, and emotion all alter the course of the flow. Thus, different heroes awaken different powers through it. Some temper their bodies into peerless martial masters. Others delve into arcane arts, wielding overwhelming power that can rewrite the course of a battle. But the potential of the flow goes far beyond that. Step onto the battlefield, and amid the clash of combat, you'll learn to command the ever-changing nature of the flow, forging a combat style that is truly your own. Remember, the flow has never had predetermined rules. Rather, you are the one who creates them.
घर जल्दी आ जाना, ओके?
Okay, it's okay.
This is HOK.
It's okay. तो guys, मैं काफी टाइम से मोबाइल गेम्स खेल रहा हूँ और इस जॉनर में सबसे टॉप पे आता है वो है ऑनर ऑफ किंग्स और ये ऑफिशियल इंडिया आ रहा है.
You okay? You okay? You okay?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Honor of Kings version launches on March 11th. Multiple heroes have received upgrades and improvements, along with a new mode, Super Flow Spritling, and battle improvements waiting for you to explore. Let's take a look together. In this update, Ninja receives a gameplay upgrade. His skill 3, Universe Ring Skyfall, is now upgraded to allow targeting enemies on screen to initiate a charge. During the charge, Ninja gains crowd control immunity, deals physical damage, and knocks the target back, while also gaining damage reduction and resistance. After using the skill, Its cooldown is based on flight distance. Charge speed starts at maximum, then diminishes over time. A new skill 4, Universe Ring, has been added. Nuja hurls the Universe Ring to attack all enemies, enhancing his skill 3 to have global range. It also grants global vision of enemies and disables enemy recalls while it is in effect. Global control potential fully unleashed. This update also brings balance improvements to Luara and Fatih. Now, Luara's mana costs are reduced. Her wall traversing has been improved, allowing her to cross walls she couldn't before, greatly improving her mobility. Her skill damage structure has also been improved to benefit more from extra attack. Her visual effects are also improved, making her blades clearer. Fatih's ultimate has been improved in this update. After using it, his damage and recovery are increased, and he gains 1 extra enhanced basic attack. Each extra sword energy recovers full health, but no longer deals full damage. Fatih's sound effects and animation flow have also been improved. The new game mode, Super Flow Spriteling, is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritelings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spriteling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 1. Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 2. Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spriteling Skill 3. Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health. This update also includes multiple battlefield improvements, which we hope delivers a better combat experience. Gold distribution has been improved for Overlord Dragon minion-led lane pushes. If no teammate is nearby to receive gold from a Dragon minion's kill, the gold will now be evenly shared among teammates. New visual icons have been added for defeating the Overlord, Shadow Overlord, Tyrant, and Shadow Tyrant, making jungle information clearer at a glance. Minion wave positioning has also been balanced to reduce inconsistencies in minion positioning that could occur in certain situations. Also, a new boss focus fire mechanic has been added to encourage team play and increase the rewards of teamwork. The 5 big bosses affected are Overlord, Tyrant, Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon. The new boss monster focus fire mechanic was added to balance the efficiency of solo and team boss kills. When teammates focus fire on a boss together, focus fire stacks will build for them. More attackers grant more extra damage. Up to 4 stacks can be gained, granting up to 20% extra damage. During focus fire, wound effects will appear on the boss to indicate the current stat count. Boss monster base stats have also been adjusted. Overlord and Tyrant base health is increased by 5%. Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon base health is increased by 10%. All the new content are waiting for you to experience. See you in the Gorge.
Season 14 is officially here. The new version brings a bunch of exciting improvements, so let's take a look. A new hero, Yango, is coming soon. Attack enemies and collect hero shards. Once you gather enough, you can summon an enemy hero puppet to fight alongside you. Control both Yango's main body and the puppet. Chain your skills together and outplay everyone in style. With puppets that are nearly indistinguishable from the real thing, can you spot who is real? Nezha has been upgraded, gaining a new skill that provides global vision. Luara has received gameplay experience improvements with increased damage and kiting ability. Fatih has also been improved, making skill chaining into enhanced basic attacks much smoother. Spritlings arrive in style, bringing 3 special potions with them. A growth potion made for fighting and soaking damage. A shrinking potion, perfect for escaping and getting around quickly. And a cooldown potion, which speeds up skill cooldowns. Of course, each benefit comes at a cost. The shrinking potion reduces your damage, the growth potion slows your movement speed, and the cooldown potion consumes a portion of your health. Pay a small price, then pull off some spectacular plays. The new mode Superflow Brawl arrives with a bang. Faster farming, faster pacing, and more exciting combat. Players can choose one of 3 talents to enhance themselves, gain more talents as they level up, and stack powerful effects. Complete missions to unlock even more random talents. Freely combine them to create powerful talent paths and discover your own unique strategy. From March 6th to 16th, participate in the event and collect keys and chests to redeem up to 5,000 limited time tokens. Get a minimum of 888 limited time tokens guaranteed. Starting March 11th, experience the new version and get a Ramadan-themed Spritling costume. From March 14th to April 12th, participate in the partner event to get a permanent minion, legend skin, and 1,500 limited time tokens. From March 14th to 15th, log into the game to get 10 free draws in Point Draw and a brand new Flowborn outfit. From March 20th to 22nd, participate in the event and snatch green packets. A large number of tokens, limited time tokens, and other rewards await you. You can get up to 10,000 tokens. From March 14th to 15th, all heroes and skins are free to try for a limited time. Grab your friends and play together. The player info card on the loading screen has been fully upgraded. Come customize your exclusive appearance. You can now customize the lobby background music on the main interface. Switch tracks and set the mood however you like. Quality of life improvements are here too. Resources are now automatically streamlined based on device model, so unnecessary files won't download unless you choose to, making the game much smoother. Finally, more perks and surprises await you in Season 14.
Hunting is all about patience, lying in wait to strike at the right time. Like lightning, this waterway leads to my hunting grounds. On the hunt, the net's tightening. Ready to initiate operation. Hush now, this won't hurt for long. The weak get devoured, and the strong collect their bounties.
What's going on with this music?
Honor of Kings. Now with lobby background music customization. Switch up the vibe anytime you want.
HOK's new mode, Superflow Brawl, arrives with a bang. Break fixed builds and experience true combat evolution. Whenever a hero reaches level 1, 5, 10, 15, choose one of 3 random talents to enhance yourself. The higher your hero level, the stronger the talents you can obtain. 10 major talent paths, freely combined to create endless strategies. Preview talent effects in advance to fully prepare for battle. Or adapt on the fly during combat to unleash unexpected power. This isn't just luck. It's a true test of strategic mastery. There are no fixed answers, only infinite possibilities. The most powerful and mysterious builds await your discovery. The new mode is coming soon. March 14th, write your Superflow Brawl legend.
Which one's the true me? Even I can't tell for sure. At least your death was quite the spectacle.
Yango creates a puppet that can replicate enemy abilities and fight using the 9 occult arts. This is his core mechanic. Attacks from either Yango or the puppet grant hero shards and recovers health. When 50 shards are accumulated, Yango can summon a puppet of the corresponding enemy hero to fight alongside him. While controlling Yango's main body, he can use 4 occult arts: Umbra, Jichu Luan, Shadow Crucifixion, and Dispersal. Umbra throws the puppet, dealing damage and launching enemies in its path before allowing Yango to control it in combat. Jichu Luan is Yango's main damage output method, where he tosses hidden weapons to deal damage to enemies in his path. Shadow Crucifixion can be used flexibly to allow Yango to engage or disengage freely. Controlling the 2 strings to intersect deals damage to the target and slows them. Dispersal is mainly used to avoid damage or crowd control. During the skill, Yango cannot be hit and all control effects are removed. When controlling the puppet, Yango uses 4 occult arts: Return, Substitution, Binding, and Breakout. Occult Arts Return immediately retrieves the puppet and launches enemies in its path. Occult Arts Substitution swaps Yango's location with the puppet, dealing damage to enemies in their path. Occult Arts Binding is used to bind enemies. Using it the first time deals damage and slows nearby enemies. Using it the second time continuously stuns and damages enemies. Occult Arts Breakout causes the puppet to dash in the target direction and pull Yango to itself, dealing damage to enemies in its path. By mastering all 9 occult arts, Yango develops a unique combat style. After ensuring his own safety, he first summons the puppet with Skill 1 and uses hero shards to transform into a key enemy hero to assist teammates. Tapping the hero shards again reverts the puppet. And then he can follow up by chaining Skill 3 twice to crowd control enemies. While enemies are bound, he uses Skill 2 to summon his main body, then follows up with Skill 2 and Skill 3 to deal maximum damage.
rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
They're gonna take him and they get the team ace, and Nongshim are gonna be.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major League Spring 2026. My name is Misagi, and with me is Holler. And today we will be bringing you the playoffs to decide who out of all these 4 teams will be qualifying to that EWC spot.
I mean, it's gotten to the point where now with the playoffs, right? Things kind of start to matter. Not only are we in best of 7s, but you have the possibility of getting eliminated. But of course, first things first, we have this first series of the day. It's going to be a bit of a banger. Virtus Pro versus Stamina Esports. Sagi, your thoughts on that one?
Well, we're stats people, right? We look at numbers, right?
Yeah.
Nongshim, Virtus Pro, in their group stage era, in stage 1 and stage 2, they seem to be the boss of the show. But who knows, you know, like when we go to BO7, anything can happen. But judging on games played performance lately, Virtus Pro does seem to have the upper hand against their enemies, Stamina Esports.
Yeah, and it seems to be they have kind of taken over, right? Stamina Esports doesn't seem like they're able to play the game that they want to play because they're always behind. And now let's talk a little bit about the prize pool here. It's going to be 26,000 USD, the total prize pool. The champion will be going home with 5,000 USD, second place with 4,500, third place with 4,000, fourth place with 3,500, and of course, 5th through 7th will be going home with 3,000 USD as well.
And to add on towards this, the top 2 teams that's going to be winning and qualifying for the KML spot, we have 2 spots, right? It has been announced on social media. So these are out of 4 teams that have been remaining, VP, Nongshim, VC, and Stamina. Only 2 teams out of 4 will qualify to KWC 2026.
Yeah, and that's a great opportunity, right? Not only the top 2, as you were just rightly pointed out, I mean, but getting to that point, we still have a murderous row. I mean, these top 4 teams, very difficult for them to get in. If we're talking about the standings, Stamina Esports and Vicious, dare I say, they kind of eked that one out as Team Max was literally a game behind, and that's why they got knocked out. But let's talk a little bit about the brackets. We already talked about Virtus Pro and Stamina Esports. That will be the top game, the first game today, but the second series will be Nongshim Redforce going up against Vicious. My predictions are a Korean team wins that one.
Wow, I have no idea that will actually happen. Like, Mr. Obvious, I didn't know that would actually happen at all. But of course, like you mentioned, right, Korean fans will actually be happy because in match 2, Nongshim takes on Vicious Esports, both from South Korea, and one team will definitely represent Korea in qualifying to the next stage. And the first stage coming in for the playoffs here, we do have Virtus Pro going up against Stamina Esports. As we do talk about it, in terms of regular season group stage performance, everything points towards Virtus Pro. But if somehow Virtus Pro shows the performance that they had against Nongshim Redforce, shaky first 2 games, that's definitely gonna be slightly shaky here. But talking about VP, let's introduce Virtus Pro's roster.
Virtus Pro, this is a team that has kind of hit the ground running, and they're going to be made up of Nighty, Hailang, Clue, Rock, and of course the latest addition. We didn't know what to expect, but Teagle comes in and he actually solidifies this roster. They've done quite well, and as you were rightly pointing out, Sagi, with the fact that they've only lost to Nongshim Redforce, this is a roster that, you know, looks high and mighty as they're sitting on top of the leaderboards here.
The Avengers squad assembled coming in from the last year's KMW and KME. So right now, they are definitely pointing towards that goal, which is the throne of the entire KML. But standing for them is definitely Stamina Esports on the opposing end. This is Stamina Esports, all the way coming in from the LAN qualifiers here. Clash lane with them, farm lane Fade, mid PHY, Zing, and Arvex, comprising of the roam and jungle role. Surprisingly, this is one of the teams that has shown the largest signs of growth throughout the stage 1 and stage 2 of our group stage thus far.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, this is a team that's really starting to hit their stride as well. There have been moments where they kind of struggle against Virtus Pro, but against all of the other teams, they are a formidable one, right? I mean, you're kind of looking at that mid lane to kind of start things off. PHY, previously from Alpha Gaming, you see this, how he solidified that mid lane, made things very difficult for them to go in, and then the rise of Enervex. This guy has been on another level, especially in that jungle role.
Yeah, talk about this mid-jungle duo, right? Mid lane, I remember the series that they played against Team Max on the elimination, the most important one. My goodness, Stamina was just doing like crazy stuff with the Fade, stealing away Tempest Dragons, and Max, the mid lane, they were fighting 50-50, but PHY comes with the gun and Mo, steals everything. But let's talk about the head-to-head player here. Both the farm lanes, T-Gold from BP, and Fade from Stamina. I gotta say, they have very distinct play styles coming in towards the series.
Definitely so. And I mean, I think the biggest piece, if we're looking at the kill participation, 58%, you're thinking, oh, why is Virtus Pro like that? Is because the rest of the roster is just literally pushing, creating that space for T-Gold to farm. He will join the fights when he needs to, and that's why his average KDA pretty high, because when he does go in, he's starting to rack up all those kills. So understanding how T-Gold likes to play, Virtus Pro has done a great job of ensuring that they're putting themselves in a great position.
And to top on towards that, you can see the average damage to the heroes does favor more towards Fade, same as the average damage taken. Why is that? Because the games in general for Stamina has been consistently going to Tempest Dragons, and they somehow find those miracle teamfight comebacks to put themselves back into a series.
Yeah, everybody wants to see Tempest Dragons. I mean, that's when the late game is there, and it's very tense, and that one final kill, or whatever it is, in terms of that dragon, secure, you're going to have a great time. So Stamina Esports, this is one where, again, they want to go to the late game. They haven't found that moment against Virtus Pro because their early to mid game has been so strong whenever they play.
And a common ground between these Tempest Dragon fights, both junglers, Rock and also the side of the Stamina Esports lineup, which is our Enervex, they both had a Tempest Dragon steal during the series in the final days of group stages. So it's between Smite and Smite. Whose Smite is better? Whose Smite can actually secure themselves into a better playoff run?
Yeah, actually, that's the biggest piece, right? Where Rock's been able to steal things left and right. I mean, he does it right under the noses. Everyone knows it's coming, but he's still able to do it. So Rock is the guy to really watch out for as he's kind of jubilant. You're seeing him on screen right now. He understands what's at stake right now. Dropping down to the lower bracket finals, and then, to the lower bracket, semifinals, and then potentially getting eliminated. That one is going to be very nervous. And so you want to actually play very hard on this one, continue this run.
Yeah, and especially to think that if, let's say, after one of these two series, you have to immediately play one more if you lose. So, like, you have to go play, like, the lower bracket series off stream after everything is done on stream. So definitely that's going to be taking you on a much more of a physical and mental toll. So none of the teams wants that here. They want to make sure that they win this BO7, get themselves into a comfortable position into that semifinals, and in that semifinals, it differs you from one win. One more win, then you will be seeing Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, EWC in August.
Yeah, and that's the dream, right? Just continuing on, just rolling through these other teams. But of course, they have a formidable opponent, Stamina Esports, going in, finally, making their way into the Final Four to get themselves into the playoffs, into this situation. So I expect Stamina Esports to come out firing. They need a good game one to really set the tone in this series.
And to talk about this entire series, right, we're actually not pulling on the previous patch anymore. Currently, in the tournament server, they are utilizing the live server here. So hero revamps like Kaiser, Nutza, all these are up and available, and also new sprite link system. All of it is included in this current series here. So it's very different compared to the patch that they have played weeks before during the group stage.
Yeah, and actually it's going to be very different in that sense, right? And just to have it ready on the playoffs, I mean, yeah, they've been playing their game, so they should have definitely have that experience. It shouldn't be completely catch them off guard, but now we go into game one draft, starting it very strong from Stamina side with Byron, but then the Pei and the Lapu Lapu going to be picked up by VP.
Yeah, it's very consistent picks so far coming in for the side of Virtus Pro. You see the Byron, you immediately take away what's good around it, which is another solid early game. Surprisingly enough, Stamina doesn't go for the Ukyo Tachibana to match Rock in the jungle in that early tempo here. So they definitely have to think how to suppress Rock in that early stage.
Yeah, definitely setting, like locking him down as much as possible. I mean, the counter to Pei, at least from the Virtus Pro side, in terms of drafting, what we've seen is they tend to go a late game, right? Mid to late game hero, like an Ogren, to kind of just slow the game down, make sure you have wave clear so that you can see the mid to late game, and then you're going to kind of, again, you will be able to accelerate past because you hit that mark.
It's all about the clear speed, right? Like, you need to match the clear speed, match the mobility, make sure that Pei doesn't outpace you in terms of that farming, steal some camps away from you, then through those camps, start pulling the gold gap between the two teams. So that's something that Stamina needs to be figuring out coming into the second stage. But judging from the bans here, we see more on the direct lane counters. For example, the Lubu being removed away because Byron, that's a lot of shields. You don't want true damage to be piercing through shields.
Yeah, they've got a ton. I mean, a lot of sustain as well. Wave clear, not the highest as of now, so Stamina's probably want to pick up something to kind of help out with that. I mean, the Arlie and Byron are decent, but I think that you can do a little bit better, especially in that mid lane, right? That's kind of where you want to kind of dictate the pace of this game and ensuring that you get there. But Jia Qiao will be picked up by VP. This is going to be a great one to counter out that Arlie.
Yeah, it's a worrying factor for Stamina Esports right now. You have the Arlie as your core carry, but there's just too many counters coming from Virtus Pro to suppress Fate in that farm lane. In terms of laning phase, Channel's definitely doing the best out of the best in terms of that 1v1, but we can't expect a certain lane swap coming for Stamina. And I was thinking like, hey, Stamina, you don't really have late game, you don't really have enough firepower here. They think of it the same way, they're like, bet. Let's slap in the calming, let's introduce that firepower. But the problem is right now, how do they play that early game to fight off against Rock? That's a good answer here. Ogren, one of the best 50-50 junglers into any single matchup.
Yeah, actually, when they were highlighting over the Kongmin, I was like, this might not be it. It's one of those things where it's like a high tempo one. Are you able to kind of keep on pace with the Pei? And you know the Pei is going to be targeting you, and you're incredibly squishy. I like the pivot. This is a much better draft going up against the VP lineup, and they're going to finalize this draft with the Mayin to deal with the Byron, and you know that this is going to be a bit of a nighty game here.
Yeah, if 90 gets himself in towards that backline, finds the Garuda, finds the Arlie coming with Stamina Esports, that's definitely going to be a tough one coming in from the blue team here. And there is also a worry. Stamina, they don't have late game. Every single one of these picks are early to mid-centric. If they lose their early game skirmishes, this game might not look good for them at all.
Yeah, they're going to have a tough time. So they need to just finalize, again, just go very, very strong. Invade the enemy jungle, do whatever you can. Use that early game advantage that you have to ensure that you don't actually see a mid to late game. Virtus Pro right now, this is one where there's a potential gaps, right? This could potentially blow up in their faces.
Yeah, in terms of like winning conditions, right? Like let's say Stamina. Yes, you have a very strong early to mid game. So it comes from the jungle and clash lane combination here, the Byron and Ogren. These are very strong early game picks that could potentially start their own tempo. If they can start something from there, then maybe they can suppress Virtus Pro's draft in trying to reach for that ultra late game where the channel actually starts coming online. So if we look at that, maybe start with something like a lane swap. Put the Arlie in the mid lane, allow the Byron to bully the Mayin. Maybe something that will allow for Stamina Esports to get some of the winning cookies.
Yeah, but now that we know the draft, we know what's going in, where the players are going to be. Saki, who are you giving the edge to? Like, let's just talk just in generalities. Not even look at the players, but look at just the drafts. Who do you give the edge to, Saki?
I think it got to be Virtus Pro, right? They have a much more solid draft, and they have everything that you need to counter out the Arlie, which is the main winning condition of Stamina Esports. So that's definitely going to be a worrying part here for Stamina Esports, especially it's about EWC. It's the world's best that comes together and rise above. Both these teams will definitely want to qualify for that this summer. Riyadh becomes the center of esports. So get your tickets now, scan the QR code, and make sure to see you there.
Yeah, and winning this first series would really set the tone. Again, that you were talking about the fact that two of these teams from the KML will be going to the KWC. And this is, of course, the first big step there. But now Rock looking to find with death. He's already taken a decent amount of damage. He's only level 2. He's trying to fight this. He flashes over the wall. He will be chased, and he will give up first blood. Hylan slices him down.
Wow, very specific one coming in for the side of Virtus Pro here. Highland also pre-buffer is spell one with the flash to catch the side of Stamina's Clash Lane off guard. Very ideal start coming in for the side of Virtus Pro, countering a buff already coming in from NRVX's jungle. This will definitely put it behind, especially as Ogre. You need so much farm to be that mid-game raid boss.
Yeah, and actually Stamina, they were trying to do something a little bit different. They wanted to be aggressive, but they paid with their lives. Unfortunately for Virtus Pro, they sensed something was there. They had that vision, and they ensured that they defended their jungle. That's going to be key for them, especially, again, it's about setting the tone within early game.
I think it's more than also that they overstayed their welcome because they wanted to suppress 90, but the immediate runzy coming in from the top side, though, you do see with Death.
Oh, he's getting forced down, and Rock is just going to run him down. That's a free meal, and they're going to take the space spread as well. Things are looking very good for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, With Death is definitely not feeling good. It's just like his name, With Death itself. So right now, 0-2 star as a Byron that's supposed to control the early game. Ooh, that's going to definitely be a tough one for the South Stamina.
So at the same time, like with Death, this is a moment where you're like, hey, okay, I've died twice already. I cannot be doing that. I just need to stick to my tower and then just like gobble up whatever XP that and you know gains that I can get at this point, because I should not really go out of position, understanding that I'm very weak and very behind 90 at this stage.
Which is a interesting one because the way that Virtus Pro play is that, hey, we know for a fact that With Death is the primary anchor that's going to be supporting NRVX. But what exactly happened in that 1 minute? NRVX dropping the Azure Golem, With Death dropping back-to-back kills, and immediately the early game potential that we talk about coming in from Stamina, all removed because of that.
All removed, and With Death actually might be removed as he does get killed again, and they're trying to go for Clue, who's taking a decent amount, and Zing has to use the Unending Sorrow. Clue on the other side tries to go for the charge. Zing just wants to hide under the tower. He's going to be flashing there, but they do not give him any sort of reprieve, and Rock will chase him down, and the Azure Golem looking to be taken away, but NRVX does actually manage to salvage that.
That's a painful one again for Stamina Esports here with Death. Third death in 3 minutes here. They are Virtus Pro. They are not giving Stamina Esports any signs of breathing room here. At 3 minutes on the dot right now, almost a 2,000 goal lead before moving into that Tyrant fight.
Yeah, normally when the Clash Lane dies, you're kind of like, not the end of the world. He can come back. He's able to, when we have those big team fights, to have the stuns when we need them. But you're going up against Nighty, who can carry from the Clash Lane himself. This is a terrible situation to be if you're Stamina Esports.
Yeah, I do think that the upcoming Tyrant later on, it will be an explosive point for Virtus Pro to start piling on towards these big objective markers here. Primarily, powers, and also the buffs coming in from NRVX's jungle.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, that could be the biggest piece. But again, one thing that, you know, Stamina have is all 3 towers in terms of the T1s, keeping themselves alive. They need to stay afloat. Yes, it's only 4 minutes in, but a 1.6k lead going in the VP states, it's going to be a tough one for, you know, Stamina Esports to overcome.
And supposedly, with Stamina Esports lineup, they are super strong in the early and they want to be looking for these objective fights. But due to the fact that the first 3 minutes, there's just so many devs coming in from Clash Lane suppressing with dev, they don't really have the avenue to actually contest for the set objective, which is the Tyrant here. So it puts them into a very defensive spot right now.
Very defensive, and that's the problem. I mean, when you're going up against a Rock Pay or any sort of Pay, this is generally the playstyle where they're looking to invade. They just took the Azure Golem. They take the Tyrant that's very early, and they just build this lead that's a snowballs out of control. So Stamina Esports right now, what do they need to do, Sagi?
They need to find the Miracle Tree items coming in from Fade and then get a good team fight at 10th minute mark. But hang on a moment, look at the mid lane.
Nice little stun. They find Fade, and NRVX uses the Conductor of Souls, but he too will fall. They have the pushback onto PHY, but they're not able to get it. But Clue getting the double kill.
Just like they insisted, right? Like, they need to farm towards that 10th minute mark, but it's Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro be like, nah, we know your win condition. It's the early, it's the Ogren here. You want to farm 3 items, fight us at 10 minute mark? Highland's like, nope, not happening. Immediately flashes in for the Blossoming Fan, and my, oh my, more kills happening across the gorge.
I mean, Rock just saw 2 members, PHY and Zing, sticking together, but they were both out of position, especially against Rock at this stage. He will easily gobble up that double kill. Rock making everything go their way right now.
I think everything in terms of drafting, in terms of early game, VP definitely outshines Stamina in this game 1. They found the weak points coming from Stamina, making sure that with Death NRVX doesn't get a small ball in, doesn't get to be that that beefy frontline for Fade. And check it out, they're still going.
Oh, the Conductor of Souls is going to do nothing at this point as Enervex get picked off. PHY with the Wings of Judgment, but he's not able to find anything. This is a disaster of a game for Stamina Esports thus far.
It's an onslaught that's happening for the setup versus Pro, and 90 just casually going in for this
they
one.
go for the flank, but it looks like Hylon getting a little bit low, needs to be careful. They find Fade, and it looks like they're going to kick him aside. Zing, that is, with death is going to be picked off, and VP taking out everyone except for Enervex, who just respawned, but they still get credit for the ace.
Yeah, ace so far, 6 minutes on the dot right now with 10 seconds remaining coming in for the remaining players here. This might be our fastest game ever in the playoffs.
Yeah, it looks like that. They're going to take game number 1 in a bit of a hurry. It was sub 7 minutes. If there was a team that you're like, hey, they're looking to play right now, they're not messing around, Virtus Pro seemed to be that team.
6 minutes, 35 seconds, not suffering any single death. They just definitely death fall their way since that level 1 in towards the top side. Everything was like a escalating point, right? Where we saw in the mid lane, Hylon got the initial push and then found that kill in towards that top side on towards with death, and then they just kept repeating. And once the death ball is sizable enough, all the team fights just went easily in favor for the side of VP.
The net worth lead is so huge, right? There's no way Stamina Esports could be trying to take any sort of fight. We were talking about, like, okay, what are the comeback mechanisms? How did they get back in? And you're like, okay, Fade needs to get some items. I don't even know if you got a single item on that one, a big one, right, for this one, because they were so far behind. It just seemed like Virtus Pro had all of the answers, all gas, no breaks that game.
Yeah, it was just, well, like, imagine you are Stamina Esports and you're driving a car, which is Virtus Pro. You're trying to jam that brake, but it's, like I mentioned, it's actually jammed. You can't press on towards that and you're just sliding and crashing in towards, like, terrain or something.
Yeah, you actually got to get that checked out, okay? It's a safety hazard at this point. Make sure that your brakes do work. You do not want to be in that situation. But in this situation, Virtus Pro, again, incredibly strong. That was an impressive one, and they saved that one for, of course, the day 1 of the playoffs to pull a sub 7 minute game on you. Whew, that's a crazy one.
That's going to be a tough cookie to swallow if you're on the side of Stamina Esports here. So, if you're on the coaching staff for Stamina, what will you be telling to your players here after such a devastating defeat?
I mean, it starts from the top, right? I think that the biggest piece, once with that died, he needs to understand that, hey, you can't play aggressive. I understand that you're Byron, you have that, you know, the lane advantage, but when you're going up against 1 versus 2, you have 0 advantage, especially when you're going to give up first blood. But checking out some of these KDAs, look at my man, Clue with 306, but Rock, of course, he's going to be the player of the game, I would assume, with his 704 stat line.
He was everywhere in this game itself, and bear you in mind, this one was a 6 minute 35 seconds game, and Rock already done like what, 43,000 damage in total. You can know for a fact that there is no downtime. They just go. As you can see from the goal lead as well, it's a red line all the way to 8,000 goal lead at only 6 minutes 35 seconds.
And you had to like zoom in on that graph because the game time is so short that it's like, okay, how do we make this graph actually just kind of, you know, look like it's doing its part in that sense? But again, all in favor of VP, continual growth. They were able to just snowball out of control, and they only took 1 tire because there wasn't enough time. I mean, a 6 minute 30 second game, it really leaves very little room for any sort of play for Stamina Esports.
And I think this is one of the most important rotations coming in for the set of Virtus Pro in solidifying that lead. After this, they immediately went to invade Azure Golem, and these was another one as well, with that repeatedly dying in the early game, not allowing any single room for Enervex or Fade to actually skill into that early to mid-game mark that you talked about.
Yeah, even in this fight, you're kind of seeing even Zing got completely baited out. It looked like VP were on the run, but they were just running to regroup with the rest of the squad, and they had the numbers to turn on them. So Stamina Esports is like, okay, if you're behind, you still need to play safe. Do we have any true catch potential for any sort of these heroes? And of course, the MVP, no-brainer here. 704, 33% of the damage done in a 6 minute 30 second game. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, it is really phenomenal here coming in for the side of Virtus Pro's jungle here, and it's a collective effort, right? Every single member coming in for the side of Virtus Pro just kept bashing and pushing through the early game onslaught, which is against Stamina here. So for Stamina, they need to recuperate. Forget about game 1. That's just like a wake-up call here in this early morning. They need to focus on how they can actually make a comeback in towards the series.
Yeah, I think if you have the Men in Black, like the pen marker, I think that you need to just flash and just erase game one out of your memory. I think that will really help you out. It's a better thing than thinking about that and just trying to be like, learn from that, because there's very little room to kind of grow from that one, because it was so quick, and the way that they did it, it's going to be more demoralizing more than anything else. I think if anything, you're like, hey, with death, just stay in your lane. Stay by the tower, just stay protected at this point, because we need you in that mid game.
But that's the problem, right? After you suffer such a death in the early game on the side of the Byron, you still want to reinstate control, because in terms of the game plan coming in for the stamina, the draft wants them to win in the early game. The Byron must win the lane against Magin, so it opens up room for NRX to actually farm better. But the problem is, with Dev suffering those back-to-back-to-back 3 deaths, it set them so far behind that every single objective, every single buff is unable to be contested against VP.
Yeah, I mean, they really didn't have much. I mean, it started like off very, very poorly. So if anything with Death right now, again, we kind of arrowed him in, but when you die the first 3 times in like 2-3 minutes, the team is really going to struggle. No real chance to get back in. They're not able to invade, especially against a Rock Pay. And we saw the draft. We're looking in. We're like, hey, VP's lineup, they're all in on this early game. But hey, when you don't see even 10 minutes, I think the draft did just fine.
Exactly right, and you talk about Stamina's esports lineup as well, whereby yes, you have very fancy picks, expensive ones in terms of the Arlie, Ogren, and also the Byron. But hang on a minute, where is the late game potential coming from Stamina? Where is the reassurance that they need? Because for VP, even if they lose the early game, it's fine. They still have T-Goal on the channel to potentially scale in towards that late game here. So for Stamina coming in towards the second game, I want to see a much well-rounded draft to give them a bit of a reassurance going to that late game.
I think if anything, the Stamina need to actually look at the early game themselves, right? If they want to kind of maybe use the pay themselves to kind of give them an edge, because right now they're suffering in the early game. They're not able to play their game, which is like this mid to late game style where they're able to brawl and team fight and do Stamina Esports things, because Virtus Pro, when they kill you or they beat you in under 10 minutes, you know, what can you really do? And you know, Stamina Esports right now just basically trying to find some sort of options here.
And the options are not quite a lot, considering the fact that Virtus Pro, yes, you can try to beat them in a strategic way in terms of the pick and bans, but we've seen how Nongshim do in both of the regular seasons in Stage 1 and Stage 2. Virtus Pro, they like to outfight their way with, and that's the play you talk about here to reinstate control in the early game. They're like, bet, we don't want to see that from Stamina. We want to make sure that they don't find any sort of early game power coming in for this.
Yeah, smart here. And all other bans, even targeting that mid lane, right? You don't want the Haya, that could be a potential game changer. Plus the Mai, all terrible in the hands of Hailang and PHY. Pick your poison in that sense. But now they're going to go with the Zhang Fei. VP just going with a stock standard blue special here.
Yeah, Zhang Fei definitely has been one of the key favorites here in terms of roamers here, being one of the big 3 in terms of the engaged roam. We have Zhang Fei, Lianpo Lapu Lapu, and they have Bridge Lapu Lapu, so they reintroduced that Zhang Fei in towards the hands of Clue. So for Stamina, they're going back to their comfort here, PHY on the Gan and Mo, and to add on towards that, they're also introducing the Dahlia here. So a lot of double refresh will be handed over to the Gan and Mo, or potentially a Yangjin Kaiser that is available in this draft.
But why wouldn't you go with the Yangji and Dahlia combo to start things off? Why would you go with the Ganon and Mo, which would probably have been open for that final pick in that first phase? It just seems like an interesting way, you know, 1-2 combination to start things off here in this draft.
I think it's more towards the side of comfort for PHY. He's been playing spectacular on the Ganemo during the regular season, and after securing Dahlia, your minimum guarantee like either Kaiser or Yangjian in the available pool. So that's why they are not that worried in terms of just selecting the Ganemo first off.
Okay. I mean, I see it. I mean, Yang Jian was actually 2-0 from Stamina Esports. Maybe they're looking to save it. Maybe they're looking to counter it themselves, because one thing that we've seen is that when teams first pick a Dahlia, usually the other team will pick up the Yang Jian, right? So it might be something that they're like, hey, we don't have to have that combination. We know it's powerful, but more than anything else, we're looking to counter pick them because of the fact that this is going to be a long series.
It is definitely going to be a long series, and especially for the fact that in this current tournament server, you do see that there's Runzi, Coolzy, and the Big Z, which is all the different stuff that is introduced to Stamina Esports and VP, because we are currently playing a live server. So when it's coming to live server, Dun has been buffed, Yang Jian is still strong, there is still the Dahlia Kaiser available, and there's also Dahlia Nutsa. So all these are available options here. So in this current drafting style, I don't think that taking away Yang Jian is still a valid strat for some of these teams.
Okay. It makes a little bit of sense here. I mean, I do agree with you, for that. But it looks like Stamina Esports, they see the Guan Yu. They're going to pick up the Ata. This could be a potential team fight win and play with that Go ship. Plus, you have a secondary one if worst case scenario. But VP, man, they're going heavy in terms of this damage and the aggression, the Garuda and the Neza to round out this draft.
And this Neza is the revamped Neza here. So for those who don't know and have not checked out the new Neza, he now has a 4th spell that lights up everyone on the map, and whoever gets lit up, I mean everybody gets lit up. Neza can fly globally. Wherever you are, as long as you're lit up by the ultimate, you get flown by Neza.
Yeah, and that seems like I feel like he's like the Batman guy. He's got cameras on everybody. He knows where people are going to be. If they get out of position, you know that he's going to be flying in, especially with Rock, who likes to be super aggressive and getting in on this one. And especially with the rest of the squad, Arlie could be very potentially aggressive. And then you have the Guan Yu 90. This could be potentially terrible for Stamina Esports again.
It's gonna be a bloody game, especially for the side of VP. They want to reinstate dominance, but let's check out Stamina Esports, right? This time around, they do actually have solid winning lanes. The DRNJ can actually suppress T-Gold's Arlie. And then you take a look towards the mid lane here. Super decent pushing style coming in from PHY. So this allows NRVX to win out the early jungle match because Neza, yes, post level 4, great. Global presence, can fly anywhere on towards the map, true damage, very good. But NRVX's early on the Ata is just way better in this case, so they need to capitalize on the first 4 levels of Rock.
Agreed. And I really like the NRVX Ata pick. I think that this is going to be a game changer. It could really set things up in terms of those team fights. But are they going to see that mid game when the team fights are actually going to be happening? I think if anything, Stamina Esports on this one need to take a play out of the Virtus Pro playbook in the sense of just focusing on one player. They did a great job of stymieing the growth of With Death, and they kind of snowballed off of that. Stamina Esports need to find someone from VP to do the same.
I think in the early game as well, we did see Hyalan steal away a wild boar under the hands of NRVX, so that's gonna be a painful one for NRVX going into that early jungle game here. So far, Rock is unattended by the side of Stamina. He's just having a very easy early jungle clear.
And you're seeing exactly what they're doing, even not only taking the boars on that one, but they're also taking the other piece, the other jungle camp right below With Death on this one. And With Death right now playing very defensively, as he should. He's kind of just staying within the tower. And Nighty doing a great job clearing the wave and then putting pressure on the other lanes as well.
Yeah, Nighty just doing what he has to do right now, right? Utilizing the mobility coming in from the Guan Yu and trying to look for some of these big plays in towards the side lane here. For bottom side, this is exactly how it looks here. It's not going to be the easiest of the lanes for T-Gold. DRNJ is one of the staple counters into the early matchup.
Yeah, it's going to have a much better time, hopefully, in this game. This one, I mean, it's a 2v2 right now, but I do think that Fade, again, going up against T-Gold, he needs to really limit into what T-Gold is bringing. I feel like if you, like, Virtus Pro right now, they protect T-Gold as much as possible by creating space elsewhere. If T-Gold is put under pressure, he might start to stumble.
And the top side, though, we do see With Death trying to go for an engage here, 90, going dangerously low, though, but he does jump himself out of danger.
This first Skyfall is going to be revealed on this one. Rock trying to do some damage onto NRVX. He actually gets Ghost Shipped on the right side of this one as they want to go for the Pheasant here, but it looks like NRVX might have taken that away. I'm not entirely sure. That was very close.
That was indeed really close here, but judging from the smite available from Rock, I do believe that it has gone into the hands of Rock on the Nurza. So that's a small win so far for the side of Virtus Pro Jungle in this early game. And the goalie-wise, it's still looking pretty decent for both of these teams. It's not as crazy compared to the previous game.
Yeah, not as much. I mean, it's definitely playing much better. Stamina Esports right now, they're getting gone on by Hailang, who's chasing after them. And this is the piece where Stamina Esports are like, hey, okay, first game, disaster. Let's shake that one off. Let's just kind of breathe a bit. Let's calm down. Let's play our game. Virtus Pro are a monster, but it's a monster that we can tame at the end of the day.
Oh, Frenzy Pop here coming in from T-Gold to reinstate some control in the laning phase here. So that's going to be a 90-second cooldown that we won't be seeing coming in for the objective here. But Rock, what is he doing here?
Yeah, he's actually looking to invade. This is the way you want to play. Virtus Pro, I think that you exert as much pressure as possible. Make Stamina Esports react to you. And this is very frustrating for Stamina. Not only do you have to contest, you're out of the lane, but you might lose some of that farm and you fall behind. But with that actually flashing away, he's going to be chased by 90. But here comes the Skyfall. They don't don't care, and they're going to take first blood. 90 going the distance.
That's a super far engage here coming in from the side of Rock here, lifting up everyone on the map with the Universe Ring spell 4, and then Skyfall comes in and immediately dives on with that with an easy kill. And right now towards the mid lane, we do see 90 casually stomping on this PHY. You can see PHY has an 0 gold that he was forced to secure under the hands of NRX during that invade.
Yeah, and this 90 Rock lineup has just really gelled so well together in the KML. But the way that they've been able to play off of each other, understanding that, hey, like a lot of the space is going to be created by 90, but Rock is there to help clean up. This has been a 1-2 tandem that has just really made a Virtus Pro one of the top teams at the KML.
And this is also why on the side of PHY, they did secure that early first pick on the Gan and Mo. He single-handedly out-sniped Hylang with the flash and secured that team the first Tyrant of the series.
Yeah, and it's going to start with that, right? Getting those objectives is definitely going to be key. Because, again, PHY, a lot of the space and the way Stamina Esports are able to kind of weather the early game storm is off of his play. Once you have those blades from the Gan and Mo, you're going to have a much better game this one.
Yeah, PHY definitely doing a heck of a job here, casually leading almost about 500-600 gold against his mid lane opponent here. So he's definitely going to be a strong factor coming in for this one here. And towards the top side though, we do see a bit of aggression coming in for VP, trying to see whatever they can get. Does get hit by the golden token here. That rep buff is sticking on towards these double tanks.
Look at how Fade is protecting his own jungle. He's not even in the lane because they've taken the bottom T1. So again, it's just trying to take your own farm and to take it away from VP because they're looking to steal everything.
Yeah, they're just reinstating so much control coming in towards the jungle here. But this is a much better game coming in from Stamina here. They're also leading in terms of the gold. Just barely, but it's still, compared to game 1, a much better outlook.
Definitely a better outlook. The play style, this is a much better game. Stamina Esports right now actually have a bit of a lead. I mean, it's 500 gold. It's not the biggest amount, but it's still where you want to be. I love the fact that this team has rebounded after that, again, disastrous game 1.
And to talk about team compositions as well, right? Rebounding after game 1 and you look towards team composition, it's much better. You have sufficient late game to actually handle some of the key picks that VP actually is proposing. But we have to see whenever they find the big engage. With that does find it on towards Ku, but is that target you are looking for?
Oh, the Umbrella Outburst on too, but the Razor Cavalry, he comes in at the right moment. 90 with a heroic play. He sends him back, and Enervex is on the wrong side. The Ghost Ship is just panically used. He tries to charge the safety, but Clue will take him down, and VP just blink, and you've gotten 2 kills.
90. Good night. He finds back-to-back pushbacks on PHY and NRX, setting the pace for this team. But we're talking about how PHY was just providing so much value on those ultimates, on those spears. But that's the moment that Hylang gets caught out here. But he does flash out away to safety. Wow,
oh, Hylang. Oh, the speed with death. Almost, he threw everything in the kitchen sink, and Hylang shrugs it off. Yes, he's got a sliver of life, but he will survive.
It goes back to our point, right? Like, yes, it's a very good catch coming in from Whiff Death, but it was so close. Hylang still managed to get away. And with the fight in mid lane that went super duper well for VP, you gotta give it to 90. He found PHY first and then set up NRX into the mouths of VP as a free kill. And right now, as you look towards the itemization here, it's trying to look even better for the side of VP as they got back control in this game too.
And VP, that was the biggest piece, is that they lulled them to sleep, right? They were like totally forgot that 90's there. They finding Fade once again. They're trying to charge him, but the blades are doing a decent amount in terms of PHY's damage. And 90, oh, he just barely dashes away. He does get back to safety, but Hylang looking on, he's on the prowl, tries to just slice and dice on a Zing, but he's not going to follow up with anything else.
That was so much damage, burst potential coming in for the side of PHY. With this is on the backline though, he does force out the Abided Outburst coming in from Clue. So that's going to be a key spell removed from the side of VP for the next 60 seconds perhaps.
Yeah, that's a pretty feels bad man from Clue. I mean, yeah, you push them, you get this nice little combo, but there's no follow-up. You push them even further. The team fight wasn't really going to happen. And now that it's on, a big ult is on cooldown, this is a problem because you can't, I mean, now you're looking to go in. Skyfall, here we go. Rock does not really care. Ults or no ults, it doesn't really matter. But Enervex, he's taking most of the damage as he's going to be focused, and Rock will pick out Enervex once again. The Razor Cavalry even finding Zing, but he's under tower. They get what they want, which is, of course, the Crimson Golem.
Nice Purify coming in from Zing to actually disable the push coming in from 90. But that's the thing, right? this Nutza pick actually works wonders, right? You want to cut down the healing coming in from NRVX Aka. What better way of doing it than to pick the Nutza? Innate healing reduction, perfect thing that they're looking for. They also got the Crimson Golem, forced out the flash coming in from Fate. Things are looking really good for VP to get even more control coming in for the next set of buffs that's potentially going to be coming right before the Shadow objectives.
Yeah, just a great counter draft, I would say. I mean, the Guan Yu, you're seeing so much value, as 90 will always get value out of that hero. But going in, also, the Neza and, of course, the Garuda have been on point in terms of the zoning. PHY can't even get close to the Tyrant here, and Clue, with his ult, if they want to go for this, he's thinking about it. The overall outburst on to 3, tries to stampede. Nice little knockup. They have a nice little wombo combo. They find Faye, they get that pick off, and Zig is running for his life, but Rock gets the back line, finds PHY for that one.
The 90 still going on for the onslaught here. Does find a finishing kill on towards Zing here with the lower member of NRVX and also with Depth in this early tower here. There's nothing that can defend. T-Gold casually picks up the kill on towards NRVX, and this tower is widely exposed.
VP right now hitting on all cylinders. They're coming from all angles. Stamina Esports are panicking. They're trying to just hide under the towers, but it's just too much VP at the end of the day. The way that they're able to just literally dissect your team.
And this rework Nutza is working wonders coming in for the side of Versus Pro here. Every time a fight breaks out, the one with no flash, either PHY or Fade, gets immediately pounced on by Rock's Nutza. They can't run, they can't hide. They have no defensive items, nor peel coming in from stamina to be able to protect the double carries there. And with that, a 5,000 goalie separates these two teams going into the Shadow objective.
Oh, the smite away. It looks like Rock is looking to just take this. The Wings of Judgment with that zoning. I mean, to your point, I mean, they have the heroes to peel. I mean, you have with that Dharma, the Truth, NRVX, Ghost Ship. You have options, but the thing is that they seem a bit scattered. Like, their positioning is not close. They need to be more death ball-y to kind of deal with it, but then at the same time, they're scared of the 90 Razor Cavalry. They find the pickup on a highline. That's going to be a great one, as that's the second, but here comes the Razor Cavalry. The Ghost Ship locking him in. They've already gotten PHY, and now 90 dashing away. Fade has been picked off as well. They find with death, 3 members down, and now Rock just doing whatever he wants on that back line.
I think that's the painful part coming in for the Stamina Esports lineup, right? Yes, you can be the death ball you're looking for, 5-man stack, but once you're 5-man stack, 90 includes looking like you are food. You're like the scrumptious gourmet that's preparing for their big engage. We saw how the Razor Cavalry landed onto multiple targets like 3 or 4, and then Clue comes in with the Unbridled Outburst, immediately just sealing the fate of Stamina, even though that was a 4v5.
Yeah, I love it how you said that. The sealing of the fate. Like, it seems right now, even with this game too, where Stamina Esports had a bit of a lead, this might be that statement game, right? Where they're sealing the fate of Stamina Esports. Because again, they were in a good spot, but the fact that VP were able to take you all down and to counter everything, that's got to be a bad situation, especially in the psyche.
And to top it off, right, Nongshim Redforce has already shown us the answer on how to win VP. It's not an easy one. You gotta outfight them, you gotta outwit them, you gotta do both of these two together to actually be able to be on the upper hand against VP.
Yeah. You need all the stars to align, so to speak, because this VP, you were talking about it in the pre-game about how these guys are like the Avengers. Well, you're seeing it. Everybody has their strengths. Everybody has, you know, their own piece to this team, and they're really contributing because you're seeing the KDA straight up. Like, you know, aside from Hailang, who's died twice, everybody else has been flawless.
Well, to give props over Stamina, right, at least this is a much better game compared to game 1. They're finding kills, they're finding more proactive plays, but they just need to find the correct marker here. So far, everything has been much more on the VP side. Finding Razor Cavalry from 90, Rock getting the Skyfalls in whenever he wants to, and there's just no counterplay coming with Stamina to actually suppress this.
Yeah, the counterplays have been tough to find because of VP, the way that they move across the map. I mean, that map control is there, and look at how Hailang, yeah, he's willing to risk this because he's putting, he's literally locking in 4 or 5 people in that mid lane where nobody can get out of the base.
There's just no solid engager. As we see the Vanguard starts marching in, these towers won't be lasting for long.
Won't be lasting. I mean, it's going to be going in. Mid T3 already taken down with that Vanguard's help, and they did a little bit of chip damage on that top one. So everything going the way of Virtus Pro. Stamina Esports right now, all-out defense. The Umbrella Outburst finding at least one play. The Skyfall all the way in the back. They want to go for PHY, and that's a tough spot to be in as he does get killed. NRVX just trying to get that revenge on him, but he's not able to find him. He's getting knocked around as well, but he somehow survives, gets in the fountain, but T-Gold, with all that space, taking the bottom T3.
He did have to go 1v1 against Whiff-Death here, and Whiff-Death taking a large chunk of health bar coming from T-Gold, but the final minions are marching in towards this tower here. We do see Hylang being the first casualty to fall alongside T-Gold here, so that's a good defense, but towers don't respond. Hylang and T-Gold, however, they do respond in the next 30 seconds.
I mean, both of them are down, but if anything, they've taken all of the towers, so Stamina Esports, now with the Baron base, somehow need to use this power play that they have, this man advantage to kind of constantly push to get a little bit of pressure on some of those towers. Buy yourself a little bit of time in this game.
Well, on the good part, though, for Stamina, to find that lead that you're looking for, they need to first secure this Shadow Tyrant that's going to be spawning in the next 2 seconds. They have, what, 10 seconds to play around. Hylang and T-Gold needs to travel from their base here, and we see VP, they might be wanting to go for a 3v5 here.
Oh, but the Skyfall Rock does not care. He finds them on the back, on the side. He's going to continue on, finally going for PHY. Nighty found him out of position, and now Stamina Esports all out run. Look at Nighty looking to charge this one up, wants to go for the perfect target, finds Fade. That's the big piece, but Nighty turns it, gets slices down Fade as well, and now with that Wings of Judgment, with that Ghost Shift just blocking him in, says, hey, let's continue to fight with that, gets picked off as well. And Nighty on the prowl, finding Enervex with T-Gold's damage, and Zing running for his life. He's all by himself, and give the team an ace as Virtus Pro will roll it down and take game number 2.
With a 10,000 goal lead, they don't care if it's a 3v5. They see the angle, they go in for the Hail Mary play. 90 finding the isolation kill on the PHY, circling back in towards the team fight to force that magnificent end in this game too. And with that, 2-0. What's your answer, Stamina? Because this VP is looking ferocious.
I mean, they're looking very ferocious, very strong. You know, they're excelling on all points of this game. But if we're looking at this draft, you're thinking Ganon Mo, PHY, very comfortable. He wants to be sitting in the back, but he does not want to get going on. And they had the perfect answer on that. And that was, of course, Rock on the Neza with that Skyfall, always finding him. He was target number 1. PHY was not able to play Honor of Kings at the end of the day.
That was a horror game, I think, that they were playing instead of Honor of Kings, because if I was PHY, the moment I look up on the head, I'm like, hey, what's that? It's not a bird. That's Rock flying on towards me. And then you look at the back, that's not a car. That's a horse charging towards me.
Every single time. I mean, Nighty and Rock, every time. They were always finding that perfect angle. And this is also why when you're like, hey, when you have the lead, you need to kind of spread out so that you have that space and that vision so you don't get flanked. But once there was that one moment where Nighty got that perfect Razor Cavalry, the wheels had come off at that point. Stamina Esports, all out defensive. They had no answers from that point on.
Yeah, throughout the early game, we do see like a 50-50 exchange coming from both teams. Stamina definitely having more stamina compared to game 1, but still, it goes back to the same thing. Team fights, that's where VP strives so well. Even in 3v5 scenarios in the late game, they don't care. They still know how to dissect the team fight based on their current strengths and item advantages against their opponents.
Huge lead. And that was the biggest piece by VP, right? Once they got going. I mean, Hylang, 128,000. That was why he was target number 1 in terms of Stamina Esports and trying to lock that one down as much as possible. But then the rest of them, I mean, you're kind of seeing exactly that gold graph shift completely in favor of Virtus Pro as they were really starting to snowball from that point on.
Yeah, 12,000 goalie at the very end, leading to a 3v5 team fight win from the side of Virtus Pro. Everything just fell in line. After Nutza start railing those items in, we do see Rock just casually flying towards the backline. It was always 2 targets. It's either the farm lane, Direnjia, which is on towards Fade, or PHY's Ganon Mo here. As you can see in these highlights itself, that's why you cannot overextend in any single form of 1v1s in the early game, because with the new Nutza that's been revamped, the moment he lights up the ring, he can fly against you, on towards you, and anywhere on towards man, even if you're in base.
Yeah, and also with that repositioning from Nighty, it makes it very easy to just like reposition people how you want, so that when you do go for that initiation, you understand that you're going to get a huge advantage. Look at how Nighty just creating so much havoc on that backline. PHY dying every single time. First, right? He was target number 1. Once he's gone, Stamina Esports really could not fight.
It's such a difficult scenario for Stamina. You're thinking, okay, if we stick together, maybe we can make something work. But 90 is like, okay, you stick together, right? Let me find a beautiful engage with that flank. And then if they split apart, they're going to be isolated by Rock instead in the side lane here. So what did they actually do in this game instead?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really know. They didn't really have an answer for this Neza. It seemed like it completely caught him off guard. And look at how Nighty just moving his way around, understanding that who needs to die. Like, they need to go for fade. They had that control, and he gets bounced out. I mean, there's really not much you can do. Enervex might have used the ghost ship to kind of protect him, but he might have blocked out his own, carry in that sense. So how you take those team fights was just, perfect by Virtus Pro here.
And for the side of Stamina, they just had no answers for 90 in this game. Look at his KDA, 7-0 and 6. Although damage done and damage taken was at a 15%, but every single fight, he was the man to start it all off. It's either isolating PHY in the backline, solo killing him, or finding PHY, pushing him back into the team of VP, or finding those multi-man Razor carries. He does it all, man.
He does it all, and he does it on so many different heroes. 90 is so good for this team in terms of, Virtus Pro's success and the way that they're able to kind of use his skills to ensure that those team fights, those initiations are always on point and repositioning people. That's exactly what you want from a Clash laner. How much impact he had was just, you saw in that game, quite immense.
If only I get Clash laners like this in my ranked games instead of Kin Dofu with Spike Donghuang. That would be great, man. That would be great.
Shots fired, man. Shots fired.
Shots fired. Shots fired. That was intentional. That was intentional. But man, after we look at this, right, Holler, it seems to me that the strength discrepancy between Virtus Pro and Stamina is not just wide, it's hella big.
Yeah, it's actually quite deep in that sense. And I mean, it's great to see Stamina Esports excel at times and to kind of take the fight to them. But you're seeing just that mid to late game. When you're going up against a chess master, this is kind of one of those moments. It's like, the early game kind of close, you're able to find it. But at a certain point, the wheels will come off. And it's not to your fault. It's just there's a bit of a gap in terms of how the skill and experience that you're seeing from this Virtus Pro lineup, they are ready to and gearing to go in this series.
It's like every time VP, you say they're the chess master. I feel like they're chess masters with boxing gloves. You make one wrong move, like misplace your knight. He's like, okay, misplace your knight. Here's a punch towards your face. Every time you make a wrong move, they just keep punching you more and more and more. If game 1 was all about early game reading and draft difference, game 2 was just brute force in terms of team fights.
Yeah, and if they're playing chess like that and they're getting punched in the face, yes, they're going to have a black eye, but they're going to have a lasting impression as they go into game number 3. They need to ensure that they didn't get punched in the eye for no reason, and they've actually learned from that. Game 2, definitely things that they could fix. And there was a lot of learnings, but how fast can they take those learnings into a potential win and finding some success in this game 3?
So let's revisit back into the drafting ideas coming from Stamina, right? Game 1 was then trying to draft a solid Clash and jungle to take control of the early game, to allow Fade on the early in scaling towards those big item markers here. But VP read it, VP put a lot of emphasis and control over the setup with this Byron, which stagnant their game plan. Game 2, they want to play revolving around PHY's poke potential, the double Dolia refresh on Gun and Mo, but once again, isolated, dissected by VP's double engage composition. So coming down to game 3, it's not about playing towards your comfort anymore. It's about playing the draft and countering based on what you are given in the available picks.
Right, and that's also why picking the Gun and Mo first like they did in the last game, not great, right? Because you know that there's going to be, 4 other picks that are going to be countering that one, and you saw exactly how VP were able to dismantle that one. They need to do a much better job in this one, in the sense of just being able to, again, stay away from comfort heroes. It's great to have, to your point, Sagi, but I think that it's one of those things where, again, you got to look to counter draft at this stage, at this level of game.
Oh, we do see a bit of a comfort as well coming in from Stamina. NRFX did have an amazing game on the Yangjin against teams like Team Max back in group stage here. So picking up this flex pick in towards the Clash lane is a feasible one coming in for Stamina Esports to start off the draft. For VP, they immediately lock in both the Alien and also potentially Dun coming in for this starting of the phase.
Yeah, and setting themselves up for potentially a Dolia pickup by VP. This is something that they're kind of eyeing to go with. Because, again, Stamina Esports can't pick it themselves. It's almost guaranteed at this point for that second phase to this. Oh, sorry.
Hang on a moment.
Wait, didn't they pick
last game?
Didn't they just use it?
They used it last game with the DRNJ Dolia. They aren't able to pick this Dolia in this game number 3. Hang on, wait, what?
Wait, what?
Are we swapping sides or is...
Wait,
I'm a bit confused here. I'm a bit confused.
They picked it, right? Like, I'm not going crazy, right?
Game 2, yeah.
Okay.
Unless this is a side swap with VP on the blue side. Oh, there we go. It's the Diadea. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that definitely scared me here. Okay. For those who don't know, we practice the global ban pick. Once you have used a hero in the series, you can no longer pick it as the series goes by until your next series here. So that's why we're panicking. Because if NRX locked in that Dolia, that's definitely going to be a no-no here for this draft.
Yeah, that would have been a problem for sure. But I think VP picking up the Dolia makes a lot of sense to kind of round out this first phase of the draft. It's perfectly set up, understanding just, hey, what was available, it wasn't banned out by Stamina Esports, so it's pretty much a gimme at this stage.
And especially after Dun has been buffed in this patch itself, compared to the previous seasons, he was a bit lacking. We do know you love the double Ds, and this is the restatement of it after the Dun buff, so it's a much better Dun compared to the previous patches here. He has more base damage, extra physical scaling, and he does more damage as his ultimate scales by level with extra health.
Yeah, I like it how you're like, you like double Ds. I was like, no, who doesn't like double Ds? The Dude and Dolia combination is so good, and having both of them on is going to be magnificent in this game here.
I mean, who doesn't, right? And especially in this current draft as well, having the Dolia on the third pick makes so much sense. It's one of the prime pairings with the Long. You have strong sustain, strong laning phase. You can also refresh the Flaming Palms to continuously do damage against the backline of SDMN. And I like the approach that SDMN is actually going for. You have the Nua to actually counter out the Aoyin. You have the Lei Sun to beat him in the laning phase here. So you need to make sure that, yes, we can't win Clash in Jungle, we can't win mid lane here. So let's win this game through beating Teagle in the laning phase.
Yeah, and that's going to be a pretty big one, right? Just forcing that down. But if you're looking at like limiting the farm of the Aoyin or Lung or the dragon, if you will, I think that if you're looking at the other side of the map, Nighty got his Charlotte. He has been magnificent on this hero. He's been able to carry, and yeah, you position them and you go after them. Sorry, Hai Long yawning just cracks me up at the end of the day. But I think that Nighty Charlotte, this is going to be a problem for Stamina Esports to deal with.
And Nighty had a phenomenal performance on Charlotte in majority of his esports career in HOK Esports, right? And especially I remember Charlotte against Nongshim in the stage 2 of group stage. He was just flying everywhere, clutching every single fight for Virtus Pro here. So having him getting his hands on this pick is definitely going to be a difficult one, especially when you're picking Fuzi, a not so strong early game hero that may be punished by the mid and jungle control coming in from VP.
Yeah, and I mean, they're using this Foots to potentially lock down the Charlotte, which you know is going to be trying to go for that back line. It's looking very squishy on the stamina side in the sense of having the Nua, Lady Soon, and of course the Diadea. All of these targets, prime targets for VP to just kind of like hone in on.
But I would say that in terms of drafting phase as well, Stamina does look pretty comfortable coming in towards this game tree. Much more fighting power, much more setups coming in from the members here. So in terms of fighting potential, it's definitely much better compared to game 1 and game 2. And that's a CD key, R7T2Y9 here. Slap it in towards the CD key community tab and get yourself and everything rocks for free.
Yeah, take that one. I mean, that's going to be a huge one. Just rewarding you, all the viewers at home, to ensure that you're just tuning in, you're getting free stuff, and to see exactly if Stamina Esports can somehow bounce back, finding ways to solve the Rubik's Cube that is this Virtus Pro lineup.
This Virtus Pro lineup so far, there's no apparent answers in this BO7. They have been really consistent, they have been finding their markers here, but the idea that Stamina is looking to propose is that they lane swap Fade in towards the mid lane to get the fast wave clear and assist with them in this slightly difficult early game.
And you're seeing the shift, right? Like the strategy from Stamina Esports is like, hey, our jungle was being invaded early. Now we're looking to turn things around. Yes, we're not able to always be in lane like we want to, but now we're going to kind of put a little bit more pressure on the VP, not giving everything away for free.
It's a smart approach, right? You don't want PHY on Nua, which is really weak in the early game, to take control of the mid lane. Instead, you want Fade, someone with immense wave clear, to take control so that NRX has a comfortable early game clear.
Oh, that one might have been stolen.
Oh, wow, that was scary. He's fortunate that that's not a enhanced basing attack coming from Clue. If not, that could have been stolen.
Yeah, that could have been. But now, Rock right now looking to kind of go for that wind slash, and Enervex deciding to fight this one. Fade is there as well, but Enervex is taking most of the damage. The power gradation is going to be on point, and they do actually find him. They get the first blood onto Enervex. A bad start for Stamina Esports.
This reminds me of 2024 when the double Ds was this dominant here. That wasn't even double ultimate done. That was just a single one. And just marching in, finding Enervex in the jungle. And that top side though, we do see With Death going in for the Sage's Might here, but does get chased CC. Can he get away though? He's so low. He does get taken down by Rocket 90.
Yeah, this is going to be the problem with Death. Always, I mean, in the 1v1, it makes sense, but you know that Rock is going to be looking to kind of shift over, rotate to that top lane. He was just there in your jungle. Probably need to play a little bit safer, but he thought if I lock him down with Sage's Might, I'm going to get back. But Rock is there, and they had too many stuns at that point, and they just got that kill.
Rock is such a flexible player. In some cases, you would think that, okay, Rock is probably doing his Crimson Gold in the top side, so I can go for this 1v1 player on towards 90. Then the moment he casts a Sage Might, it's like, oh no, why is Rock here? Isn't he farming in the jungle?
Yeah, he's supposed to be elsewhere, right? And Rock, he's like a horror movie, like a horror villain, right? In the sense that he's always there when you least expect it, I would assume, by Stamina. Because it seems like they're playing where Rock, you know, they're not giving him enough respect.
They are not, and you can see, if you're not giving him respect, he's just marching in towards your jungle and looking to invade this once again.
Oh, the Unruly Blade with that combo. They find With Death. He's an old man, and he's going to be going right into the grave. And VP right now looking to take the Azure Golem. Stamina, all they can do is watch at this point as their jungle is getting pillaged.
This reminds me of game number 1, with Devs just casually suffering deaths after deaths after deaths, which has led to absolute loss of jungle control into the hands of VP, and Rock is just bullying Enervex in every single one of these attempts.
All right, I think With Death, if anything, needs to change his name to With Life, right? Because I think that his name is alluding to the fact that he will be destroyed. I think he needs to give himself a chance and being a little bit more positive here.
You sound like you're making your own conspiracy theory right now, so maybe that actually puts him back into more control. But so far in towards this early game here, we do see VP taking control over this Tyrant here. There is also the Azure Golem and Crimson Golem available for the taking. You see Hyla just going in aggressive, wanting to chunk out Enervex as much as possible. Does get out the first ultimate coming in from Hyla though.
Yeah, but it's just space created. You knew that because he was there threatening the Crimson Golem, that was going to open things up for Rock to take that Tyrant. And now With Death, who needs to again change his name to With Life, he will be killed yet again. 90 gets the solo.
He's just flashing in with those flash gradations here, and he knows for a fact that he needed to flash in to gap close for the final damage mark. That was very well played by 90. Every single one makes the connection on his skill combos.
90 is so scary. I mean, on the Charlotte, just the amount of impact he has, the value. He's getting solo kills. He's already taken the top T1. It's not even 5 minutes into the game. Absolute domination in that Clash lane.
And 5 minutes right now, you do see the mid lane turret is being knocked on by the members coming in from Virtus Pro. It's trying to look a bit of the VP coming in from Game 1, but can they break the Game 1 record? I don't know, because right now they're holding a 2,300 gold lead and continuously pushing against Stamina Esports to restrict their farming space.
I don't think that they're going to beat 6 minutes and 30 seconds, but I think this is not something where you're like, hey, I'm trying to PR them and just like kill them as fast as possible. We still just want to play our game. And VP's lineup, they're looking, I mean, if you're looking at like a Charlotte and you have a Loom, you have ways that are late game, right? So I think that they're going to continue to play with their style, which has been this choking out style of just play where they, you know, control the map. I think VP are still in a great spot.
That was 3 people against 1, and Rock just casually run towards him and put in so much control. He's unruly blinged in, going for the crowd control here. Has the second one to decide whether he wants to go in or go out.
Yeah, I mean, Rock going out on this one, going back and just defending, and now they're going to put pressure on this bottom T2. VP doing everything correct. With Death, picks up the Sparkforge Dagger to kind of help with the push, get him a little bit of that XP because he is so far behind.
Yeah, super far behind right now. Unless this game stalls into like a 12 to 15 minute mark with a minimum 3,000 gold deficit for Stamina. If not, I don't see them happening. I don't see them getting any advantage in these team fights here, because take a look at that draft, right? You have the Fuzi, you have the Nuwa and the Lady Sun. They need so much items to get themselves going.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough to kind of find at this point. And now Zing, just gets up back. They're going to go into the Tyrant Lair. They find Rock, who's going to take up most of this one, and he's taking quite a bit of damage. Enervex is doing a decent amount of work, but now with the Wind Slash, and he has the shield, and Enervex says, no, I'm in a terrible spot as he gets knocked down. And now Nighty going after Fade. That's going to be the prime target. Is he able to find him? Nighty's not able to slice him down, and he will just barely get away.
Rock was so tanky with that dude. He went in 1v4 as cosplaying as a Tyrant to fight against the Stamina members. And he took in all the burst damage and still managed to make it out towards safety here. That's why we say, in terms of damage, in terms of control, Stamina needs so much more time. Even if you get a stage point on towards Clue, there's just no follow-up here.
No follow-up, and Clue is very squishy and not even able to get that kill. I mean, the rest of VP were just hounding and protecting Clue and ensuring that he stayed alive, but Stamina Esports throwing everything, seeing what sticks, and apparently nothing is.
Nothing is sticking right now, as you mentioned here. Stamina slowly but surely losing control of this game. At the 8th minute mark, they are losing, trailing behind almost 5,000 in against their opponents here. Check out the itemization here. We do see Fade working on the Daybreaker after his Axe of Torment here. You know he's desperate to take down Rock, but that's a not so ideal itemization coming in from Fade.
Yeah, I don't think that you can really take down Rock, no matter how many items that you get at this point. I think that with his 5.2 leading at least, almost everyone from the side of Stamina, he's going to be a tough nut to crack. He will definitely stay alive. Plus, you have 90 with 7.2 net worth, as well as T-Gold 6.3. They have so many, items at their dispersal. They can do whatever they want. This is going to be a tough one for Stamina.
Yeah, 90 also went for the Blazing Cape, one of the best items currently in this patch. You have 150 armor, 150 magical resistance, and you also have 1,000 health to add on towards that. So for 90, he's gonna raid boss. You can't take him down right now.
You can't take him down. Plus, he can take you down because he has a decent amount. But the Heaven and Earth mode just trying to defend. The Fate Rewind on back. Teagle doing a decent amount. They actually get the knockup onto Enervex. They get the slice and dice onto him. And Hylong just barely staying alive. Rock has just been the tanky frontliner, but he's taking a decent amount. He has the shield. Stamina, not able to find a single kill.
And they also lose their tier 3 high ground here. VP dove in fiercely, and they still got out cleanly after that play. And right now, they're looking at all your remaining buffs. Azure, Crimson, everything going into the pockets of Virtus Pro. They're trying to cement their goalie going into that 10th minute mark. If Stamina isn't able to put on any sort of defense, this game might just end after the shadow objectives.
You might. I mean, it's looking that way, right? I mean, they're taking the Crimson Golem, as you rightly pointed out. I mean, they've taken all the buffs away. Stamina Esports just fighting for scraps. Who's going to be taking it, right? Because they need Enervex, they need a PHY and Fade to have some sort of that net worth to kind of fight with them, because they don't have enough damage to really crack into the armor that is this Virtus Pro lineup.
They're just pulling the food right now. They're just waiting for the objective to spawn, potentially get a double objective, double whammy, and go for the potential game-winning pusher. We do see Stamina forcing themselves to actually clear out these minion waves, so they can't really move themselves into a potential contest here. They don't have the goal, they don't have the positioning here. It's difficult for them right now.
And also the lanes are not in their favor as well. They're so far behind that they have to fix all the lanes, and then maybe even then just get to the river, right? That's the space that they're looking for. And Nighty already looking to split push all by himself in the bottom lane. You see Hylong in the top lane. So again, just more pressure, and the way that they're doing this, Virtus Pro, oh my gosh, the map control is amazing.
And the ideal situation for Stamina right now is to maintain both high grounds if available and sustain the fights. Pick off some of these key shutdowns, potentially from 90 or T-Gold. If that happens, then the ultra late game potential may happen coming in from Stamina here. Nice creation blocks here to protect the game, and Hylong gets taken out. That's the situation we're looking for Stamina.
Yeah, Hylong, that's a little bit of a misplay. He thought he was going to be fine. Actually expends the flash as well. But look at 90 just diving in 1v5. Does not care. He's actually turning this around, but he too will be shut down. And I think that he's like, hey, Virtus Pro guys, settle down. Hylong was down. 90, no reason to go in. But again, they're doing a decent amount. comp. They actually find with that a little bit on the low side, but Enervex is going to be the target. They take him down. Infinite Fastest T-Gold will get on back to safety, but they've taken the bottom T3 and rock the wind slash on to 2. They don't care how many members down they are. They're going to continue to fight. They're actually forcing it down on the Crystal. They take down Fade. They will take down With Death as well with this double kill from Rock, and Zing is just all by himself, and Rock does not care. They just don't have the minions, and now PHY is back up. They have a decent amount to kind of continue to fight with a Rock. The Crystal doing the damage, but now with that Crystal exposed, how much can they go? The emergence on Fort, PHY just trying to clear the waves. If anything, the Crystal at half-life. Clue and T-Gold are doing the work. The backdoor protection is now going to be used, and Clue will fall as well. Enervex gets him down as well.
I believe that entire fight, Rock was just sitting there bathing under the damage of the Crystal for at least 30 seconds here. I lost count how many Unruly Blades were casted in that one exchange.
There were too many at this point. He was somehow staying live. But, I mean, the Crystal, at the end of the day, that's one way of dealing with a raid boss that's in your base. So they do have a small breath, you know, just keeping themselves alive, at least for now. But Stamina Esports, with this Overlord potentially getting taken here, this could be a tough one. But Stamina just trying to you know, hold on and to clear these waves.
And these are baby breaths that we're talking about right now. We do see Rock entering in with the Unruly Blade finding on towards With Death.
Yeah, the Wind Slash and With Death is getting focused. Yeah, he's tanky, and he will get back to safety. VP throwing everything at him, not able to take down the old man, and now they turn their attention on this Overlord.
You do see the Fuzu starting to rack up some tankiness here. Tons of cooldown reduction, tons of damage reduction coming in from the spell to intuition here. So these are good markers for Stamina. Like I say, if this upcoming Overlord, they can hold that high ground push, they can hold the game-winning push coming in from VP, then it's definitely going to be a delay in towards the late game that Stamina Esports is looking for. It's definitely a race of stamina, just like their name.
Yeah, and I mean, just wave clearing, right? And just kind of just slowing the game down as much as possible. But that bottom lane is definitely at risk right now with Nighty there. And look at how With Death is moving his way to the mid lane. But this opens things up. Nighty looking to go for that flank. And now he's going to join up with Rock. The Wind Slash is going to be on point, finding Zing, who actually takes a decent amount with those scepters. Enervex is there. He might want to hound on forward to get out of position, but he's going to eat a Flaming Palm. But he's going to hide. The Wind Slash is going to do some decent work. But they take the Crystal in game 3 just like that. Virtus Pro will be the winner.
Series point coming in for side of Virtus Pro. Just like you mentioned, this is an absolute domination coming in from the Italian squad. They are just rampaging through every single team fight, showcasing their macro, their micro prowess against their opponents here. Hopes are looking to be diminished so far coming from the side of Stamina Esports here. Yes, there is still the hopes of a reverse sweep, but after looking at these 3 games, the hope is not that glaring here.
I mean, if there's anything, there's a bit of a break, so that might give Stamina a little bit of a, you know, just to calm down a bit. I mean, those 3 games, not great, and it looked like Virtus Pro were just steamrolling them. And towards the end, you kind of saw a little bit of impatience by Virtus Pro, where they were just looking to just end the game as quickly as possible. I mean, that might have bit them in the butt, you know, for, against maybe other teams, but they had such a huge lead that they were able to kind of, you know, play with that lead in that sense. But going into this one, I mean, Stamina right now is looking to be in a tough spot.
I mean, as of this point, you can just say that this is a learning experience for them to do better in the lower bracket here, but it's still too early to say. Yes, you cannot count them out until the full series is over. You never know what will actually happen, but given over to the side of Virtus Pro, the impatience that we saw in the late game, was it impatience or were they just having fun, just continuously diving against their opponents?
Well, if you were the coach of VP and your team was doing that, how would you feel? Right? You'd be like, yo, guys, let's settle down a bit. Let's have some fun, okay? But, like, let's just win. I think that's more fun to me.
Correct, right? They don't want to waste their stamina going in towards the later stages of the day or the next few days when they potentially have to face against Nongshim or potentially drop to the lower bracket here. So saving your strat, saving your stamina is really important for either of these teams. But let's take a look at this game number 3 stats here. I gotta say, that Dundolia combination, top 2 performance coming in from Rock Clue.
It was so good. It was so good.
It was so good.
So much value that was there. And Rock, understanding the assignment of just being that tanky frontliner, he actually did some of the most damage with Nighty actually surpassing him just by a bit. But this is kind of the state of the game, right? Virtus Pro, full control, taking over. just a matter of time before they were able to take him down. I mean, there was a little bit of a blip towards that, that 12-minute mark or so, and probably throwing a bit in that sense, but it's just enough. Virtus Pro understanding the assignment of how to take down Stamina Esports.
And throughout the highlights as well, the double Dundoya combo, the double D's combo, they were just really consistent in just invading it in RFX, catching with death and 90. You gotta give him props. This man was just on a tear and roll. Remember this is the Tyrant cosplay coming in for the side of Rock here. Just casually diving in against 1v4, sustaining so much damage. It's not because it's a good decision, it's because he knows the goal discrepancy between these two teams.
Yeah. And he was so tanky, right? I mean, he's tankier than the Tyrant at that stage, right? And then Enderbex got completely baited out. I mean, the most of Stamina Esports did is they were all kind of stuck on the wrong side of that Tyrant pit. They wanted to get back to base, and PHY getting awfully focus fired quite a bit by Nighty. He sacrifices his leg just to kind of send a message more than anything else.
I mean, he's all for the fact that, oh, Highland got bursted down, I gotta put in some fun on towards this. Let me get in for that 1v5.
Taking him down. I mean, Nighty was so far ahead. He was like the carry in this game. He's so good on the Charlotte. And Stamina Esports not able to find the farm, not to get to the same level. And you're seeing, look at this chaos. This is right in front of your fountain. That is disrespectful as it gets right on the doorstep, so to speak, and being able to take that game 3 in a bit of a hurry. And your MVP will be Rock here, 4-1-5. Just too much doing in the end.
25% damage dealt, 31% damage taken with only a total of 10,000. He's milking every single stats coming in for this play. He's using the least amount of gold to produce the highest amount of stats in this game. Number 3 hero. Damn. You gotta give props towards the side of Virtus Pro here. When they fight, they really fight.
Yeah, they understand when to fight, right? That's the biggest piece. And when somebody makes the call to fight, everybody shows up. And they come from all angles. They go from the back line, understanding who needs to die. Very impressive win by Virtus Pro. They're up 3-0. They have a monstrous lead. They have the series point going up. But first, let's take a little bit of a break.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. A to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. This all, time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever love, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go, power within, we're standing tall, fight for your name, ready to give it all. It's prime time, gather around for everyone to see, on my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees, we kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies, hit it with the boom, then we get him with the beat, punch it with the power, then we serve him with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the flames, I'm on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. It's my time to fight, oh, calling out for the game. This all, time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever love, it's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go,
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Major League Spring 2026. My name is Sagi, and with me is your boy Holler here. And so far, Holler, I gotta say, it's not easy. Stamina 0-3 against VP, one more loss, and they're directly going into that lower bracket.
Yeah, Stamina Esports right now, they need to think of every single game as a best of one. Just, you know what I mean? Like, go all in terms of draft, strategy, every execution. Use that stamina. Get yourself a chance in this one because, again, you need to just take one game off of Virtus Pro. Make them bleed and to kind of understand that, hey, they are vulnerable at the end of the day.
Yeah, just get to that marker that you're looking for, right? Don't set an unrealistic goal because, yes, we can always see the discrepancy between these two teams. So you set yourself first. Okay, baby steps. Let's try to look for a team fight win. Then we look for a big win in the series. Then we slowly scale into more wins later on. As you can see as well, this is the global ban pick updated here. So if we were to look over to the side of this Stamina Esports lineup, I gotta say it's not that expensive for some of these picks.
Yeah, not that expensive. And this is what you're thinking about when you're talking about like a best of 7 where things can go very deep. If you're looking at game 6 or so and you're like, hey, what heroes are actually available and do they actually synergize with one another? But going into this one's going to be key. I think that also if you're Virtus Pro, you want to play something heavy-handed. You don't want to show any strats, any of your drafts. You want to just close out the series as quickly as possible.
Of course, right? You don't want to show anything to like a potential contender, which is potentially between the Vicious or Nongshim Redforce, right? So right now, you do see some of these teams getting into the pick and ban phase here. Not long into it, we do have to see who actually still wants to play the Kaiser or the revamped Nutsa. So far, VP's Rock has found a lot of success with the revamped Nutsa here. So I'm interested to see if any team wants to try out the new Kaiser.
Yeah, actually, that would be very interesting. And I don't know if it's really ready. We have, I mean, it's the first time it's on the patch, the tournament one. I mean, this could be potentially in VP's favor where they can kind of play around maybe with a game or so to test out new heroes. But the Chicha is going to be picked up by Stamina Esports. This is an interesting hero because it's been very strong at the KML. It's 9-1. It's only lost a single time. And the way that this hero has just been able to excel at the KML has been quite a feat to watch.
And it's one of the best picks thus far that's been introduced in the recent hero releases here. And to top it off, it can be flexed into both Clash, Farm, and Jungle. So that's a very flexible hero coming in towards the draft itself. What are the counters for Chicha, you may ask? Heroes like the Fuzi, Kaiser, that blocks like damage by bits and bits, those are amazing counters into the Chicha as well.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to go with the Lapu Lapu and the Shi to kind of round out and to help support the Chicha. Because, I mean, she gets focused on, you're going to have a bit of a problem. So you have the Lapu Lapu and the Shi to kind of help support with that control. You have, you know, ways to kind of protect the princess, so to speak.
And it's a PHY special, right? He likes to play the utility style mage, likes to cause chaos in the side lane, be the engine of the team to start things off for them. So this is a good start coming in from Stamina. The thing that we need to be focusing on is how they actually play this team composition here. Can they actually force games as quickly as possible so that DRNJ and Fatih doesn't scale into the late game for VP?
That could be a potential problem, right? I mean, both of those guys are able to... Anytime Nighty gets one of those carry type of Clash laners, it's always scary, especially since he's had such an edge going up against With Death in this entire series. He's gotten that space, so you might as well give him the farm laner or the farm Clash laner to just carry the games.
And his laning is just really good, right? So far in this entire BO7, out of all 3 games, 90 has been consistently suppressing With Death in that 1v1 matchup and allowing VP to get that topside jungle control. Every time we pan our camera towards there, is 90 bringing Rock, invading his NRVX, taking his buff, taking his camps. It's like taking candy from a baby, so to speak.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're supposed to call the police or somebody's parent to get, you know, to take away the candy because Nighty's just been, you know, menacing against With Death. He's With Death tonight. Whatever happens, we'll be having nightmares about Nighty.
Oh, hang on a moment. And this Fatih might be going on towards the jungle as well. They are still shuffling around the idea of where to put this Fatih, but that's the Kaiser that we're talking about here. That is the revamped Kaiser. So what did they revamp? Your spell 2 now, the enhanced basic auto attack, allows you to cross over wall. So if there's no target, you can use it as a mini dash. If there's a wall, you can use it as a dash over to the wall. So it has skyrocketed in terms of win rate and play rate in the global server.
A lot of options, right? And that's the biggest piece, right? And plus the fact that he's the invincible warrior, going to be tough. But if we're looking at the other side, I mean, You have the Mulan. This is something that we don't see all the time. KK tends to play this one more than anyone else on the international stage. But walk me through this lane matchup between Mulan and Fatih.
I think both are pretty 50-50 in the laning phase itself. It depends who gets the first initial jump on first. The first four levels coming in for the Mulan will be quite difficult. But once Mulan unlocks her ultimate, the heavy sword form, that's going to be slightly more in favor of the Mulan here. So the early game is really important for with Dev on this Mulan. He cannot afford any sort of mistakes that he had in Game 1 and Game 3.
Yeah, he definitely needs to step up. I mean, you're kind of like the Clash later at times. You're kind of like, does he really need to have an impact? He can play from behind. He'll be able to kind of catch back up when he needs to. But generally speaking, what we've seen from this series is that Nighty totally takes advantage of that, and then he ends up carrying the games. So you really need to ensure that With Death has a decent game where he's not like throwing some of those deaths away.
It's like what we say, right? The gap in experience here. Nighty has been such a consistent performer in the international stage of HOK Esports, so he's like the teacher right now for WithDev, coming in as a rookie Clash laner in his first season.
Oh, he's a teacher. I didn't know that. I need to get some lessons from Nighty because I need all the help I can get as I try to learn the Clash lane. And Nighty is the guy, right? He has been one of those guys from the KML that is just really taking the Clash lane to the next level.
Oh, good secure as well coming in from Hylong here. But of course, 90 classes that you want to see, check out the VODs. He's really good at these clutch moments, especially on the Guan Yu here. It reminds me of 2025 where he got the MVP after the game here. But nice pull here coming from PSY, but he did take a lot of damage here. Hylong going dangerously low.
Oh, he's got the passive. He flashes away. Oh, it might have been a little bit of an outplay. He gets the taking liberties just for one last piece of damage, and Hylong just barely surviving.
That was a 2v3 initiated by the side of VP here, and only Hylong had to burn the flash and passive. I gotta say, that's a small win here coming in for the side of Virtus Pro. They stalled so many resources coming in by stamina.
And look at 90 fighting 1 versus 2, not even scared whatsoever. They've actually made the rotation where with that Fade and Zing are going to be in the top lane to deal with 90. But now with Rock showing up and Enervex is there as well, this is a bit of a 3-on-3, especially early.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of chunk damage here on towards Rock here, but they do get the initial push here, so Rock does get the teleportation strike all the way to the farm lane here. And we failed to identify one thing as well. As a lane swap coming in for side of stamina, Chicha is going up against the 90 Fatih, and then WithDev is playing on the defensive role here, but nice board here catches on towards the side of Enervex.
Oh, they find Enervex. He got stuck on the wrong side of town, if you will. He's going to give up first blood. The Silk Imprint on to point, though, finding Rock, but he's not able to get the damage enough to take him down.
That was a nice mini board coming in from Hylong. It's not about the size. It's about how you use it. And Hylong definitely locked him in super duper well with that wall as my board.
Okay, all right. You could have gone multiple ways with that one. I think we'll just let it go. You know, I think in terms of the size of the board, I think that it was just enough at the end of the day. I think Hylong is... But Virtus Pro here, they will put, again, Clue and Zing. This is a better love story than Twilight, as they're literally just scratching each other more than anything else.
Yeah, just taking damage left and right here. Rock being funneled majority of the resource with the ghost sharing mechanism here. Top side though, we do see Fake getting jumped on by the 1v1.
Oh, he's going to be by himself. Get the pull back, but here comes Rock, the heroic entrance, if you will. Fade is taking most of it, and they dive the tower with that. Please, the Unending Sorrow is going to be just enough, and they take down Fade.
Such a beautiful dive coming in from Virtus Pro. You do see that Clue actively wants to tank the turret first for his teammate. It's because he can reset the tower aggro with the Unending Sword, which is the ultimate of Yuan. And then it gives them the opportunity here. Nice engager coming in for the side of Zing here. But buddy, that's no follow-up coming in from your team. And Hylong gets to react with the flash amazingly.
Oh, the timing, the fast fingers from Hylong, the outplay, if you will. Zing thought he had him lined up. He goes for the flash Raging Sea himself, and Hylong flashes out of that one, staying alive. Just really well played by Virtus Pro there.
Pain after pain after pain. They always say no pain, no gain, but all I'm seeing is just pain and no gain here.
Oh, the Unending Sorrow. They actually find Enervex. He's on the wrong side. He gets picked off as well. And now with this tower under siege at this point, Virtus Pro doing everything. And without a jungler, Stamina Esports are going to have a tough time even trying to catch back up in this one.
Buffs are also going into the hands of BP once again. It's a repeat of Game 1 and Game 3 where the jungle entirely lost control this time around. PHY, Fade, and Zing were the main victims in suffering all these ganks coming in from Virtus Pro, and with that, more lead goes into the favor of VP, and 90, he's not done yet. He wants PHY.
Yeah, he's just chasing him down. I mean, look at how much damage he's doing. He's like, 1 versus 3, I don't care. He's like, I don't need items. I can do enough. I have the damage to kind of just push away a PHY who has to respect it at the stage, but they are in a bad spot already. Now they find Enervex, who just wants to farm. He's by himself, giving up yet another kill, and Hylong staying alive, using the passive. No, he will be picked off. PHY finally gets the kill on Hylong.
But it's just a Yixing mid. As long as he does his job, gets the kill on through Enervex and Assassin jungle. Assassin jungle needs so much farm to be relevant in this game, but they have been getting every single buff, every single kill since the start of the game against Enervex. And take a look at the goal discrepancy right now. 2.9, 030 on the Fade. Meanwhile, take a look at Rock here. He's, what, 4,000 already with 203 scoring. He's having a perfect game on the Kaiser.
Perfect game. Enervex right now, absolutely panic mode, right? He's just trying to get his own some sort of farm, but there's no space. Everything's been taken away by VP because they understand what a lead that they have, and they're going to even take with death in the top lane. T-Gold getting the solo, and these things are looking very dire for stamina as they find 90. He gets under the tower, so he's going to be picked off, but now the tower's been killed. Fade is all by himself, and VP, like a bunch of hounds, they hound in and they take down Fade. A 4 versus 1 and an easy one for them.
Yeah, and the buff is up once again, but it has been successfully secured by the hands of Enervex. That's a bit of good news here coming in for the side of the Stamina squad. But towers, though, look at those golden tokens just landing repeatedly on that bottom tier 2. It will be going down in the favor of VP.
Taking everything. Everything is in their favor, so to speak. PHY taking a decent amount. Rock is going to use the Invincible Warrior, and they're finding the nice little knockup with that, taking liberties. They find Zing, and it looks like that's going to be enough. This imprint just pulls them back. The tower will do the damage.
PHY has been really consistent thus far with those Silky imprints here, getting multiple kills for the team. We do see here Fade jump in with the engage here on towards back.
Oh, Hylong finally gets picked off. Fade with that damage on him, and they actually get T-Gold as well, so Stamina with a nice 2 kills to kind of get themselves back, but now Nighty is showing up. He finds Enervex on the ledge. The slashes go through. They'll take him down.
They're having so much fun right now for both of these two teams. They're just going at it with fights after fights after fights, but props to Stamina as well. PHY with the consistent pulls on towards the majority members of VP. 90 here, caught in a 1v2 here. He does want to look for the potential fight here. Make it a 1v2, 2v3 however.
Oh, he was buying time for Clue to show up, and Nighty gets pulled in. No, he flashes forward, decides to go for it, but Faye does get killed. Clue will clean him out, and it looks like the other 2 members of Stamina don't want any of this roam action with Clue, and they let him go.
Every time the camera pans over 90, he's just going in. He's not stopping. He's continuously jumping in and relentlessly against his opponents.
No, he can sense that the spotlight is on him, and he's like, okay, now I know it's time to go in. But the Heart of Jade seal will secure the Crimson. That's a good find for Enervex. But now that they have to just back off, find other avenues of attack in terms of just getting this farm.
And talking about farm, it's a good recovery period coming in from Enervex and with Def after a really difficult early game. They have been racking up some farm, racking up some gold here, but with that here, caught by the golden token.
Yeah, he's actually going to be focused down. Clue with that mini stun, and now the Raging Sea just barely keeping him alive. Zing with the save. Rock just trying to navigate around them. Finds it. PHY, though, is going to be back to safety. Rock is not able to find the target. Zing will dash over, and he will stay alive as well.
So flexible. The current pack Kaiser, you can go in and you can dip out with your enhanced basic attacks. You have so much more mobility compared to before, making him such a viable pick this match.
Yeah, he's going to be definitely a bit of a problem here. Taking liberties, not going to lock him in, but zones him out. I think that they'll be happy with that. They take the top T2, and now with those minions slowly making their way here, VP looking to siege this top T3.
Yeah, they are looking until the minion waves actually start to go in, but with that, has to have this sword form here. The defense should be pretty easy coming in for Stamina here, so that's the aggression being halted for the side of Virtus Pro. But when will be the next attacking point commencing for the side of VP here?
Yeah, they've salvaged the game a bit, right? And just protecting that top T3. If they lost that one, especially in the 9-minute mark, that would have been a huge disaster. But Zing looking to zone, has that vision, but he's been taken out as well.
Yeah, the vision line is not looking too great for stamina. Every time you walk up, it's either you get caught by a golden token, it's either you get isolated. But 90 here taking too much damage for his comfort.
Oh, he took quite a bit. I mean, there were 3 members on him, but now they're looking to turn. Here come the reinforcements, and they find Zing, and they'll run it down. T-Gold with his damage, taking him down. And Stamina, it's like, oh, you think you got 90. You think you got him on the ropes, and it's all a bit of a bait.
Everyone is just flashing in as of this point here. How we just saw Hailang try to go in for the confirmed kill on towards PHY. Sadly, he did miss it, but the board does zone out majority of members from defending this. And with Death, ooh, you're not going to be feeling good after that one.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to be feeling good. I mean, with Death, I mean, he was like a melee creep in that sense because they had so much damage to burn him down. They'll take the bottom T3 after the fact. And VP Roland, they want to close this game out. They want to go to lunch early, if you will. They take the top T3 as well. Stamina right now trying to hold on.
I think if you look at Malaysian timing or Singapore timing right now, it's brunch. You can still make it for brunch right now, and you might still get like what workday offers or like discounts or whatnot because they are making this look easy and quick for them. And right now, 10-minute marks, they are ignoring the Tyrant. They're just straight beelining, going for that Shadow Overlord. This objective will allow them for an easy push into that mid lane.
Yeah, they're taking everything. I mean, exerting their dominance, if you will. The way that they've been able to control that map, those Vanguards are going to be a bit of an issue at this stage. Stamina right now just trying to, again, find something, right? Somebody gets picked off. Clue might be that front liner, but he gets spotted out. With that, is actually going to go reverse. The board is now set up, and they actually locked in PHY. It looks like he's going to be a freebie, but they turn their attention on the juicier targets. They find PHY. They go for Zing, and they take him down. With that, somehow, no, he's going to be picked off. Rock chasing him down. They'll take the final T3, but this Crystal is again wide open. Fade flashing away, gets under the fountain. He will be healed up, and it looks like Virtus Pro will eventually pad the stats, and they'll take the Crystal. They'll take this series.
4-0, clean game all around coming in from Virtus Pro. As they conclude the series, they do advance to the upper semi-finals. One more win will separate them and get them even nearer to that EWC spot. Unfortunately, for the side of Team Stamina Esports, they will fall down to that lower bracket, having one more life in this playoffs.
One last life, the elimination game for Stamina Esports, and they're going to be watching the next series, which is, of course, it's going to be Nongshim Redforce going up against Vicious Esports. The loser of that will be their opponent. Stamina Esports need to find something. If anything, they need to recover after that onslaught that Virtus Pro threw at them.
And they will be playing today as well, right? They will be directly playing after the series between the Vicious and Nongshim Redforce, so that's gonna be not a lot of downtime for them, but it's good news, right? At least you get to see your opponents play before the series itself.
Yeah. So small wins in that sense, right? I think that, okay, now they have a little bit more time to kind of rest and maybe just kind of get coached up and learn those lessons that they learned, because there were a couple of games. Game 1, not so much. Game 2, 3, 4, definitely more so in terms of the learnings that they can potentially kind of dig out and potentially mine as they go up against that final series in that elimination game.
Yeah, talk about elimination game, man. They make it look flawless and easy here. It wasn't even tense. It was just VP entirely in control in all 4 games. Yes, there's devs here and there's mistakes here and there, but overall, VP never lost control.
Never lost control. Full control, if you will. I mean, just completely dominant, right? Enervex got caught out multiple times early, dying 3 times, and it's so tough to come back from, that sort of early disaster of a start, because when you're looking at the other side, Rock is there, 90, Hailang, T-Gold, Clue, all of these guys will take that lead and just exert dominance, take over the map, and just completely control the game.
And T-Gold, he's the main firepower of this game. He's been getting solo 1v1 kills against Whiff. He's been doing majority of the tower damage, and he's on top of the DPS stats in this entire game itself. 72,000 damage done, 25,000 damage taken. He seems to be a potential MVP candidate with the contention of VP's Clue.
Yeah, and definitely so. I think that he's just completely, like, that's exactly what you want, right? And finding a roster where you could pick any one of these guys to be an MVP. They've been multiple MVPs throughout their entire, Honor of Kings esports career, but to see T-Gold to rise up how is the farm laner going to do? And you're seeing what? He's stepped up, and you're seeing just how much, well-rounded this team is starting to become, and they're starting to be very scary.
And they are a new squad in general, right? You have like multiple members of Gen G, you have multiple members of Twisted Minds, and then you have T-Gold, which is his debut season. And so far, he's taking up the mantle really well and besting some of the best farm lanes in the KML, which is like Siri from Nongshim Redforce. So he's definitely having a pretty good season thus far.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that if you're looking at the roster, right, you're like, oh, T-Gold, where did this guy come from? I mean, he's from Italy. He's got the passport. He's got, all of the right pieces in terms of just like rounding out this draft or this team and finding an absolute gold player in the sense of just like having that solidified farm laner. That's exactly how you want to just lock out this team.
Exactly, right? And we do see that Hailang, he's been the spotlight of this game with majority of these beautiful boards. Yes, his KDA might not be the greatest, has been picking off multiple times, but every single one of these fights was boards after boards after boards starting off it for his teammates.
Yeah, he's been super annoying. I mean, he did die a decent amount of times, but sometimes there's a little bit of risk when you're going in with that board, but it just sets things up for the rest of the squad where VP were able to completely capitalize on that because Stamina Esports were then out of position, right? They had no real chance to kind of continue that fight, and you're happily sacrifice the Yixing or the Hailang in this case to just, to win that team fight.
And boards are not easy to hit at all, so props to Hailang for setting up so many of these plays for his team. But the MVP of this game is just what we have talked about. It is the newcomer in towards the KML scene, VP's very own T-Gold on the D-Renjit. So 1-4 in terms of KDA, 30% damage dealt with only 14% damage taken in that majority of that game itself.
Great game by T-Gold. I mean, just really set up by the rest of them. And that's the kind of confidence boost you want as you go into the winter bracket finals to kind of just get him going, right? I think that other teams right now, what we've seen in the KML, they were testing T-Gold. They were putting the pressure on to see if he would crack. And you're seeing what happens. No, he's actually welcoming it. He wants that pressure. He wants to be in this situation. And Virtus Pro are hitting that next level.
And he's thriving under pressure here. But with that, that's the end of the first series here for the KML Day 1 of the playoffs here. We'll take a short break before we bring you more action featuring Nongshim Redforce against the Vicious.
Super Flow Spritling is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritlings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spritling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spritling Skill 1. Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spritling Skill 2. Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spritling Skill 3. Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health.
I think we got the wrong guy.
Honor of Kings, now with personalized in-match nameplates. Change your look whenever you want.
The flow. The origin of all energy in honor of kings. It shapes all life within the gorge and gives rise to countless skills and abilities. Some have learned how to harness the flow, transforming it into abilities uniquely their own. Yet, the flow has no fixed form. It moves freely like the wind and shifts fluidly like water. Time, space, life, and emotion all alter the course of the flow. Thus, different heroes awaken different powers through it. Some temper their bodies into peerless martial masters. Others delve into arcane arts, wielding overwhelming power that can rewrite the course of a battle. But the potential of the flow goes far beyond that. Step onto the battlefield, and amid the clash of combat, you'll learn to command the ever-changing nature of the flow, forging a combat style that is truly your own. Remember, the flow has never had predetermined rules. Rather, you are the one who creates them.
घर जल्दी आ जाना, ओके?
Okay, it's okay.
This is HOK.
It's okay. तो guys, मैं काफी टाइम से मोबाइल गेम्स खेल रहा हूँ और इस जॉनरा में सबसे टॉप पे आता है वो है ऑनर ऑफ किंग्स और ये ऑफिशियल इंडिया आ रहा है.
You okay?
You okay?
You okay?
It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Kings version launches on March 11th. Multiple heroes have received upgrades and improvements, along with a new mode, Super Flow Spritling, and battle improvements waiting for you to explore. Let's take a look together. In this update, Ninja receives a gameplay upgrade. His skill 3, Universe Ring Skyfall, is now upgraded to allow targeting enemies on screen to initiate a charge. During the charge, Ninja gains crowd control immunity, deals physical damage, and knocks the target back, while also gaining damage reduction and resistance. After using the skill, its cooldown is based on flight distance. Charge speed starts at maximum, then diminishes over time. A new skill 4, Universe Ring, has been added. Ninja hurls the Universe Ring to attack all enemies, enhancing his skill 3 to have global range. It also grants global vision of enemies and disables enemy recalls while it is in effect. Global control potential fully unleashed. This update also brings balance improvements to Luara and Fati. Now, Luara's mana costs are reduced. Her wall traversing has been improved, allowing her to cross walls she couldn't before, greatly improving her mobility. Her skill damage structure has also been improved to benefit more from extra attack. Her visual effects are also improved, making her blades clearer. Fati's ultimate has been improved in this update. After using it, his damage and recovery are increased, and he gains 1 extra enhanced basic attack. Each extra sword energy recovers full health, but no longer deals full damage. Fati's sound effects and animation flow have also been improved. The new game mode, Super Flow Spritling, is here. At the start of each match, players choose one of 3 Spritlings to fight alongside them. Summon your Spritling to gain a corresponding new skill. Let's take a look at what they can do. Super Flow Spritling Skill 1, Bigly. The hero drinks a growth potion to increase their size and max health, but movement speed is slowed while enlarged. Super Flow Spritling Skill 2, Runcy. The hero drinks a shrinking potion to instantly become smaller, knocking back nearby enemies and gaining movement speed, but damage becomes slightly reduced. Super Flow Spritling Skill 3, Coolio. The hero drinks a cooldown potion to reduce cooldowns of all skills currently on cooldown 3 times, but at the cost of some health. This update also includes multiple battlefield improvements, which we hope delivers a better combat experience. Gold distribution has been improved for Overlord Dragon minion-led lane pushes. If no teammate is nearby to receive gold from a dragon minion's kill, the gold will now be evenly shared among teammates. New visual icons have been added for defeating the Overlord, Shadow Overlord, Tyrant, and Shadow Tyrant, making jungle information clearer at a glance. Minion wave positioning has also been balanced to reduce inconsistencies in minion positioning that could occur in certain situations. Also, a new boss focus fire mechanic has been added to encourage team play and increase the rewards of teamwork. The 5 big bosses affected are Overlord, Tyrant, Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon. The new boss monster focus fire mechanic was added to balance the efficiency of solo and team boss kills. When teammates focus fire on a boss together, focus fire stacks will build for them. More attackers grant more extra damage. Up to 4 stacks can be gained, granting up to 20% extra damage. During focus fire, wound effects will appear on the boss to indicate the current stat count. Boss monster base stats have also been adjusted. Overlord and Tyrant base health is increased by 5%. Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and Tempest Dragon base health is increased by 10%. All the new content are waiting for you to experience. See you in the Gorge.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibe.
got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major League Spring 2026 Playoffs Day 1. My name is Sagi and with me is Holler here. Holler, we had a quick BO7 series finish coming in from Virtus Pro going up against Stamina Esports. With that, VP has qualified themselves into the upper bracket semifinals. So for this series coming in, we do have two Korean teams, which is the Vicious going up against Nongshim Redforce.
Yeah, actually, both of these squads right now, I think there's a little bit of bad blood. I mean, I don't want to instill drama into this one, but when you get kicked out, Kyung9 and Faye, that are now on Vicious Esports, they were former members of Nongshim Redforce, you know that this is a little personal, right? You know that this is a team that wants to really take it to them and to kind of, you know, make them feel a little bit bad for, dare I say, kicking them out.
Exactly here. So let's do check out Nongshim Redforce lineup.
The ultimate red Nongshim Redforce, they're going to be made up of by Illusion, Haku, and of course Siri. And the newcomers are going to be Namu3 in the Roam, Rattel in the Clash lane. This has been a roster that we had some questions going into KIS. They showed up, they got second place, and now they're looking to be one of the favorites in the KML here.
It's a Cinderella story, right, that we saw them back in KIS for Indonesia, where they lost every single game in group stage, but they made it all the way from top 8 to top 2, only losing to Nova Esports in a BO7 settings here. So they are definitely well geared up in challenging the entire KML for that throne.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake on this one. I mean, I think that going in, there were some questions again, continuing on. Like, how would Vicious Esports respond? Would they be able to kind of, you know, they look poorly in the sense of like they wanted to be where Nongshim Redforce were, right? And going into this is a very personal one. You want to represent Korea as being the best, not only in Korea, because that will open up the doors of being the best in the world. So you got to take one step at a time. Nongshim Redforce are that squad, but let's look at the other side. Let's look at the Vicious Esports lineup.
That's the Vicious Esports here, representing South Korea, Kyung9, Faye, members of the Ultimate Red once, and now they are back at it again with a new entire roster here. Sui in the jungle, Do in the farm lane, and finally Cliche, yet another familiar face back in KME, joining the forces here in the Vicious Esports.
Yeah, Cliche. Formerly of X-Crazy Raccoons. We saw him in the KME some time ago. And this roster is, again, it's an all-Korean lineup. And you're seeing just kind of the rise of them and getting themselves into the top 4. Huge win for them, but they want more, of course. Getting one of those final 2 slots and securing themselves a spot into the KWC. And it's kind of been on the back of Sui and Do. And of course, you had Faye and Kyung9 that were already there. But this is a roster that's looking to kind of excel with Sui's play.
Oh yeah, I think Sui has definitely been one of the key players here in making some of the big plays happen for the side of the Vicious Esports. Let's check out the head-to-head between the current and the former Nongshim Redforce roamer players here, featuring Namu-san coming in from Nongshim Redforce and Faye coming in from the Vicious Esports here. In terms of KDA, in terms of kill participation, For the side of Namu, he does take it all, but check out in terms of real stats here. Damage to heroes, average damage taken here. Faye's packing a lot of punch in that department.
Yeah, he's been doing quite a lot. I mean, his impact has always been there. We love Faye, right? I think that as a roamer, he's always able to have that impact, especially from the roam. Not the easiest thing to do at times, but he's gotten the better in terms of the stats, at least against Namu 3. So I think that that's a bit of a win for him because, again, it's about showing up on this one. But going into this, now we're seeing that the blue side has been selected. It's going to be going the way of Nongshim. They want to pick first early.
Yeah, first pick is always good, especially when it comes down to a long series like BO7, because first pick allows you to visit picks like the Lone, Chicha, the Arlie. That is always very favorable for a set of Nongshim's farm lane. And also you can look into the Dolia potential combinations coming in for a set of Nongshim Redforce.
Yeah, and I think the funny thing is that you mentioned the Chicha for Nongshim, but the hero was what, 9-1? I think it's 9-2 now after that earlier loss, but this is a hero that has actually had quite a bit of success. The only other loss going into today was by Nongshim here.
Exactly. I remember that exact game. I was casting with Kid Tofu. Siri just went in and exploded himself, and that was against Virtus Pro. You can't blame them. It happens to them.
It happens to the best of us, right? Especially when you're going up against a team like Virtus Pro. Although Nongshim has been the closest to expelling Virtus Pro from that #1 seed. They start fast. They usually go 2-0, but then they get reverse swept. We've seen this twice already in the group stages in both rounds 1 and 2.
Well, is it a saying that maybe Virtus Pro is like doing a social experiment here, trying to like test their limits, try to test their mental going to BO5 standings? I mean, it's a far stretch, but it's just a speculation that we have. But VC here, after the first pick Dolia for the side of Nongshim Redforce, they do take the Yangjin and both the Chicha here. Maybe this is where Nongshim picks up the potential Kaiser or Nuta to finish out this Dolia combination.
And if you ever had any sort of doubts of how, what sort of valuable meta picks they're looking to do, both sides right now are kind of in that department, right? The Dolia is a pretty big one in terms of a strategy. The Yangjian and Chicha also very strong in their own regard. So this is going to be an interesting game 1 here.
Yeah, we do see the double Ds that has been really successful on the hands of VP, now reinstated back into Nongshim Redforce lineup here. After the buff on towards Dune, it seems to me that a lot of these teams, especially the KML, have much more favor in towards this pick.
They like it. I think that it adds quite a bit. I mean, it plays also into kind of Haku's playstyle. I mean, Haku is very versatile, as you need to be as a jungler, but I felt like he, the tanky frontliner like the Ogren Dune are more his style, especially like a Menki as well. It plays into the hands of what Nongshim want to do, really.
And Haku's hero pool is very distinct, right? Sometimes you see the Jing, sometimes you see other heroes, sometimes you see things like the Ying, for example, right? So these are available picks that Nongshim can actually venture into, and that's the Laura ban that is really good against the Chicha here. The Chicha pops the ultimate, the Laura returns the ultimate, and all of Chicha's ultimate with the Grandmaster's Forge, gone, misses everywhere because of the blind.
Interesting. I think that's the first ban we've seen, but I mean, you're talking about lane matchup, right? It is something key. It's something that they want to kind of deal with. But Vicious now, they're going to go with the Ganon and Mo. You have the range advantage against the Lady Jeanne, who's looking to be more of like that support mid and just control the battlefield more than anything else.
I think both sides right now, they are trading blow for blow, and Nongshim Redforce lineup is really centered around the Dune Dolia early game, and the late game comes where Siri and Ratel takes control when they reach those late game item power spikes. And for VC, it's simple. You want to play the strong team fight with Zhang Fei, Chicha, Yang Jian to dive deep, find the floorboard, find the laser, and that's how they actually win team fights.
Yeah, and actually somewhat, in the way that Vicious, as you rightly pointed out, is kind of with that Death Ball lineup, now you've got the pay to kind of add a tremendous amount more in terms of the damage department. But the Nongshim side also very similar in that sense. They want a Death Ball, they have the Dune, that's good, that's going to be up front. Now you have the Flowborn and Petit adding some more damage to kind of help out. They don't have as much control, I mean, you do with Dune and Lady Jeanne, but it's definitely going to be a huge team fight that happens.
Oh yeah, and the majority of the early game coming in from the Vicious Esports, we'll have to put our eyes on Sui, because the pay is one of the fastest farmers in the game, so if Sui can get a good tempo on the pay and start snowballing on top of Haku's head, that's going to be a very good news coming in for VC, at the very least in the first 4-minute mark.
This is a great draft by Vicious, right? Not only do you pick the Chicha, which is tremendous value, it's been quite strong in the KML, but you've also got the Pei, Yang Jian. You're setting yourself up for a great game one. This is great in terms of the sense when you have guys that are not as experienced as Nongshim are. I mean, this is a team, Nongshim, they strive in best of sevens. So taking game one, getting that momentum and building a little bit of confidence will be huge in a longer series.
My only concern here is Holler. The draft, yes, very good for the Vicious Esports, but it's really expensive here. If they lose this game, that's going to be a lot of picks discarded in a long BO7 format. So they have to definitely tread the needle and find their first win in this opening game.
Yeah, I was trying to be positive about it, but you're absolutely right? Because if they lose this one, an absolute disaster. But of course, these teams are vying for the final 2 slots at the KWC. Only one stage brings together the greatest players on Earth. The Esports World Cup Rise Above. Get your tickets at esportsworldcup.com/tickets.
Yeah, scan the QR code right now and make sure to see you there, because maybe we, us two casters, we can be there as well. We were there last year, maybe this year as well, we get to visit Saudi Arabia once again.
Hopefully. I mean, there's only 2 slots in the KML. I mean, no, I'm just kidding. We'll have to see. We're in a different ball game in that sense. But going into this draft, like, which of the teams, Sagi, do you give an edge to?
If it's the ultra late game, Nongshim definitely takes it. But in terms of early to mid game team fighting power and laning phase material, look at this. VC is taking so much control against the side of Nongshim Redforce.
Okay. But I mean, the space, like a little bit of space created by Nongshim, that's the biggest piece. And Kyung9 and Rattel, you know that these two guys were gonna be fighting neck and neck. And the clash laners that they have, kind of more in the damage department, they're definitely gonna have an impact in that mid game.
That's a lot of dive potential as well now that you talk about it. You have Kyung9, you have Do, you have also Faye constantly praying and looking at Siri here. So one wrong move coming from Siri might just spell doom for the Flowborn Marksman. So this is going to be a stressful one coming in for the Nongshim farming.
Very stressful. And Siri, his position needs to be flawless, right? He cannot get dove on. The hound by Kyung9, as you were rightly pointing out, could be a potential problem. They have so much pounce, ambush ability by Vicious, right? If they're able to catch you off guard or from an angle that you didn't see, you're just going to get instantly deleted.
Oh yeah, and the perks of having a Clash lane Yang Jian is that you get a flash, so you can use a spell 2 flash as an initiating tool as well to guarantee that spell 1 guarantee hit here. Do here, looking for an angle on towards Siri though, but as level 3, unable to get any sort of advantage from that bush cat.
He's a little bit behind in terms of the XP. Siri's been a bit of a bully. The Firehawk, Phoenix kind of helped accelerate his speed a little bit. And now Vicious playing a little bit more on the defensive. But in terms of the overall net worth, this is still, neck and neck.
Yeah, it's neck and neck. Early game is awfully quiet as of this point here, because both junglers are consistently controlling their own pacing. But this is the difference that we talk about, right? Haku is the front shield, the front meat, coming in for instead of Nongshim Redforce. But Sui, he's pacing, he's farming, he's just trailing, blazing on towards the map.
All right, Haku is more than a piece of meat, okay? I feel like you're just, categorizing. You're putting him in a box. Haku has been that jungler that we all like. No, all jokes aside, I think that he does need to be that frontliner, right? Because once he falls, the rest of the team literally will crumble.
Yeah, Sui comes in here, gets the position on towards Illusion though, but that's a nice Coolio stack on by Illusion to get himself away towards safety here. So Coolio is the new sprite lane that gives you extra movement speed and a small knockback when you click on towards it. The price, 60 seconds cooldown and 10% damage reduction during the time that you press it.
Yeah, so it's all about speed and just getting into position more than anything else. Not really about that team fight. So the mobility, definitely key, right? It will definitely help you in terms of just being able to kind of move across the map when you need be. But now Sui, he's been doing a decent amount. He's keeping up on pace in terms of the farm that Haku has, who's been largely off the map. But now it's going to be setting up for the 4-minute Tyrant here.
It's going to be an important one here, especially you have Faye who has the Unbridled Outburst. So his trigger discipline will be pretty important coming in towards this point. You can see a lot of focus has been invested by VC to push Siri into a not so comfortable spot. Siri will be slow in this take.
That's the one you want, though, right? He's the damage dealer. If you take him out, I mean, yeah, you have Rattel, but like Illusion and Namu are kind of more about the control more than anything else. So he's probably the guy you want to limit as much as possible to get yourself a bit of a lead.
Yeah, both teams here having the Tyrant and Dancer. We do see Do going for aggressive flag, so he does get the spike here. A fight won't break out between these two teams as they do a handshake, get the Tyrant, and bail out.
I kind of felt like Haku mistimed the Wind Slash a bit. He was trying to smite at the same time. I mean, if you get the stun, he can't smite. And unfortunately for him, he just mistimes it just a little bit off. Sui, though, gets the better of Haku.
Yeah, pretty good smite so far coming in. So Sui does get the upper advantage against Haku here. And towards the top side here, we do see ultimates for ultimates being traded between two junglers and clash lanes just to get the benefit in terms of that laning phase HP bar.
And this is also a difference that you're seeing in terms of playstyle from the first series of the day where Virtus Pro, when they had Pei, when they had Rock, he was constantly invading. You're seeing Sui just kind of timidly invade a little bit just to check things out. Where's the Azure Golem? Where's it at kind of thing? But I think that Vicious, if they really want to utilize this Pei, they need to be more aggressive. And now with this Aerostorm, decent amount onto Do, who dashes away.
That's a pretty good poke here coming in for Nongshim. Redforce here does put Do into an uncomfortable spot. Same could be set in towards the top side though. Rattel giving Do deep by the side of Sui.
Yeah, just staying alive. I mean, the minions are there to dealing with it, and they just shrug off the aggro, and it looks like Rattel will give up first blood. It was a 2-on-1 though.
That was an easy pickup coming in for the side of Vicious Esports here. They do get the easy kill and tower against the side of Rattel in that opening here. Dodo does go in for 1v1 against Siri though, but does get disengaged by the side of Namu with that Dolia.
Yeah, Siri just barely getting away. Had to use the flash to get back. Namu was there to kind of help save. But this is where you're seeing a little bit of familiarity, right? Vicious Esports, if anything, they know how Nongshim Redforce play. And they're going to make them pay as much as they can. The leap away by Faye gets back to safety.
Well, you have members like Faye and Kyunglam who were once long members of the legendary Nongshim Redforce Ultimate Red lineup here. So they definitely know how exactly they play and the original rotations coming from this team. So they're doing pretty well thus far. 6 minutes in, you do have a 1,000 goal lead in favor for the side of DC.
Yeah, the Umbrella Output has to be used defensively, but it looks like they find Do. He tried to be aggressive, but that was way too far out. Cliché was there, but not really in time, and now they're on the run. I mean, the Umbrella Outbursts have been used, but it just seemed like they were a little bit off in terms of that skill usage.
Oh yeah, that was an overextension here coming in from Do. He wanted to pair up with Sui to get that flank on towards Siri here, but his health bar was really so low due to the previous fight that he has initiated here. So he went in and got immediately smacked in the face by Siri.
Yeah, definitely got smacked. I like the word, the adjective there in terms of just getting smacked upside the head. It seemed like Siri didn't really appreciate it, but him staying alive is going to be key, right? He needs to have that advantage. He has a level advantage over Do thus far, and Do needs to just somehow get back into this game.
And with that play itself, you do see that Haku is going hyper aggressive with the double Dundolia ultimate. He does get chunked and forced back immediately by the freshly forward coming in from Cliché. But overall, in terms of map, we do see Nongshim Redforce get a slight lead in terms of that bottom tier 2.
This is what they need to get to, right? I mean, Nongshim just taking things across the map. They were down about, 700-800 gold or whatever, and they've kind of, gotten themselves back into it. They have a bit of a lead now, and this is the why they're the ultimate red. They have that never give up sort of attitude, and they're able to find ways to get back into a game.
And for people who always watch Nongshim, right, they always come online, especially at the later stages of the BO7 and the late game. And with the draft that's being presented by us for Nongshim, they are a really, really late game draft.
Very late game. And I think that, again, the more that they can kind of just stick around, the better it's going to be for them, right? But now the Overlord being picked up by Sui, this is going to be huge for Vicious. They need a little bit of push. Hopefully it'll turn into a tower for them.
Yeah, and waves so far, it's pretty equal. Top side, Do is getting the push in against Siri here. Bottom side, Rattel is doing his job to shove in the waves to make sure that they can get these sort of rotations here. But so far in the early game, it's not as similar to the VP versus Stamina game, where it's very bombastic because of fights happening. Both teams are farming to their critical core, only they start to fight. So the first initiation points between such a 50-50 squad it will be in the shadow objectives.
Yeah, and that's going to be the key one. But the way Vicious are playing right now, to me, too timid. I want them to be more aggressive. They need to take advantage of this pay, and it doesn't seem like they're doing as much. Rattel's going to take a decent amount here from the bottom, from the two members of Vicious, but now they're not in position to take the Tyrant, easily taken up by Nongshim.
Well, on the cross side, though, we do see Do getting a free turret on towards this top tier 2. So that's a decent trade. It does survive for another day, but that's just fake health at this point.
Yeah, it'll just die. You breathe on it, it will eventually just topple over. But Vicious, I mean, they're doing a decent amount in terms of the split push. I think the bottom T1 is probably going to be the next big target, but Kyung9 and Rattel have been dueling in that bottom lane and not giving any space for Kyung9 to really split push.
But Sui is the main advantageous point of this, right? He's level 13 against Haku's level 11 here, so a ton of gold falls into the pockets of Sui. And as 10 minutes is starting to approach, this gold lead matters more and more as time goes by, because this 10 minute is the mid game. You want to make sure that Sui and Do is able to jump on towards Siri on. Yeah,
but now the Unruly Blade right onto Sui. He's trying to pounce away, but he gets controlled, and with Namu's damage and illusions, it looks like they have just enough to take down the Titan.
That was a beautiful CC chain coming in for that Nongshim Redforce, giving zero chance of Sui to even perform in this 10th minute mark. And that is a crucial timer that Sui actually faltered here. This objective goes uncontested, and control goes over to the far superior laning composition of Nongshim Redforce.
Oh, that Crimson Golem was under threat, but Faye just barely taking it, slipping it under their noses, if you will. I mean, with Sway down, you had to have taken it in some fashion, and they will. But this is one where now we're looking at the Vicious lineup. You had the pay, now towers are getting pushed on you. Have you done enough as, of course, the pay?
I think no. You have so much gold, but you're unable to convert that gold into good team fights, good flanks. And so far, you are starting to trail behind against your opponents here. You had a 2-level lead as Sui versus Haku, but this is a jungle versus assassin matchup here. Right now, Haku is neck and neck in that level department.
He completely lost it. I mean, he had a 2-level advantage, as you rightly pointed out, but now Sui, like, he didn't take advantage of it. He got killed, and Haku is back into it. They're tied right now at level 13. So all of your lead, everything that you've built up, has just kind of put you on the bad spot. So you're kind of thinking, what could Sui have done better? And it looks like the flash forward will end up killing Rattel, though.
Rattel is giving a lot of screen time, but great time as well. He's been shown dead on towards screen. He's been shown with death timers here. 2 out of 2 deaths currently, 4 inside of Vicious Esports, which is all towards Rattel.
Yeah, Rattel's just like, I'll be the team player. I will be the one that will sacrifice my life for the greater good every single time. I mean, 2 times already. Not great, honestly, if you're Rattel. But sometimes you get caught out. As the class laner, you get kind of forced on this one. But it looks like it's the Vanguard in the top lane. That's just a bit of a worry at this point. Taken down eventually, but Vicious here looking to kind of maybe start the Tyrant.
They're a bit unconfirming on what they want to do here. That was a 4v5 in favor of Vicious Esports. They could have got this Shadow Tyrant if they were more active enough, but no. They gave over control, and control has been relinquished back into the hands of Nongshim Redforce for the Shadow Tyrant.
And this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. Vicious right now, it seems like they're playing a little bit timid. Now going for the Umbrella Outburst, decides to go on this one if he wants to go for the smite, but no, Haku with the fast fingers ensures that Faye doesn't get it, and now they've got the Wind Slash, and Faye will be killed.
Oh no, Yang Jian wasn't there. Kyung9 wasn't ready for that fight. They wanted to use the Unbridled Outburst to get that brief moment of CC, to get that guaranteed smite on the objective here, but Sui was being stopped by Rattel in the backline, so that was a risky play coming in by VC. And VC, they're losing slowly but surely here. There's no fight back. Goalie is at a minimum, but there is just no form of engage coming in from VC.
But you can't. I mean, Faye's down for 10 seconds, plus he doesn't even have the ult. So Nongshim understanding that with this power play, they have a huge man advantage, and the space and the time, and it looks like they're just gonna roll it down, take all the towers in the mid lane, and just get away scot-free.
Very clean stuff coming in for some Nongshim Redforce here. Only taking pickoffs that they believe that they can actually win over, not taking any major fights. And with that, they are currently trailing with a almost 2,000 gold lead. And this team composition coming in from Nongshim Redforce, they scale way better than VC.
They're going to have a great time. I think that they're setting themselves up. I mean, they've got a lead. I mean, I think they've already hit that tipping point of just being able to kind of overcome the slight edge early game advantage that Vicious had. And now Vicious right now on the back foot, they need to figure out a way to get back into this.
And it's a bit worrying because out of the last 14 minutes, hang on a moment though, we do see a 1v1 in towards the bottom side here. Kyung9 forces to use the Coolio here to run away.
He's going to run for his life, but Kyung9, he tends to play this macro style, but I mean, they're going to focus all in on this one. Nongshim understanding that if Kyung9 goes down, their split push is way gone, and he'll just try to burn a little bit more time. And the Heaven and Earth mode is going to be used, but Kyung9, he will finally turn around and decide to take it, but it looks like the steal happened elsewhere. It was all a little bit of a bait in that sense, but Haku with the smite takes out that Overlord.
That's a painful loss coming in force out of Vicious Esports here. They already decided to sacrifice Kyung9, have the numbers advantage in the top side to secure the Overlord, but Haku outsmites Sui, and with this is a 4v5 in favor of Nongshim Redforce for the next 20 seconds or so.
I mean, they're looking to just maybe end this game. Sui's all the way in the back, but now he gets gone. Oh, he's been controlled. The shields are just barely enough. He gets the safety, but he pounces, and they lose the bottom T3, and it doesn't look like they want to give him up. Ratel was trying to take him down, but now Do just looking to defend. They have the crystal, and Haku doesn't care about that crystal. He's going to die, but they don't have the minions, and Nongshim, we're going to have to hold their horses, play a little bit more in terms of the patience game. They're going to take the top 3 T3 instead.
Now with 3 towers all being burned down for South of Vicious Esports here, the Overlords are also marching in. The game is about to end.
Yeah, it's looking to end here, but now with Faye, Umbrella Outbursts have been used. Oh, he gets gone on an illusion with just enough. Haku has been this troublesome frontliner, and they will take game number 1 in a hurry.
In a clean fashion as well at 15 minutes mark, only having 5 kills to Nongshim Redforce's name. That's barely an ace. That's just 5 small kills that has happened across the map. I don't think in this game itself we have seen a full-on blown-out 5v5 from either teams.
Yeah, they weren't able to do so. I mean, once, like, it seemed like Vicious were too scared to really take any sort of fight. Nongshim made them pay, and then they were just death-balling forward once they have that numbers advantage. It was just a complete Nongshim game, but Vicious, you cannot be playing scared in this series.
Yeah, like, if we were to think back how many Unbridled Outbursts that they actually released, I can only think of 2. That's it. I remember one was at the bottom tower with Do overdove, and the other one was the one that they wanted to go for the Shadow Tyrant steal. But most of it wasn't in an actual 5v5 team fight. There was no 5v5 team fight in that particular game.
Yeah, I mean, he casted a number of them, but there was no value. The stuns, maybe one guy got clipped, but there was no team to follow up in terms of the damage to get those kills and the pickoffs. So it's one of those things where it's like a huge ult cooldown, you got to get some sort of value, you got to get a kill.
Yeah, and they just couldn't find any sort of marker here. We're talking about like Sui on the Pei, we're talking about like Do on the Chicha. All these are like prime picks that excel super duper well in the 8 to 10 minute mark when they get 2 core items here. But no, Sui got caught out multiple times. Do had some mistakes in the early game, which led them to have no moments of team fights at all.
None at all whatsoever. I mean, if we're looking at the KDAs across a very small, like 1-1-1, 1-0-1-1, you know, from Vicious side, like they really didn't give up a whole lot. But it was just like the macro game and the way Nongshim are able to play the objectives, incredibly smart. Haku, that menace up front, but him and Ratel were taking most of the brunt of the damage from the Vicious side.
Oh yeah, and they were just constantly getting the objectives in towards the hand, especially the Shadow Overlord that Nongshim Redforce stole away from VC. That is a painful one coming in for VC. If they had managed to secure that, maybe they still have signs of life, equalizing the waves, stalling the game to a much more later game with potential team fights, right? But no, it was just constant death ball coming in from Nongshim. Early game, we see Ratel being the victim of this play, but after that, it was just dead silence.
Dead silence. I mean, this is that Umbrella Outburst that you're talking about, right? Do going in, 1 versus 3, like, you know, Cliche wasn't really even positioned to kind of help out. Then Sway, when he had that 2-level advantage, he gets stun locked to death. And, you know, Nongshim just making them pay. These are great initiations by Nongshim.
I think the stun lock was the most crucial one out of this game. Out of 5 kills, Sui dying there and making sure that BC had no chance at all to set up for a proper team fight at the Shadow objective. That was the most painful one because Pei, with items advantage, not being able to fight at all, that's a waste, man. That's a waste.
absolute waste. But you know who took advantage of that waste was Siri, as he took the MVP here. 2-0-1, 24% of the team's damage. He was just flawless in the sense of his positioning. This flowborn marksman, very difficult to jump onto. And by the time Sway was looking to fight, Siri had his items. He was able to fight, and he was tough to really get onto.
He was at least like 4 or 5 items at the very end of the game here. He was super well fed. The #1 in terms of the gold chart here. Props to him for also equalizing and winning out the laning phase. That's why you see Siri gets a lot of priority in terms of the pick and bans here. Picks like the Long, Luara, Arlie, Chano. All these are fave picks coming in for the Nongshim farm lane.
Yeah, and actually this is also another thing where you're kind of seeing the evolution of Siri, right? I mean, he plays a monster Arlie, he plays a monster Loom, Chicha as well. So he has the arsenal, but he's continuing to grow. He's just adding things. Flowborn Marksman was definitely something, one of his, he was like mid-game, but I think he's brought it to another level in this one.
Oh yeah, those arrow storms were just hitting, especially on towards Cliche. Almost Cliche was like 0, 0, and 0. But every time that arrow storm on a level 12 Flowborn Marksman starts hitting on you, you best believe you gotta run, because one ultimate coming in from Flowborn Marksman can actually delete a Squishy.
Yeah, I would just love if a Flowborn Marksman would hit on me, or any girl for that matter. But it is what it is. As we go into game number 2, the draft, this is going to be an interesting one, because you're thinking, wow, like the amount of meta value picks that Vicious picked up on this one, how do they respond in kind? Because game 2, now you're thinking, we've expended so much, do we go heavy again in game 2?
I think they definitely have to, right? I mean, even if they do, it's going to be even more expensive. And if they go to game 5 or game 6, ooh, that's not going to be easier for them, because let's see what VC actually pick, right? Yang Jin, that's a Clash in jungle. Chicha, that's a Clash jungle and farm. Zhang Fei, one of the premier roamer picks in this meta, and Pei, top tier as well. So that's a lot of picks already in game 1 alone.
It was actually maybe too many, right? It was like a must win for game 1, right? Vicious. I think that they might have handicapped themselves in this series, and that's the brilliance of the global ban pick, where you can't go all in on a draft at times, especially in a 50-50 type of matchup here. And they might have paid for that one in terms of their sins for this game 1.
In the BO3, you can go all in, but in a BO5, BO7, and not winning the first game, that's going to be added pressure on towards the players' hero pool, the coaching staff's pick and ban planning. So these are things that they have to venture into later on in the series here. But pick and bans are on its way right now. I'm interested to see what Vicious picks on their side. It will be the blue side, so blue side does enable them to look into premier picks like the Long, like the Dolia. These are available ones for VC.
Yeah, and I mean, while they're looking to kind of set the tone with that first pick, I think the biggest piece is to kind of get as much intel as possible from Nongshim, right? The way that they were able to draft, it seemed like they were kind of, caught flat-footed, because they were like, okay, it doesn't matter what they pick. We're going to pick our best heroes. But Nongshim's draft was actually counter-picking quite properly.
Oh yeah, especially the late game potential coming in from the side of Nongshim Redforce. They did really well in dragging all the way to the key power spike of both Seri and also Ratel, which led to those team fights. If you're on VC, you're like, man, if I engage on this, can I really win? Which makes them wonder like, nah, I can't win this. That's why the trigger discipline coming in from Faye was just so solid. He wasn't pulling any ults at all.
Yeah. He wasn't pulling them, but he wasn't hitting too many, where they were able to kind of capitalize and get those kills. But Vicious gonna go with that first pick. They're gonna go with the Loon. Really set the tone and just getting themselves a good matchup for Do against Siri here.
I think it's fine, but considering the fact that there's so much counters available in the meta right now, you have the Arlie, you have the Channel. These are prime picks that can put a lot of pressure against the Lone here. So we need to see how Do plays around this Lone pick. Can he find value in this Alien?
I mean, you hope so, right? You have to, right? I think Do and Cliche, we haven't seen them excel as much as we would like. We've seen Sway literally close out games and series by himself, carry them. But Do and Cliche have been the type where they're good enough, but we need them to really excel. Now is the time to really show up, especially against a powerhouse that is Nongshim.
Yeah, they need everything in their arsenal here. We do see Cliche getting on his hands the Mai Shiranui, one of the decent counters in towards the Arlie to displace her and force her to be uncomfortable in some of these team fights here. Nongshim Redforce looking to complete their first round of drafts with a Monkey frontline here. And so far, Monkey has had two different builds. One is the traditional tank style that you finish up with the Frozen Breath. The second one is the physical style where you build Defrost Siege to slow and consistently beat down the enemy.
It's just another way, right? I think that for them, it's about weathering the storm. When you see the Loom or the Mai potentially jump on you with their burst potential, you need somebody that's tanky and that can kind of withstand that first punch, right? Menki and Zhang Fei, both of those guys are more than willing to just kind of be that guy, plus they can counter-initiate for one another. So this is looking to be about protecting Siri on this Arlie more than anything else.
Yeah, that's the Nongshim go-to playstyle, right? And right now they're banning all the potential counters here. Luna and also the Fade. So the nice counters here against the Arlie, like the Fade, has been removed from the pool. For VC, they're looking into different options as well. The Umbrosa removed from the hands of Ratel. What are they planning to cook here for their final bet? It will be the Garuda. Yet another one of the decent counters into the long removed from the pool.
Brosa being banned, I mean, the Fade, Luna, like just other ways that can kind of get to that backline. Just protect this Arlie as much as possible. So they're going to use the Menki we know has been that frontliner. Now you got the Yixing with the illusion. Just more control, protecting them, but you need some damage. Probably looking for the Clash Lane to kind of round out this draft.
Potentially some of the late game Clash Lanes that's still available, maybe the Charlotte, since he has already expended the things like the Vati here. So that's not a lot of options left available for the side of Nongshim's Clash Lane. And you can see they pre-picked the Vati, which is a good matchup into the Charlotte here. So Nongshim, are you going to be inviting this exact pick here in this P5?
And they've also picked up the Jing as well. So they're like, hey, you're going to take away the Fade, you're going to take away the Luna. Both ways that are looking to jump the back line, but the Jing will sneak through. Sui will play that one, try to get to Arlie as quickly as possible, as well as Yixing. But now you've got the Dharma, a little bit more crowd control. If anything, Nongshim are looking to just kind of create this death ball wombo combo style lineup.
That's a lot of counters directly in towards specifically Siri alone. You have the Fatih, Jing, and Mai Shiranui. These are prime counters to display Siri and make him uncomfortable here. That's triple assassin playstyle. The moment Siri shows, Cliche, Sui, and Kyung9, they're going to be pouncing on this farm laner.
Yeah, and at the last minute, Nongshim are like, haha, actually, Siri will be playing the Menki. No, I'm just kidding. Let's change things up. But, I mean, there's going to be a lot of eyes on Siri, of course, on that Arlie. Is he able to get going? Because you have a lot of crowd control, but there's one pretty much damage dealer. I mean, Haku will probably go more like a damage style to kind of just round out some of the shore up some of the weaknesses of this lineup. But most of it is going to be on Siri's shoulders.
Absolutely agreed, right? So Siri is the primary damage dealer coming in for the Nongshim Redforce lineup. And then you are countered by the VC lineup here. If VC gets Siri, it's practically game over. Where's the damage coming from Nongshim Redforce? Yixing is a one-time. Monkey is a one-time engage. Dharma is a one-time damage as well. So the only consistent DPS coming out from Nongshim Redforce is Arlie. Siri falls, it's JJ.
Yeah, but are they able to do it? Is the Jing enough? Is Sui gonna find ways to get to that backline? Find Siri. You have Do and Cliche that can potentially jump in as well, but it's all about that front line from Nongshim. It's like the protect the president style lineup that they got. If Siri is hiding in the wings, they might have a tough time. But if Siri gets caught out or in a bad spot, again, this lineup is just gonna crumble.
We'll have to see how the execution actually unfolds here coming in for the side of VC here. Like you mentioned, if he gets jumped on, that could spell practically doom for Nongshim Redforce, but this is the team composition that they have picked themselves into here. We need to see how they actually escalated here. With the rotation so far, Siri does get himself a free Spike-Tail Beast from the hands of Ratel and Kyung9.
So if you're in the shoes of Siri and this team drafts everything around protecting you, like, walk me through the mind, you know, the mental state for you. Is it more pressure for you? Are you able to kind of, you know, is it something that you like? Like, walk me through that.
I think in terms of pressure, it's definitely very alarming because you know for a fact that the moment you die, this game is pretty much over, even a single time.
Yeah.
Because Arlie is such a tempo hero. Back then, it's like premier prime picks, but ever since the release of like Fade, of like channel, Arlie has really lowered in terms of play rate and also first pick priority. So this is the same that applies. If Siri falls behind in the early game, it's super difficult for him to control the game pace.
Okay. All right, interesting. I like the insights that you provide on that one because, again, you would be the guy where, you know, being able to kind of tell us normies what it would be like to be in that situation, right? Because for me, I would be overwhelmed, right? And be like, oh crap, if I die. And then I would play timid. I wouldn't be aggressive looking for plays, which Siri needs to be doing as he goes aggressive now, finding Kyung9 a little out of spots, but it looks like he will just step on back.
Hey, pressure is what forged diamonds here, and if Siri can manage to pull this off, he's definitely going to be feeling even better going into game 3. But so far in the early game, it's a lot of goal sharing, it's a lot of resource allocation. Make sure that Siri gets majority of the farm going in towards his pockets here. We've seen him avoid the laning phase against Do. We've seen him get the topside farm, take the teleportation shrine, get more farm in towards his own pockets.
But at the same time, Nongshim right now, just like, it's using the buddy system. Everybody's like, protect the president from minute 1. We will not let Siri out of our sights. Illusion and Namu have just been circling around, ensuring that he gets as much farm as possible. And now, finally, Siri into the bottom lane for the first time, I would say.
Yeah, and Cliche here already making sure that he may find an angle on towards Siri. Siri goes in.
Oh, the light step, the umbrella outburst used as a counter play, and it looks like they knew something was up because they actually queued up the leaping savior in advance, giving him the shield to kind of walk forward because that brush, something was astray.
That was scary. If Cliche's spell 1 was accurate even by like what, 10 centimeters more, maybe Siri could have been CC death to death.
And this is also a part where you're kind of thinking, from the Nongshim side, the communication is on point, right? Illusion was like constantly, Cliche off the map, Cliche is off the map. He's not in the position, so everybody has to be scared, you know? You have to assume that every single brush has Cliche, and they were rightly so, and made sure that they avoided that disaster.
Oh yeah, you have to be really careful when doing all these plays here. At this 4th minute mark is really similar to the previous game. Not a lot of kills happening. Both teams just trading blow for blow in terms of map pressure here. But take a look at topside here. Cliche, he's plotting for something.
Yeah, he needs to make a play happen, right? That's the biggest piece. The flash away by Rattel will keep him safe. But Cliche, as the Mai, this is a hero that kind of has a huge, damage burst potential, but you gotta go early because later on you're very much a range creep in a way where, you're very squishy. So you need to play it safer later, but you can be aggressive now.
Yeah, that was an easy tyrant as well, going in favor of Nongshim Redforce here. So not a lot of contention thus far, but you do see a lot of pressure that's being generated in the top side of the map, invading against Haku, trying to get his own Crimson Golem instead. And towards the bottom side, we see the difference of the priority here. One is playing for Siri, one is playing for Sui.
Yeah, the Stampede on point, but they actually just zone them away. Good use of spells just to take the bottom T1. They have 3 members, ensuring that, hey, when you rotate, you gotta get either a tower or some sort of kill or like an objective, and they got that.
I'm not sure whether Sui actually got the buff from the hands of Haku here. If we can get some information on towards Haku's current buffs. Yeah, Haku did not let go of his Crimson Golem. He did secure it for himself. So that's still, in the end of the day, tower for tower between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and which will be key, because Haku needs that damage as well, right? You cannot rely completely on Siri to get that sort of, be the only damage dealer. He needs to be there as well. So if anything, he understands the assignment. He's innately tanky. That's not going to be the problem. It's going to be about being able to burst out some of these vicious members.
Yeah, these vicious members, they need to find whatever way possible in making sure that Siri doesn't get the time of his life right now. Because Siri right now, he's semi-unlocked here. Rattel, get a bit of a focus towards the bottom side here. He is pretty tanky with the Blazing Cave, so he does get to walk out without burning anything aside from his ultimate.
Yeah, but what was burned? The mirror domain from the Sway. They tried to go for that play, but it was under the tower. Was no true value, but now they're going to go back into their own jungle. But this opens things up for Nongshim to take this Overlord, and they take that one for free.
A very different game pacing compared to the previous series here. The 2 Korean teams are definitely playing towards their own macro advantage, trading blows left and right. You see, every time something happens on towards the half map, the other team immediately just ditches and trades on the cross map. They only want to fight when items are available here. Cliche in the position here, yet to be spotted out. He does see Ratel in the bush. Ratel gets jumped on.
Oh, he gets jumped on, and there are 5 members, and they all pounce on him. Excuse me, 4 members on this one, and they actually take Ratel down. And now Haku looking to fight, at least with Faye. Maybe he goes for that steal on the Azor, but Haku just, again, this Cliche guy has been a nuisance, a mosquito, if you will, gets the knock up onto him. They have the damage, but he just dreams roams on out of this.
And meanwhile, all this is happening though, we do see Do getting a free turret in towards the mid lane here, and this Azure Golem might be in danger due to the death coming in from Ratel. Beautiful stuff thus far coming in from BC, getting every single objective in towards their own hands.
And they disengage it essentially for free right now. It looks like they're backed up. Nongshim not able to find any sort of catch, and it looks like Nongshim are just left wanting more than anything else.
That was a good trade coming in for side of BC here. Umbrella Alpha, this catches on to us 2 here. Siri trying to go for the mid turret here. Fight does break off. Sweet goes in, doesn't get engaged.
Oh, Haku got super greedy, tried to knock out that mid T1, but he will fall. The infinite fastest. It looks like Do is going to go aggressive. He flashes forward. He goes right to Siri. He wants him, but he does get the pick off, and they find Namu as well. He will be taken down, and now with Ratel in the top side with the boards, actually taking down Kyung9. A great trade, 3 for 1.
Only consolation prize coming in for South Nongshim Redforce. VC comes out on top, though with a very daring Infinite's Vastus re-engage, finding Siri with the last critical hit on towards the early here. And with that, they get yet another turret in towards the bottom side here, pulling Goldie into almost a 3,000 comfort.
There were questions as of if they were able to find Siri on the back line. And the Infinite Vastus, usually I'm like, okay, it should only be used defensively, but actually that was the perfect time to go aggressive. Find Siri on that one, able to take him out because Siri thought he was going to be safe, and Do made him pay. Great play there.
That was a lot of payment that you're talking about here because Namu, he's been fighting Umbrella Alphas, but it's too deep into enemy territory for players like Haku or Ratel to realistically follow up, and still, we have yet to see Illusion Ratel combination here. Where's the port into the Truth Mantra composition coming in from Nongshim Redforce, because there's still no signs of that wombo combo.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet. I mean, they've been queuing it up, but I think it's also to Vicious's credit where they've kind of avoided it. They know it's coming. They know that it's potentially there. Nobody really gets caught out in those boards. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 members, but they haven't gotten too much value out of that.
Yeah, we do see Nongshim Redforce do get their hands on towards that mid lane turret here prior to 10th minute mark here. Board doesn't lock anyone inside of it here. Haku does get hit by the flaming palms. Fight is dispersed by both teams here, so we will have to wait until the 10th minute mark for the shadow objective tussle.
Yeah, actually, if that board gets set up, I mean, Illusion, if he gets any sort of board where there's like 2 or 3 members, like Ratel with the Truth, Namu with the Umbrella Outburst, and then you have the Dream Roam on top. Like, the Dream Wombo combo is there, but the setup hasn't been set up properly for them, and Vicious has just been spaced out perfectly where they've kind of alleviated all of those issues.
That's commanding so well in terms of the map state. They're getting every single tower in their own possession here prior to the 10th minute mark here. We do see how it's set up for this 10th minute fight here. So far, it's looking much more in favor of BC going on towards this. Haku pacing forward, forces position out against Faye. We do see rotations coming in from both teams, starting to pace everyone into this Shadow Tyrant pit in towards this bottom river.
And going in with a 2K net worth lead, Vicious Esports really doing a great job of understanding how to take advantage of the lead that we have. As now Nongshim looking on the backside, they actually go for it. The board is going to be set up and not really catching anybody, just used in panic, I would say, just to keep Illusion alive because he saw Sway on the wings. But with that Tyrant leashing, I don't know if they're going to continue here.
Kyung9, Siri, Illusion, utilizing their main cooldowns, all have been expended here. No Frenzy, no Arlie ultimate, no Illusion ultimate, no Kyung9 ultimate here. We do see Kyung9 in the mid lane though, getting chunked quite heavily by the side of Siri here. This objective in the forefront is a 4v4. Neither in favor here. Siri converts himself into the top side position, does get his hands on that Shadow overtake here. It might be a trade between these two teams.
Yeah, they're looking to just take the Overlord instead. I mean, they're going to start this. Haku maybe go for the steal more than anything else, but they need to be a little bit careful in terms of the timing as they go in. They take the Overlord. It's going to be reset here. Haku eats a Flaming Palm, and they find Illusion. Not enough. Kyung9 gets stuck into the board. It's a baby board, if you will, and now they find Haku done with that damage. Finally going in on this one, and the Umbrella Outburst, no real value. They've taken down Haku.
What happened? Because Nongshim Redforce, they got the Shadow Overlord, but still overextended for the fight. VC, however, got the advantage, although they lost the Shadow Overlord, still managed to secure the Shadow Tyrant coming in towards this 10-minute mark here. With Haku unavailable for the next 10 seconds, this is a lot of control relinquished back into the Vicious side.
A lot of control, and the net worth, again, that's the biggest piece to this, right? Sway has gotten the better of Haku in terms of this jungle role matchup, and as he's up about 1.3k, I mean, Sway is a problem, right? Siri does not like having that Jing potentially diving him. He needs to stay alive. Nongshim need to do a better job of babysitting. Again, it's all about protecting Siri.
One death coming in from Siri, roll spell due for Nongshim Redforce here. Siri goes in for the aggressive poke here, doesn't unable to find any sort of damage here. Every time that he goes up, he suffers here, but Rattel with a nice camp managed to find Cliche in that exchange. But nice board catches on towards the side of Faye as well.
Oh, they've gotten Faye locked in, but here we go. Kyung9 looking for that revenge. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be used, and now the Stampede on top. Sui, he's in a bad spot. Can he deal with 1 versus 3? And he does get killed. Illusion finds it, but Illusion, now Faye, is going to have to use that Umbrella Outburst. But Rattel with the truth, the knockback. Faye is going to be killed. Umbrella Outburst, we had just controlling him. Just a great play by Nongshim.
Back-to-back beautiful truth mantras coming in for the side of Rattel, setting on the Cliche, setting on to Faye, and Sui was too deep into enemy territory for that play, which resulted into this comeback for the side of Nongshim Redforce, and that team fight. Siri wasn't even there.
Yeah, he wasn't even there. That's the craziest part. I mean, they still have vulnerabilities on this Vicious lineup, right? Cliche, Do, Sui, all of these guys are still potentially like burstable. They don't need the Siri damage. I mean, obviously it helps, but you don't have to have them always there to just kill them because they are squishy enough.
Oh yeah. So this is the worrying part right now for the side of BC. Although they have the lead, but the way they formulate fights, the way that they take out 5v5s isn't as experienced compared to Nongshim Redforce, which has gave Nongshim a lot of breathing room to come back in towards this game.
I mean, they're back. I mean, look at the net worth, right? I mean, it's like 300 gold away. They've really chipped into it. They were down about 2k, finding ways to get back in. That team fight was absolutely monumental for them.
Oh yeah, and that's without Siri as well. 4v4 in favor of Nongshim Redforce, and Brighter Outburst doesn't catch on towards Do here. That's a misspell. Sui does go in and catch those two.
Oh, but Illusion, he's going to be going on, and Sway will actually get him down. Cliche does a little bit of work. They find Siri, and now it looks like Namu 3 running for his life, and it looks like he will get... No, he gets picked off. The Infinite Fastest used now by Do goes right onto Rattel, who dashes away, but they're going to take the top 2 T2. Nongshim down 3 members.
That is the difficulty of playing a Protect the President composition here. The moment Siri gets piled on by Kyung9 and Cliche, it's over. There's no damage coming in for that Nongshim Redforce to sustain that team fight here. Dream Roll does engage onto a sweep, but it is just for the funds.
Yeah, I mean, he was just completely out of position. There's Dream Roam. It's a one-way enter, but the truth on to 3, actually pushing them away. That bought time for Siri and Illusion to respawn. And Vicious are like, actually, we can't fight. We're too low.
Too low, too uncomfortable right now. Without Haku, this is a free Overlord going in favor of VC. They're in total control for the next few minutes. And after this, they can still go and revisit that Shadow Tyrant. This is a key moment for VC to end this game.
Key moment indeed. I mean, taking the Overlord will definitely help, but with, you know, the Primal Bond making things a little bit tougher, they don't want to kind of risk it at this point. But Nongshim, they have a lifeline, they have a way back in if they're able to go. I mean, they're down only 3k. Not the end of the world. They still have 2 T3s. The potential for comeback is there, but Siri needs to stay alive.
Oh, that's already a lot of cooldowns burning here coming in from Siri. No Frenzy, no Sun Chaser here, and that's only with Kyung9 burning his Pure Sky and Ultimate only here. This early will be less of a threat later on going into these team fights.
Yeah, fixing the lanes is going to be key for Nongshim here as they look to maybe get some sort of catch, you know, for invading their jungle, taking things away. Haku right now throwing out them bubbles like they're going out of style, but he's about 2K behind in terms of the net worth against Sway, who's gotten the better of him in this game.
And Sui has been really consistent on the Jing here. Really good mirror swap, really good mirror domain catches, and he's been optimizing his build for that Blazing Cape and Frostguard Embrace, making it even more tanky and less of a assassination threat against the Dharma from the hands of Rattel.
He's done such a great job of finding targets too, because like when you go in, the mirror domain is one thing where you're like, you know, you need fast fingers to kind of outplay him, but to get it and find the right targets, which is of course Syrian Illusion, he's done a great job. Like it seems like he's has like that homing missile to find the right target throughout all the chaos.
Fully agree here. We do see a bit of a poke damage landing on the space here. Minion wave marching in towards the bottom lane here. Unable to capitalize on this initial push, but there is, however, a Shadow Overlord pummeling towards that top lane march.
Yeah, they don't have any minions in the bottom lane, so the top lane will be easily taken care of by Nongshim here. But if they had those minions, it would have been a much better chance for them. But Vicious playing it the right way, right? Again, putting control in terms of just like taking over the enemy jungle, let Nongshim fight for scraps.
Yeah, Nongshim still has an opportunity if Siri can survive through all the chaos. And thus far, we do see Rattel putting a lot of pressure against Do here. They're all trading blow for blow. It's about one team fight, and that potential team fight might be at the Tempest Dragon, which both won in the next 3 minutes.
Most times when you see a team winning, you're kind of like, okay, the losing team needs to win like 2 more team fights and they win, right? But I think in this one, it's still very close. So if Nongshim were to find the right like team ace, they could potentially win, right? They're not out of this one. They need to continue on thinking about just more of like this Tempest Dragon, just holding on to that moment more than anything else. Siri, light steps on back. That is one way to kind of get at least my heart rate up.
Yeah, that is a very dangerous play coming in for side of Siri, but these are the moments that you need to be finding to get that potential comeback here. He's trying to get the health bar advantage coming in from Kyung9. And to talk about that, yes, it's still possible for Nongshim to come back, given the fact that Siri doesn't falter in the late game team fights. Itemization swaps, fast fingers, these are essential elements for those late game markers.
It's all about the positioning on Siri though, right? If he's able to stay alive from Sui, and then somebody like Sui accidentally goes for somebody else who's not as important as in terms of like a target priority, if Siri's there to clean up Sui, they got a chance. He's like, again, the protective president on the other side. He's like the go-to.
But who's going to handle Do? Do is untouched for the entire game, and Sui, he knows for a fact that if he falls, the team will fall into a very difficult situation. Hence, he went for the tank build. Nongshim here, starting off the Shadow Overlord here with waves of minions marching into their base as well.
This could be a potential issue right now, but the Overlord is going to be the start on this one. Haku will take this one out. The Unbridled Outburst finds the play onto Kyung9. He's going to be the first to fall, but it looks like Sage's Sanctuary. He wants to turn this. They have enough. Siri just barely hanging on. No, he will die as well as Illusion. And now Haku would do it a little bit of work. The Infinite Fastness is right on top of this, and it looks like Namu 3 will be killed as well. Cliché doing a little bit of work, finding Rattel. Haku running for his life. He's not able to fight 1 versus 3. Maybe he gets on Sway. He's not able to do so. 4 members down from Nongshim. Rattel just looking to hang on as he does get the kill on the Cliché, but he's the last man standing.
Fortunately, there is the Shadow Overlord security coming in from Nongshim Redforce, getting them another breath of life going into the upcoming Tempest Dragon. But this is the key issue here. Siri, over-aggression, yes, he does take down Kyung9, but the moment he falls, there's just no more threat that can damage Sui, Faye, or the remaining members in the VC lineup. This early is just too darn important for Nongshim Redforce.
Way too important, right? I mean, they know, right? Vicious knows that Siri's the guy. They have to just focus him. And it's so tough. Sui's done a great job of ensuring that he doesn't have tunnel vision with the other players on that team. He's always going for Siri. And once Siri's down, again, as you rightly pointed out, they really struggle. They don't have enough to deal with the rest of the Vicious lineup.
They don't, and Siri forced to use the Frenzy and utilize the Leaf Step to get himself out of safety here. So, bottom wave, this is an interesting one because both teams are hovering away from the Tempest Dragon here. He wants to fix up the wave first prior to the objective.
Yeah, you cannot be going for that Overlord with that bottom lane pushing. That would have been a GG push any other day of the week. And now Nongshim looking to clear it. They need to manage the outside lanes before they take anything. At the same time, they need to keep tabs on the Tempest Dragon. It's not soloed away by Sui, for instance.
VC knows that the only way that they lose It's true backdoor, and they're doing whatever it takes to stop that from happening. You see Cliche, Do, Kyung-9 just matching wave for wave, forcing the side of Siri to back off, go back and defend your base.
Yeah, and he's there, right? He's been spotted out. Now those minions provide vision. And now Vicious understanding that they have a little bit of a window, at least a little bit of time. They were threatening here, but it's been spotted out by Namu as well as Haku here.
Yeah, time for the Tempest Dragon Dancer, but Cliche is nowhere to be seen here, so this is going to be a difficult one. They do reset the aggro, the health bar coming in for the Tempest Dragon here. It's a slow but steady dance for VC. They are not afraid at all because that top wave is consistently pushing in their favor.
And at the same time where you know that Kyung-9 and Faye know how Nongshim play, also the rest of Nongshim know how Kyung-9 and Faye play. Kyung-9 likes to split push. He likes to go for those backdoor plays himself. So if they go for that Tempest Dragon, that could be a potential opportunity for them.
Still dancing right now, still prioritizing the waves here coming in for both squads here. This is going to be a long Tempest Dragon dance. It boils down to itemization swaps here. Siri did burn the first Sage Sanctuary, so he's down to his last charge of Sage here. One more charge of this Sage going down, he's not going to be having any charges of Resurrection for the remaining of the game.
Look at Kyung-9. He's in the bottom lane. He's been spotted out. Rattel knows, but they're going to force this Tempest Dragon. Doe's on the wrong side of this one, but he wants to be aggressive. Siri finding him out. The Infinite Vast is going to be used very early. Illusion has to go golden just to stay himself alive. Infinite Vast is on. He gets stunned. Doe, though, needs to be a bit careful as well. The passive, not enough. Illusion's going to be picked off, and it looks like they try to go for Doe, but Sway's been killed. Siri with just enough. The Tempest Dragon has been taken by Haku. He gets the shutdown onto Doe, and the Stampede is on point, and then with the play of the truth, they find Cliche as well, but can they have enough? Siri's been killed at least for the first time. He dodges the first piece from Kyung-9. He dances around, gets the kill, and now Cliche is looking to end the game. No, he's going to recall because he knows the Tempest Vanguard are there. Nongshim have found ways to get back into this.
They managed to find the miracle team fight and bring it to the Tempest Dragon secure. Sui is down for the next 10, 15 seconds with Doe, and minions are marching towards the base. Tempest Dragon soon to send and deliver the depths of VC in this game to Cliche is down. Sui is unable to make it, and this game comes from a comeback from Nongshim Redforce. They take it 2-0.
2-0. Honestly, if you were watching that game, this is not how you expected the game to go. And even towards that last piece, the Tempest Dragon, the outside part, Kyung-9 was looking to push. They were looking to end it themselves. But how did they somehow manage to steal that one away from Vicious?
So what exactly happened was, number one, team fighting. So Doe got picked off by the side of the Siri early. He was forced to use the Infinite Vast very early on in the team fight. He flashed forward, tried to get the kill on towards Illusion. He got it, but you're the main damage dealer coming in for the side of VC. The moment you fall, there's not a lot of consistent DPS to take out targets like Haku, like Faye on the Zhangfei and the Monkey. So when he falls, it's a 4v4 up front because Rattel and also Kyung-9 were on the cross map doing cross map things. So in the front end, Siri just out-pummeled every single one with a superior DPS. And when they were all busy fighting on the top side, Siri went back in with the help of Haku, picked up Sui, so that Tempest Dragon went in freely in towards the hands of Nongshim.
It looked like Doe made the first critical error by getting out of position.
Correct.
Right?
Very correct.
Forcing out that Infinite Vastness was game winning, right, for Nongshim, and being able to find him at the right moment. And you were thinking, like, how does Siri stay alive when Doe and Sui are both there to do that damage, to burst him down? But that's it. You just get them to make the first mistake. They were the ones that blinked first in that sense. And then once he got caught out, Siri made him pay because, again, he had enough. He had 19,000 in terms of net worth, and just being able to carry this game to victory with his 131,000 damage. Just, oh my gosh, they stole that one.
Look at Doe as well. He did 160,000 damage in this game, but it was due to mispositioning error that really cost them this game. They had everything in their arsenal to win it for them, but due to the fact that he had to burn the Infinite Vastness, this was a comeback for Nongshim Redforce, securing everything that they need. 4v4 up front, initial burst wasn't enough to take down Siri, and then Siri surviving, taking down Sui, taking down the side of Kyung9, getting the free objective into the hands of Nongshim Redforce. Tempest Dragon Games, my guy.
My God, going into this one, like, it looked all vicious. Everything was going their way. They were like, okay, how do we bounce back in game 2? I couldn't have drawn it up better for them. Like, this is a perfect way to find ways to finally get onto it. And they forced Siri to have not the greatest of starts, and they kind of, limited him as much as possible. But the fighting spirit that you see from Nongshim of the never say die and the right moments to kind of proceed with the assault and the team fights was just, oh my gosh, this is why Nongshim are, you can't count them out.
Okay, look at this. Though God Force's Infinite Fastest has to use it aggressively to re-enter. Yes, he did swap his kill on towards the side of Illusion, but when he came out, he was stalled and stampeded by Namu. He got single-handedly deleted by Namu. On towards the flip side though, yeah, Kyung9, you reached, but this is after Tempest Dragon. Everyone has a true damage zap, and Kyung9 and Cliche just isn't enough to take down the remaining members of Nongshim Redforce.
And look at Siri right there. Just at that last moment, if he dies there, they don't really have a whole lot of burst. Like, they're able to melt down towers because of his extra damage. Correct. And Cliche here going for that flank, trying to go for that Vanguard just to kind of, to take away the minions, to buy time for Sui to go up and to able to defend, not able to do it. And the way that Nongshim were able to kind of navigate that last team fight, that just speaks volumes in terms of their experience.
Yeah, and the MVP has to go towards Haku here. He managed to secure the final Tempest Dragon Smite to win it all for his teammate here. It's definitely a crushing defeat for the side of Vicious Esports here. You had everything, but the one last moment, you fumbled.
Yeah, you had everything, but the most important thing, which is the victory, the win.
Correct.
Right? I think that one's going to hurt the most. I mean, just really well deserved and well played by Nongshim. Just being able to steal pull a rabbit out of a hat, so to speak. And now Vicious right now, this is where, look, my psyche's been shaken up. I can only imagine what the players are feeling right now as Vicious, because they deserve that win, but the way that things were just stolen from under them, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, no wins are truly deserved unless you claim it for yourself there. And for the side of Vicious Esports, that was a tough cookie to swallow. And in terms of global ban pick, it's not going to be going easy on them because they have invested really heavily every single game.
Just a great draft, I would say, even from both sides, right? They kept it competitive. They played to the T of understanding what they needed to have done in terms of team composition. But now with a very expensive game won by Vicious, game 2 also looking very solid as well. This is tougher because now you're playing into the hands of Nongshim where things are a little bit more desperate, where you have to win, you have to, pick out some meta heroes to give yourself a chance. But at the same time, Nongshim have quite a number of options available to them.
I mean, to think that as of this point, VC has already burned through so many of these key core picks, I'm kind of worried for them on how they want to actually draft coming in towards this game 3, because it's starting to pile up on towards them. A not so great of a loss in game 2, and then you have already expended so much and you were so close towards that victory. Like you mentioned, mental psyche, that's definitely going to be getting on towards them right now.
Yeah, and you're kind of seeing, I mean, yes, this is draft. They don't need to be jubilant and just happy with the situation, but that's a tough one, right? And I think that if anything, this is when you're kind of like the coach. You got to just calm the players down. You got to just hey, time out. Let's forget about that one. We had our chances, but we can't let that one carry over into game 3. We need to move on.
Yeah, you need to move on. You need to make sure that this game doesn't stick on towards you, because there is still the lower bracket games if you unfortunately do fall into that category. So mental state is going to be really, really important here coming in for the side of VC. So they need to try to push over this right now. We do see the start of the pick and bans here. We do see the Agudo being locked away on the side of Nongshim Redforce, and immediately they do answer back with the Haya as well.
All right, continuing our conversation from the last game, when I was just hey, if you're in Siri's position as the R-lead, the only damage dealer, there was pressure, right? But now you won. How are you feeling, especially since, again, most of the win was kind of because of you, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say most of the win comes from one single player.
I'll just take credit.
Come on, you gotta give props to everyone else, like Illusion landing the board, Bunky on the hands of Haku landing the smite. All these are important as well. But of course, like you mentioned here, out of a stressful game on the hands of Siri and still manage to find the win, it definitely is a feels good moment here.
Yeah. I think that he's definitely going to be feeling great about that, right? I think that this is one where if I was even close, like I was half, or like, okay, I was 10% of Siri's play skill, right? If I was able to play like that and just kind of pull out a victory like that, I would feel amazing. Unfortunately, I'm not that good.
It's okay. Let's say he's peak points 2,000. Let's say if your half of it is 1,000. So yeah, it's pretty okay. Half is good. 10% is too little.
I am 10%, let's be very honest. I know where I stand, right? But it's more props to Siri. I think that he's just an amazing player, right? So getting to his level, not going to be easy. But now that we go into game 3, you're kind of seeing the Lianpo, Aaron, Dharma. They're still pretty good. I mean, they still have ways to kind of deal with them. They still have a fighting chance in this one. But Nongshim going with the Mai, that's kind of scary.
Oh yeah, it's one of Illusion's key picks as well, coming all the way from Season 3 and Season 4. And coming to the second phase of the pick and bans as well, you start to see the priority in locking away some of the key counters against Kyung9. The Ambrosia locked away. If you're Nongshim Redforce, you're probably looking into things like the jungle or the mid lane to be removing from VC's pool.
Being able to take that out, yeah. You want to target him as much as possible. I think Sway has been the guy. He was definitely the difference maker in game 2, right? He was the guy on that chain. Super scary.
He was really good.
Really good. And that's the thing where we knew that this jungle matchup was not going to be the easiest for Haku. And you want to limit Sway as much as possible because he's literally the guy that will carry this team.
And with the pick and bans that has been shown to us by the Nongshim Redforce, you kind of have to wonder, are they potentially going for the Pei Byron as the final 2 for their 4-5?
It's setting it up for it, right? I think that also they're letting it go. If it catches them out, like, okay, it looks like they're going to go with the Ata. I think that that's also a very strong pick here.
Oh yeah, you get like one more front line here, and Siri can get more room to actually play for these team fights here. So we have the Luna that's being hovered on the side of Nongshim Redforce right now. Considering the fact that once you expend this, you can still save picks going into the game form, which is a very smart approach for that Nongshim Redforce. You don't blow all your cards in one go.
Yeah. Also, by the fact that you're picking the Luna last, you've seen the lineup of Vicious, and they're not the most aggressive early game. So your buff will probably not be contested too much. So you'll have that space, and you can be aggressive with your own, because you have the Mai as well. So this could be a great turn of events for Nongshim, setting themselves up. It's all about setting up, you know, the success rate in the drafts.
And I like it way better for both of these teams right now. It's very identical, right? You have double jungle assassins, Luna into the Fade, you have the mid that can set up, and then you have roam that can set up as well. So both of these teams, they're playing towards 2 things. Number 1, engages coming in from their roam and clash lane. Number 2, the mid lane setup. And number 3, the carry potential coming in from the jungle assassins and the farm lane carries.
I want to talk a little bit about the second one you were talking about with the mid lane matchups and with this Mai versus the Yixing. Obviously, the Yixing will be more passive, like a secondary support, if you will. But in terms of this lane matchup, I mean, going up against a Mai who will be clearing waves and being on the outside, what are you looking to do as a Yixing?
Alright, first things first, right? You have to identify the 2v2 matchup in the mid lane here. So we do know for a fact that Yixing and Lianpo pushes faster compared to a Mai Shinui and Lapu Lapu here. So at the very least, the first wave that's coming in that mid lane, VC gets to move first if they play their cards right.
And that's going to be key, right? Being able to just move from lane to lane, putting pressure on the outside parts. I mean, well, hopefully pincer, you know, Haku and get on top of Luna as quickly as possible, because he's going to be a problem. If he gets to the backline, Do Sui, Cliché, all of these guys, very, not the easiest of targets, but definitely a prime target, I would say.
Of course, and Dodo, Dio, he's going for the Frenzy setup here. That is a very brave move, considering there's so many engage tools coming in from Nongshim Redforce. Not having a solid flank coming in from Aaron, that's going to be a potentially something to bite after Do in the later stage of the game.
I mean, Glass Cannon, it's all about the damage right now. I think that he wants to be aggressive, not just staying alive, because it doesn't want to turn it into Sway having to do all of this. I think Sway was the type, especially when he's on the Fade, he wants to pick his moments So he doesn't want to be diving in, being that initiator. He wants to kind of be more the cleanup. So Do can kind of be there with the rest of them to kind of create that space, let the chaos happen, then Sway will come in later.
I'm loving the 2v2 win here coming in for out of VC's mid of roam. Immediately securing the enemy Firebeak, Firehawk, and also the blame priorities here coming in for Dio. This is very good stuff here coming in from Cliche and Faye in this early game.
Great start to them. I mean, it's all about setting it up. Sway, Do, those are the guys, right? Those are the ones that need that farm. Haku, on the other end, will be given the free mid lane. He's all by himself. He's actually playing scared because he doesn't know where the rest of Vicious are, but they're all in the bottom lane at now.
Yeah, it's a 3v3, a party down bot lane here. Mostly just to unfreeze the wave, allow Do, allow Sui to get more gold into their pockets here, with Haku getting a free buff lane in towards the mid lane here.
And as long as Haku is continuing to be aggressive and having the backup of the rest of the Nongshim squad, this is going to be tougher for Vicious, right? Because they don't have the early game fighting prowess that Nongshim have, and this Luna will definitely be a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, so far this Luna hasn't been contested at all. She's been giving a lot of space to actually play in these teamfights. That's a true one try that you're looking for.
Yeah, they're going to look to set up the board, but only locking in Haku. But I don't know if they want to continue on. Haku's still a bit of a scary person to kind of deal with at this point. But now Sway threatens, and he's just going to push them away. If anything, is like, how dare you get near my Crimson Golem?
Very aggressive stuff here coming in for the Nongshim Clash and Jungle here. They want to go for an invade, but Kyung9 and Sui chases them off away from their own respective jungle here. So right now in the early game, it's really similar to game 1 and game 2. It's about
very
poking. Yeah, it's very smart. Poking, prodding, and just looking for the objective takes.
Yeah, and I think that is great. You need to do that as Vicious. You want to kind of, again, poke and prod them out of your jungle, right? You got to protect that as much as possible. Give yourself a bit of a chance because you know, Illusion, like, he's off the map. Like, this is scary times, especially from the outer lanes. You don't know where he's going to be. And this is why Faye is so far positioned in that river.
Yeah, he's just getting as much vision information as possible for Dio because Do, he doesn't have flash. The moment he gets kicked on by the Ryu engine, it's pretty much over for Darren.
Yeah, his positioning needs to be perfect, right? Do needs to ensure that he like stays alive, but does it in a safe way where, you know, he's not getting jumped on because he is a prime target. It's going to be easy pickings, if you, so to speak, because Haku and Illusion, they have so much speed to get on top of you.
And Do as well, that's an interesting build, right? Like, we talk about how much engage that NS actually has to damage this Aaron, but take a look at the Aaron build. He's going for the magical damage build, the Golden Blade as his first item, so he can branch into situational items like the Splendor, like the Ardent Dominion. All these are good defensive items to counter out against like heavy engaged compositions from Nongshim.
I think it works. I think it works because you need that way to just survive because you know he's going to be targeted. Like if you're looking at the rest of the lineup, like Kyung9 and Faye are going to wait. Maybe Faye's up front and then he goes in and then Do will go there. Nongshim are going to look to target him quickly, right? He needs to have the Sage Sanctuary. He needs the secondary, whatever it is to just stay alive. But now Sweet picking up the title.
Yeah, they pick up the Tyrant though, but on towards the cross map, Haku does get the counter on towards the Crimson Golem here. So in terms of personal growth, it values NS more than it values the VC. But VC, they do have the 90 seconds of Tyrant available for potentially upcoming fights.
And I like the way that Sway generally plays on the Fade, where it's a little bit more passive, taking objectives when he needs to. Vicious will group up for that. But the biggest piece to this is that you want to secure your buffs, and to try to invade and take away Haku's blue once in a while, it doesn't seem like Vicious have been really willing to do that.
I think it's not about willing, it's about difficulty, right? Nongshim is playing really well in their mid lane control, and also Ratzel is constantly out pushing Kyung9. So there hasn't been moments where you can actually voluntarily invade against the side of Nongshim jungle.
But your jungle is being taken away. I mean, you can see that it looks like Haku right now is dealing with Sway. They're trading blow for blow, but now Cliche showing up. He tried to go in, but Sway goes in. He actually gets first blood on the Haku.
Cliche actually played that so well. He walked up, baited Haku to dash in with the Moonblade, and then he took a step back so his ultimate doesn't get refreshed by the Lunar Mark. That was super well played by the hands of Cliche and Sui.
Smart right there. And I mean, the fact that they were 2 versus 1, Haku, you know he's going to fall for the bait. He's so aggressive. When there's like first blood on the table, I'll be willing to take that. But Vicious now put pressure on this bottom T1. Raging Sea used to deal with his minions, but it doesn't look like it's going to be in time as the bottom T1 gets taken down.
Beautifully played by VC. They got Haku, they got the bottom tower, and now the game is wide open for their own control here. And Haku is slightly slow on his jungle rotation here, so he's not as available compared to Sui to start making plays on towards the Gorge.
You need just more time, right? Dying, giving up first blood, probably not where you want to be, but you can never really count out Haku. He will find ways to kind of get that farm, but now he decides to take it out on his ex-teammate there as Kyung9 just punches him away.
Yeah, Kyung9 with a really fast and good reaction ultimate to save himself from any hassle that Haku wants to propose. So that's going to be yet another big cooldown that's being expended for the majority of the team fight here. So I think this side lane will fall in favor of Nongshim here. But look at look at Cliche. He's tailing behind Kyung9 in case of anything that's going to be erupting in towards that clash lane.
Yeah, Cliché's been like the shadow of Haku. Like wherever he goes, he's just like waiting in the wings, seeing if he wants to go a little bit ham. Because if he thinks, Haku thinks that there's like a 1v1 that I can go for and I can get that kill, you know that he's going to be taking it like 9 times out of 10. But now with Cliché waiting in the wings, he has to play a little bit more scared.
It's a Haku playstyle, right? He sees, he goes, he conquers, or sometimes he doesn't conquer, you know? It's a give and take thing.
He doesn't conquer all the time, let's be very honest. His success rate is not 9 out of 10, but he will go for those aggressive plays 9 times out of 10. That's just the way Haku is. It's feast or famine. He's incredibly fun to watch either way.
Yeah, you know who are victims towards the aggressive play? IKL and PKL fans, man. They know.
Too soon, man, too soon.
Oh, they're gonna be flaming me in their IKL Sarkis group. I know for a fact. I've seen that group before.
And now it looks like Illusion in this top lane dealing with 2 members of Vicious here. This is a part where Do has been, quiet. Like he's 300 gold behind Siri. He's been just farming well, but again, he hasn't died, which is the biggest factor in this one.
I think he's in a comfortable spot, right? He has the boost of Fortitude, he has the Splendor here, and Illusion is not getting the most gold in this game, so it's very difficult for Illusion in this game.
Haku looking to go for the steal, doesn't have the smite, but Sway does, and it looks like now they've gotten Haku with a bad spot. He's stuck in. The Heart of Jade Seal snipes him out, but it looks like they're going to trade away Do, and the flash away by Faye, but they've gotten Cliché. Siri just mowing him down. Give the man a triple.
That was beautiful by Rattel. He goes ship anchor in, pulled in 2 players, and set the pacing for Siri to get that triple kill here. That was such an amazing setup coming in by Rattel's Ata. And I gotta say, Haku, he's been missing a lot of ultimates here.
Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately for Haku, definitely, he hasn't been on point with them. But when the rest of the team is kind of hitting their stride, I don't think that you will have to have full Haku right now hitting all of his ults, because they would have been completely dominating. But Haku a little out of position on that one, but just kind of space created for the Siri to really take down that triple kill.
And topside though, we see a bit of an aggression here coming in from Faye. Goes in for the Tremor Smash.
Tremor Smash onto 3 with that Jaded Seal. Is it going to be enough? Namu just barely staying alive. Sweet's going to be killed. They actually didn't have enough. 2 members down from Vicious. It was the perfect setup by Faye, and they weren't able to capitalize.
That was looking so good with Faye jumping into multiple members and Cliché getting the board in, but Sweet unable to get that finishing kill onto any single member of Nongshim Redforce here, and with that, what's supposed to be a 1,000 gold lead for VC immediately turned into a 3,000 gold deficit in their hands alone.
Oh, Kyung9 though, finding Illusion with that truth, and now Namu's there with that Raging Sea, and Rattel just trying to lock him down. The Ghost Ship says, nay, you may not go. Kyung9 actually just trying to walk around it, but he gets pulled back. Rattel going for everything at this point. Now 3 members, the Tremor Smash on top of him. It looks like Rattel trying to just stay alive. He's just barely staying on, but the Jade Seal will take him down, but Namu gets the revenge on the Sway.
Fights after fights after fights. There's no stopping between these 2 teams, but amongst these fights, who's benefiting? It's Nongshim Redforce. All the minions are crashing into the tier 2s or VC, and all the minions as well doing light work of their base. With that, let's check out the instant replay what exactly went down. VC's Kyung9 found a good truth mantra on towards Illusion, and everything else, it was just history. Sui jumping in, Kyung9 being executed here, blow for blow, but in the end, it benefited Nongshim Redforce. All the objective goes into the hands of the Ultimate Red.
the ultimate red. In fact, I mean, it's because of Siri's play. Vicious doesn't seem to is not able to find Siri. And now, Do running for his life, staying alive. Kyung9 was there, but now here comes the flank, the ambush, if you will. Do, all the truth from Kyung9, keeping him alive, but he sacrifices his life for the greater good. Siri with yet another kill.
That's going to be a 30 seconds timer without the primary follow-up coming in for the Dharma here. Minion waves, Vanguards are marching in from top and mid lane here. This is going to be a difficult 4v5 for VC Digest.
I mean, it's going to be way too long. The Raging Sea's been used. Do is going to have to go golden, but he too will fall. He joins the dead of Kyung9 and Haku looking to go in. Tries to find Cliche, not able to do so, but they take towers instead. The mid T3 down. Faye looking for the Tremor Smash. It's on to 3, which is great, but there's no follow-up damage. Faye all by himself. They're looking to go for the Crystal, but Illusion's going to be picked off, and they're trying to go for this, but Siri's going to be killed. Sway with that double right now. Kyung9 pushes him away, and with this Vanguard, Haku trying to end this game. Kyung9 all by himself. They go for the Crystal, and Nongshim with yet another game.
What a flaming hot game this time around. So many fights occurring on towards the full map here, but in the end, it all went into the favor of Nongshim Redforce. Especially the key turning point has to be on the hands of Ratel's Ata here. Setting up a triple kill for Siri, and after multiple fights, he was engaging, sustaining the fights, lasting till the very end, up until the Crystal's explosion.
Ratel played so well. I mean, he set it up, right? But Siri, Siri will probably have all the stats. He'll probably get the MVP because it looked like he got all the kills and everything, but it really was the rest of the team. Yeah, we're gonna have to see.
I know Lexi Shirano is in the chat, but Ratel really deserves his MVP.
We're gonna have to see if he gets it because again, I think it was really well deserved by Ratel. Namu played as well with those Raging Seas. It was kind of on point, but Siri, that's just all you need. All the kills are gonna go his way.
I mean, in this case, right, it was looking good for VC in both games, where they managed to find the lead, they managed to find all the wins that they're looking for to set themselves up into a good success. But the problem is, as games pace into the mid game, they start to lose focus and start to lose direction what they exactly need to do. They are just going into the Nongshim tempo, fights after fights after fights. Yes, you get kills back and forth, but in terms of minion waves, in terms of towers, it all went into the favor of Nongshim.
Nongshim are fighting with a purpose, right? They're going in, and then at the same time they're taking the towers, right? Like, you're getting some sort of value. It's one thing to win a team fight, but if you don't take down like an objective, it's like, what's the point of fighting? It's like, yeah, there's a little bit of a shift in terms of net worth, but this is something that can be switched sides at a moment's notice. But if we're looking at the gold graph here, Nongshim, I mean, things were not great 5-6 minutes. There were times where Vicious were taking advantage of this, but Nongshim understanding the objectives, taking them down, and this is why that gold graph shifts in their favor.
Yeah, they were just getting fights after fights, right? This is the early game where Haku got baited heavily by Sui and Cliche. But check out this one. Look how the Ata plays. Yes, we can see that Dio actually goes in for a really aggressive flank without flash. This is the weakness of not having flash. You get caught out, get pulled in, and then Ratel comes in, pulls in 2 members right into the walls. And even this play as well, it's a good opening coming in from the side of Faye, getting a 3-man knockup, but the board just wasn't on point.
I mean, the board wasn't on point, and the follow-up damage. Everybody was so far away from Faye. They needed to have been closer, right? It's a thing where, again, Faye, maybe he goes a little bit slower on the Tremor Smash so that the guys are in position to do the damage to clean up. But it just, things are just a little bit off by Vicious to really get those, team fight winning games.
I think it's those split-second decisions, right? If you get it, you get it. If you don't, it's decent. It's either you follow faster or you go in slower. That's the general idea, right? For VC, such a young team, maybe that's why there's like desync in terms of those engages that we talked about.
There's so many moments where they have nice little stuns, knockups, but then they're not on the same page, and they're not able to kind of, to capitalize on the stuns. And this is all by itself. This is the game ender where Haku and Ratel were there just enough with that Shadow Vanguard, but Nongshim just finding ways to get back in, and of course, Siri as MVP.
8-1-1, 30% damage dealt, and only 14% damage taken here. He was super consistent in that game, although throughout all the chaos, he only died one time, and it was before the end of the game.
That's the only time that you really need, right? I mean, he was flawless throughout. He just did such a great time in terms of the ensuring he get those kills because they needed his damage, right? And the rest of the team set it up for Siri to have a great game. Just a good team win, not just with Siri as MVP though.
I mean, it's really evident, right? Everyone put their own requirement in winning that game. So definitely Nongshim right now leading 3-0 against VC. One more win sends them to meet their opponents VP in that upper bracket semifinals. Before that, let's throw it to the short break before we bring you the finale of the series.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
We barely fought this one, crushing pieces you can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain. Say. I've triggered my soul down. Follow my pace. We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. So the drunk go find a way to the palace I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go?
We the Kings, it's an honor showtime.
Just in my bonus play, can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down.
Hello, welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major League 2026 Spring. This is day one of the playoffs here, and this is the second series we're having thus far. Nongshim Redforce currently leading the series 3-0 against VC. How does VC come back from this?
Well, I want to say that there's like one answer, but there's not, right? Nongshim right now has just gotten the better of them. I think that if anything, Vicious have had a hard time finding Siri on the map. They're letting him go and just go buck wild, so to speak, and just like getting all those kills. And if they're able to limit him, they're able to target Siri down, they will have a much better chance of potentially taking a game in the series.
Yeah, that's true, right? And to be honest, Siri has been really consistent out of all these 3 games, and Nongshim has been playing a pivotal role in providing him space to do the late game footwork, right? So for the lane matchup coming in for the farm lane, maybe consider allowing VC to pick something really strong. to restrict Nongshim from playing their late game marker where series starts to take control.
That would be best case scenario, right? And again, just limiting Siri, that's a starter for them. But at the same time, for this one, it's about the draft, right? And Vicious, they've expended quite a few of their meta picks and the pieces going into Game 4. There are not going to be too many available to them. But this is one where it's a must-win, right? Best of one, it doesn't matter, right? You just got to get yourself on that board, build yourself up a little bit of momentum here.
Yeah, and especially after this, you still have to play another BO7 offline against potentially Stamina Esports in the bottom bracket here. So you need to be able to maintain that mental psyche, that mental game, that physical toll. Everything has to be fixed for VC if they lose the series.
And that's the biggest problem. Like, the mental psyche is something that I don't want to gloss over because, you know, the players are young. They're in put in a situation where they're down 0-3, looking down the barrel of a gun. Things are not looking great, right? But as a teammate of trying to up, you know what I mean, get their, you know, their hopes up and their confidence, what are you doing? What are you telling your teammates here?
Try your best. That's it. You already made it this far. In group stage round 2 last day, they were at the bottom of the barrel with CMF. And in that same day, they managed to beat Max, beat Stamina to qualify for the playoffs as the 3rd seed. So that's the amazing part here coming in from VC. They have the resilience. Don't count them out until the very end of the series.
And we also know that Nongshim are kind of vulnerable to reverse sweeps. I mean, Virtus Pro has done it twice in the KML thus far. Who's not to say that Vicious couldn't do that, but the key for them, again, putting themselves in a position to win. They've done decent, you know, in the games 2s and 3s, they've done quite well of just being able to take the fight to Nongshim, but it's like the very end when the wheels kind of fall off a bit where they just really struggle against Nongshim.
And let's say you are putting VC in VP's shoes. There's a bit of similarities, right? Your team starts with V, and then your jungle is also a 3-character jungle. SUI and ROC.
Okay.
That's it. Right. I ran out of ideas. Yeah, that's it.
I would love for you to be like, hey, this is your pep talk to Vicious. Be like, hey, you guys start with the same letter, Virtus Pro. You guys are fine, right?
Yeah. That's one step to your potential reverse sweep coming in for VC, right? But let's talk about the pick and bans for a bit, right? Nongshim Redforce banning out the Arlie and Luna they have expended back in Game 3. For VC, they still put a lot of focus on that Haya. They don't want Illusion to actually have his hands on that. In terms of the draft, Charlotte, Chicha, Diadia versus Xiao Xiao, Chano, and Guan Yu. I gotta say, this is looking like a really comfortable draft for VC coming on towards this. They just need frontline in terms of a roam or a jungle.
They still have available options, right? And at the same time, if we're looking at the Nongshim side, Charlotte, Ratel will be fine. Chicha, Siri, he's going to do quite well on that hero. So, especially when you have like Namu kind of backing you up with Diadia, add a little bit more sustain, kind of make sure that he's in a safe spot. So these 3 are not the a worrisome pickup, if you will. Like, they still have options, especially come late game. They can all carry in their own regard. So they have options again against Vicious.
Yeah, I think Vicious right now, what they need to do is potentially look for a roamer that is capable of tanking. But judging from the available pool, Zhangfei has been expended, Lian Po has been used last game, the enemy has banned Lapu Lapu, so the list of roamers available for VC's Faye is not that sufficient, unless he goes and venture into something that's more on the soft side, maybe potentially something like the... Let me hang on a moment. Like Ming, for example, considering the fact that Nongshim doesn't have a lot of dive, so that's still a potential option that they can venture into.
Also, the Secure, something that he kind of likes to flex into at times. I mean, kind of squishy, and you're kind of... I mean, you would prefer like a Lian Po, Jiang Fei, because you want that tanky frontliner. But he does have options. That's kind of his playstyle. But you have to be very nimble. Fei's been kind of caught out where Secure gets, he does tend to be aggressive, and they're going to go with Liang. I am not a fan of this, especially as the last pick. Oof.
I think it's fine, because considering the fact that Nongshim Redforce doesn't have a tank engage to really dispel the Liang, that's still an available option here, but that's what we're talking about, right? VC, they're looking for a form of engage. They're looking for a form of jump, a surprise tool to displace Nongshim. They went with Guiguzi on the hands of Fei. He holds his whole fate now.
Yeah, yeah, actually, this is a much better pick, all right? I think the pull will be annoying. The hidden piece, getting them out of sight, will be key for them. Because if you have the Liang, I mean, the Diadea, the Shi, the Charlotte, all have different ways to kind of stop that, right? That control. So, you know, I think for them, it's about giving yourself a chance. I never like a last pick Liang. I just feel like it's very underwhelming.
I mean, yeah, it depends, right? It depends on the user's capabilities. Yeah, we've seen before how Nongshim pick a last pick Liang, it kind of bit them back on their own butts against the series against VP. So I get where you're coming from as well. But this is the finalized draft coming in from Game 4 for Nongshim, Redforce, and VC. And I gotta say, I'm slightly favoring VC's draft a bit more in this game.
They have options, right? The Kyung9, I think that you're going to see him have a much better game. That Razor Cavalry needs to be on point. Because the Nongshim side, generally speaking, they're going to be kind of, I mean, not grouped, but they're going to be together, right? Nobody's really looking to just kind of be completely a mobile guy up front. They want to be a little bit more passive. Let Haku be the frontliner with Rattel. So you have ways to get that perfect Razor Cavalry.
Yeah, I think that's the general game plan coming in for VC, utilizing the strong engage that they actually have to displace Nongshim Redforce here. And throughout the early game as well, we do see some of a good start for VC. Kyung9 gets the power lead, mid lane gets a decent push here, and Fei might get a nice pull here on towards Fei.
Does a decent amount of work, but he's going to run into 3, and he might be in a bad spot. He probably has the flash. He does, and Fei, no, he will give up first blood. Illusion actually just hits him with a last shot.
That was such a pixel-perfect execution coming in for Nongshim. Any single fail there could have resulted in Fei escaping, but they managed to make it work, and they get dividends from that play.
Not a great start for Vicious, right? Fei cannot be giving up first blood. There were going to be some questions with the Guiguzi in terms of just how much value he was going to be providing, and getting caught out like that, not putting your team in a great spot already.
Yeah, and without Flash, you kind of lose out the focus on the Guiguzi Flash engage that could really allow you to catch enemies off guard. A good job by Dio though, he did get that solar signal on towards that camp and get himself a freebie there.
Can't give up anything, right? You got to contest. And now look at Kyung9. Look at how much pressure, how much space, right? And now Illusion has shown up because they know that, hey, they have to kind of help out Rattel. He's all by himself. This is kind of a feels bad man, though.
Well, Kyung9 uses the ultimate, uses the sprint, tries to force the positioning coming in from Illusion here. Gets to walk away towards safety while pulling the attention of 4 members here. Meanwhile, Haku here, what are you doing, buddy? That's not your bush.
Yeah, not your brush at all. It looks like they've gotten just enough, and Vicious they get the revenge kill on that one, and now they're going to equalize in terms of the score line, but they want the Azure Golem. A great start for Vicious.
And this might be an opening play here coming in from VC to get control on towards Rattel. Beautiful stuff coming in for the side of Vicious.
Oh. He doesn't die though, right? It was the perfect setup. The Animus into that Blossom, the Honey Sweet Breeze, excuse me, by Zachao cliche, but they weren't able to do enough damage, and he somehow survives. Wow.
Wow, that was an interesting one. I thought that Rattel was practically dead in that play, but he managed to walk out towards safety there, so that's a +1 for the side of Nongshim.
I don't know how he did die. That was actually kind of crazy if you think about it. It seemed like Vicious like pulled their punches at the end. They're like, you get the kill. No, you get the kill. But now they've got 3 members, and they will not make the same mistake twice. Oh, they do! Hey. He somehow survives again.
That was crazy. Everything landed coming in for the side of VC, but you know for a fact that they are suppressing Rattel in this specific matchup here. He's been losing waves after waves after waves, so check out the goal discrepancy here. Kyung9 currently at a 2,100 comfortable. Rattel only at 1.6k, meaning Rattel lost at least 2 to 3 waves due to these plays.
So it's almost like the kill, I mean, it would have been gravy, obviously adding that value, but the fact that you're limiting Rattel and he's got to do the walk of shame back into the lane, like you slowed him down, so it's a win-win regardless. It might actually be better than kills at times.
Correct. So the kill is an additional. If you can make the enemy lose minion wave to your turrets, that's like EXP, gold, lost to no one. You're just losing it because you lost lane.
I mean, he struggled because of the fact that they have 3 members up there. They've been like forcing it out. It seems like the rest of Vicious are kind of losing in the sense that you've committed quite a bit, and all you've done is really kind of taken away some of the XP and that gold into Rattel's hand, but you haven't gotten those kills.
Yeah, exactly the case, right? And I'm quite interested to see the sprite link setups for the side of VC. It seems to me that's a lot of run-Z setups to give you the additional movement speed to rotate towards side lanes here. So it seems like pro play nowadays, most of the people that we see all use run-Z and big C.
Oh, the Honey Sweet Breeze onto Namu. He's actually taking some tower shots, but he barely survives. And they finally take that T1 down, but it took an army. It took all 5 members of Nongshim to ensure that they secured it. But Vicious were trying to hold on, but they've traded away. I mean, the bottom T1 was open as well, so they have, you know, an avenue of attack in that bottom round.
That was a scary one. They were tanking so much turret damage here. Haku gets caught out, though.
The Honey Sweet Breeze onto him. Haku, he's going to actually hound on back. He gets on out. The Overlord punching him, just kind of like, hey, why are you walking into my lair? But Haku will walk away again, just barely surviving.
That was too close for comfort here, coming in for the side of Nongshim. Redforce jungler here does manage to get himself with the Hound towards safety. At the very least, this early game, although it's looking very VC dominated, goalie wise, it's pretty 50-50 thanks to the Dynasty goal taking.
And that's how small the game, you know, the small little mistakes, dare I say, by Vicious. If they're able to get a couple kills under Rattel, just, you know, barely letting Haku go as well, those were options that could really have helped Vicious to build a bit of a lead.
Good on towards the side lane, but does get caught by the Honey Sweet Breeze once again and gets eliminated here. Kyung9 finds a Razor Cavalry here, but there is no follow-up here. Faye gets pushed back by the Run-Z here. Still gets the survival chance for Rattel, but that is a 1-for-0 exchange, and the rotation favors VC back towards the mid lane.
And only taking Haku down. I think that Vicious, I mean, yeah, they could have wanted more, but Rattel just too fast. The way that Nongshim are able to disengage is really on point, but the Azure Golem, this is going to be the target that they want. Sway will steal that one up.
Good pickup here coming in from VC here. The idea is really simple. Get the kill, force the rotation to be slow, and then take absolute jungle control against Nongshim's Haku here. Very well done thus far by the Vicious Esports. We have seen this from time to time. Every time Vicious in the early game, they have such a key idea on what to do, but when 10-minute mark hits, that's where they start struggling in the game.
Yeah, that's kind of where the, you know, Nongshim side, oh, nice pull in. They decide to go all in on this one, and they find Namu, but Haku is just somehow surviving, and Sway now is going to get going on as well, and he's going to just try to get back onto safety. He's been pulled away. Rattel finally gets the snipe onto him. 2 members down from both squads.
Well, Cliche here finds a beautiful Honey Sweet Breeze, does get the umbrella right into the face of Rattel. He still survives, but not a Razor Cavalry. That's the second one right now coming in from Kyung9. Kyung9 gets pinned, gets hit, gets targeted by the failed arrow, but he doesn't fall. Overall, a 3-for-3 in favor of neither parties here. But Nongshim does get premier tower damage and the mid-tier 1 coming in for this early game.
I think Nongshim are going to be happy with that. I mean, just being able to take the objective. The Vanguards were kind of pushing on the outside lanes, but being able to get a couple of kills, it's a bit of a wash in that sense, and a slight net worth lead in favor of Vicious, but opening up the map with that T1, gonna be key for Nongshim here.
And I think that was a bit of a misplay here coming in for side of VC. That was a 4v5 in favor of them. They got the initial pull, but DO, he was all the way in the front phase of Haku, and he got punished heavily for that.
Yeah, definitely got punished on this one. And now, who might be punished on this is just going to be the Azure Golem. And Sway smites it out. Haku actually hounds on forward, and he uses his Heaven and Earth mode. The Razor Cavalry on the back, and with that push in Illusion in a bad spot, they actually get the pick off on Namu as well. And Kyung9 is looking to just run him down, but Siri now turns his attention onto Kyung9. They're going to look to trade. Sway with a double, and now Rattel taking down Kyung9 finally.
Kyung9 is such a beast on this Guan Yu here. And what is Siri doing here in the front line here? He gets caught out. Fatal Arrow isn't able to save him. He gets punished for being over-aggressive.
Yeah, Vicious are going to make them pay. They're going to take their own mid-T1. 4 members down from Nongshim. Things have kind of shifted in this one. 2K favor in net worth lead in favor of Vicious. They've done a great job of putting themselves in a great spot here.
Maybe this is the comeback material that they need to push themselves into this VO7 here. Things are looking good. In terms of scaling, they have Cliche, they have VO. Some of the best late game heroes for the side of VC. And for Nongshim Redforce, the only late game that they have lies on towards the hands of Rattel, who got repeatedly punished by the trio coming in from BC in that early game here. So things are starting to look really good for BC as of now.
And it seems like Nongshim are getting caught out. I mean, Vicious have done such a good job of, with that jump, and now with that speed, Kyung9 is going to be there. The pull back in by Faye, and it looks like Rattel trying to fight with that power grenade, trying to at least get Cliché, not able to do so.
So close though, that was a lot of damage landing on towards Cliché's face. But Rattel, what was he doing there? That was all the way in towards the middle side without a turret's aid here, so that's not really ideal. But in terms of turret trading here, we do see side for side here, top tier 2 traded for bot tier 2 between these two teams.
Yeah, Doe will take the top T2. I think that they'll be happy with that trade. But Siri on the other end, this is a good one for him, right? You need to create the space, take advantage of the space that's given to you, and now Siri on the run. The Hounds are a bit loose, and it looks like they will find Siri. They knew exactly what brush he was going to be in. He's fighting 1 versus 3, an impossible ask of Siri.
That is a really uncharacteristic fall off here coming in for the side of Nongshim Redforce Marksman. With that, this Shadow Tyrant should go uncontested in the favors of BC. This might be one of the largest and most consistent leads BC has harnessed throughout this game.
Yeah, and throughout this entire series. I mean, I think that, they haven't really been able to kind of, take advantage of it. Nongshim have found ways to just claw back in, but this is a great one, right? In terms of the strategy, I think the pivot had to have been just focusing down Siri, finding him wherever he goes. And Siri has not had a good time. He's died twice already, and it looks like they're going to take up Rattel as well. Another great find for Vicious.
What was Rattel doing there? Kind of like an over eagerness to find plays. Right now, the timers coming in from Nongshim Redforce are really scattered. One moment Series is there, the other moment Rattel is there. It's like on a loop right now.
They're all just exchanging in that sense. But I think the biggest piece by Rattel is that you kind of need to kind of play it the way Nighty does, where you look at yourself as a farm laner, right? You just need to get yourself that net worth so that you can just take over the game. It looks like they haven't found anything in that regard. He's been dying too many times.
And Faye has been really active in the map to find these big plays for his team. So far, he has found a lot of success. Many pulls, especially on for his Haku. This game, right? Cliché and Faye has been consistently impacting the side lane, especially the main person that has been impacted is Rattel. Every single rotation, Rattel. Every single gank, Rattel.
Yeah, but there's diminishing rewards on that one. So at the same time, it's like, okay, it's great. Yeah, we've killed Rattel so many times, but they need to focus fire on other. I mean, they've done a great job on to Siri, but Haku and Illusion are kind of making use of that space.
Yeah, the space right now, I would say, for VC is way larger compared to Nongshim, because you can see, we did explain, Nongshim's draft is really mid-game centric that relies on Haku and Siri to find those big flag moments here. But due to the fact that a lot of these fights hasn't been 5v5 at the 10-minute mark, it's not looking too good for Nongshim Redforce. And in the late game, Chano, Xiao, Guan Yu, they do so well compared to Nongshim's draft.
It's the vision score that VC have done so well on, right? They've taken advantage of it. Whenever the fights are happening, they're the ones initiating. They're the ones with Faye with the jump-in pulls. They've gotten tremendous value, and they've been able to convert those into kills.
Yeah, and these kills are better than last game. Last game, kills were traded back and forth, but VC wasn't able to secure any form of objective help. But look at the jumping
they dive in, they decide to go, and Haku is trying to deal with the back line, but he's going to be focus fired, and they take him down. Cliché will get this one, but what can they get in return? Rattel with a power grenade. Sui's going to dash away. They've got all 5 members from Vicious surviving and walking away after that kill on Haku.
Vicious went in as a 5-man unit. Kyung9 tanked all the damage coming in from Nongshim, and he still went out with half of his health. You can see the damage coming in from Nongshim just isn't enough for this timer right now. There's just too much on the hands of Siri.
Yeah, just Siri needs a little bit more time. Haku not tanky enough, and he needs to kind of be on the the same side of the tower. He can't be outside fighting 4 versus 1 essentially, because I understand that he's trying to protect it, but he needs to kind of look for his own safety. He's died 5 times. This has been a terrible game for Haku.
Yeah, quite uncharacteristic as we were to talk about here. So this is a good sign for VC, and everything is looking for them to potentially end this game. Even for the late game material here, Nongshim has 0 late game material. Rattel It's just not in this game, but nice ball here coming in for the side of Illusion.
They get the nice little pick off, and now Haku, he's going to be killed as well. They've taken 2 members down, and now they're going to try to go for Rattel, who decides to go in. I don't know if that's the right target because he tries to go for Doe, and Doe says, I will take that one to go, as they've taken 4 members down from Nongshim.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the dot right now. The crystal is exposed. Tier 3 goes down. Minion waves marching in. There's no one from the side of Nongshim Redforce to start defending this. VC takes their first game in this series.
The first game of hopefully many as they look to find their way back into this series. The first game is always the hardest one, right? It's a statement game. It's saying, hey, we're not going out that easy. We're going to play to the bitter end. We'll find ways to get back at you, and they made Nongshim pay in this one.
And we did talk about it, right? Like VP, VC, as all Vs, 3 words in the jungle, ROC, SUI, and they had a fantastic performance in this game number 4. We did say before, VP managed to reverse sweep against Nongshim once in group stage and once in round 1. So maybe the last game is really the curse for Nongshim.
It's always that match point, right? That's the hardest one apparently for Nongshim. They haven't figured that one out, so I guess this might be good for them. But they have, what, 3 more games to figure it out. They need to, because again, they don't want to be in the situation where they're going to an ultimate battle after they thought that this was going to be an easy series against Vicious, going up 3-0.
3-0 is a big statement, but how you finish is definitely going to be really, really important right now. For Vicious Esports, like we talked about, it's a good start. A fantastic one indeed. Outfighting, out-rotating, out-macroing your opponents. Wonderful. It comes down to the worry that we had back in 1, 2, 3, game 1, game 1, game 2, and game 3, where you spend a lot of heroes here. How do you formulate your composition with the remaining bits that you have until game 6?
We're going to have to see, right? In terms of just what is available in terms of the hero pool. I think the Vicious have expended quite a bit, but the clear MVP on this one, the one that sticks out, Sway, right? 9, 1, and 7 on the Ying, just tremendous value, getting to the back line. And again, focus firing Siri, that was the biggest difference.
A Faye, though, you gotta give props to the Roamer, but give some love to the Roam. That Guigutsu last pick did wonders for his team. He was just jumping multiple times on towards Haku, on towards Rattel, and every time sending his team, the full squad, into the backlines of the Nongshim Redforce squad.
Yeah, it's all about that value, right? And getting into this one. And Vicious here, this is the gold graph. Finally, something that favored them as they were able to build it up, find ways to close it out, which is something that they've been struggling with in this series, right? And if you're looking into, the next potential, game, this is the way that they want to play. Vicious have gotten the better of Nongshim in the early games.
Oh yeah, but this is the first 3 plays that Faye actually mispositioned himself, which led to an easy first blood for Illusion. But aside from that, everything went so well for the side of BC.
They played very well. This is the exact bounce back game. I mean, we wanted to see this earlier. They're still not out of the woods yet, but this is a great bounce back game, right? Again, looking at things the best of ones. If Vicious were able to pull off the Virtus Pro of the reverse sweep onto Nongshim, this would speak volumes for that team. And think if Nongshim were like, hey, we were up 3-0 and we just got swept, reverse swept, and now we have to play Stamina Esports later, that would be so frustrating.
That's gonna be really a test of their stamina if that actually happens here. So for this game itself, you can see the key decision making coming in for the Nongshim Redforce. They want to fight, but the timer of their respawn, the mid-game decision just isn't as clean compared to the first 3 games here. Hence, you can see VDC continuously jumping in towards the backline, getting kills after kills after kills on towards the Nongshim squad.
Yeah, Kyung9 actually played so much better this game, right? On the Guan Yu, finally, this is the value that you're talking about. And with the way that he's able to initiate, this is the Kyung9 of old. We've been waiting for this Kyung9 to show up in the series. We finally get to see it now in that game 4. But a great play. But you were talking about the MVP. It had to have been Faye because of the amount of pulls that he had.
He was just pulling everyone from left, right, and center. He was setting up majority of the plays. It's really difficult, right? You gotta pick between Kyung9, you gotta pick between the Faye's Animus Guigutsu. So definitely these 2 players, big standouts for me. Even though Sui was really consistent on that Ying 9117 KDA, but without the setups, things could have been that easy for the side of EC.
Yeah, nothing could have been that easy, right? I think that this series, each of the games, they had to have worked with it. There's not too many gimmies, right? They know each other too well to just kind of get completely stomped out. I think that going in even into game 5, Nongshim now need to be a little bit worried. They need to be thinking about closing this game out. They need to spend some power picks here.
I think it's like what we talk about, right? The VP thing that did mental toll on tours. Then every time it's like 2-0, 3-0, they start wondering like, hey guys, how do we close off games? They start losing their focus in completing the, how would I say it? In completing the perfect game, right? The Nongshim of game 1 and game 3, game 1 and game 2, it was really nice to watch. But in game 4, they sort of lost their patience. As you can see, Ratel continuously faltering in the side lanes, and then randomly on towards the cross map, we see Seri all the way up by himself in the mid of the lane. So that's the situations that we want to figure out, like what's going on with Nongshim Redforce.
Do you want to say it's a bit of a lack of focus, or is this more of just like, you know what I mean? Like, we're so far up, it doesn't really matter. Let's just have some fun and like give Vicious a chance. Like, I would think that as a team, you would just want to close out a series as quickly as possible. But what do you think Nongshim's thought process was here?
I think it's mental, right? It's like, it's either, there's two ways, right? I don't think it's ever about having fun, losing one game to play more games. It's maybe about burning the draft against your opponent, so you have the smoother game 5. It's a tactical decision, right? You pull out more picks coming in from the opponent, so in game 5 and game 6, they can't really draft to their expertise. You have more tools to draft the perfect composition to go against your opponents here. Or the second option, they lost focus. They are affected by the VP reverse sweeps. So in every time in the match point, they start to shake. They start to loosen up.
Okay. I'm just wondering if it's just like Nongshim's just like, hey, you know, let's test ourselves. Let's go to the ultimate battle after being up 3-0. Let's assume that we're going to do the same thing against Versus. No, I'm just kidding. They should probably not do that. Don't listen to me. They need to close this game out in a hurry. I think that Nongshim right now, this is one where you got to look at this as like, again, for yourself, to just put pressure on to close out the series. Don't give your opponent anything. It's like a whole thing about no quarters in the end.
It's very important for them to actually close out the series now, because VC is starting to build momentum. We saw in game 2, game 3, VC was always in control, but due to undeniable factors of Nongshim's comeback, VC lost the control that they actually found for themselves. So right now, in game number 4 that they just played, they were so good. Every team fight, every initiation fell in their favor here. So for VC, they found the idea is to put Cliché on a tempo making machine with Fade. Then they can open up the map and start snowballing the lead for their side lanes.
Well, you want a tempo? I mean, they're going to start it off with the Haya here. I mean, this is a hero that can really restrict team fights, because you isolate somebody, you kind of just put them into purgatory, so to speak, in this arena with you. But what are you looking to do? How do you counter that come team fight? Because he chooses whoever he wants. What is the sort of play?
Now, Nongshim has already gave you your answer here. They have picked the Direnjie, and I believe in a short while, they will also pick the Agudo here, and those will be two key counters in removing the ultimate coming in from Cliché. So quick update. Direnjie S2, which is the legal immunity, can cleanse and remove the pull coming in from Haya before you jump into the Musuke Mirage. It's doing the link. Same for Agudo. When you link Agudo and she throws out the furball with her ultimate, also removes it here. So that's definitely going to be the key playmaking style coming from Nongshim here.
Okay. If they're able to pull that one off, I think that that would be key here. But, I mean, when you've got also the Motsu, who's been also an absolute menace in the KML thus far, I think it's, what, 6-1, has an 85% win rate. It's been a very strong hero, especially with that new Ultraman skin. It's kind of, you have like a nice little 1-2 combination with like the Cannon Blast stun into, you know, the Musuke Mirage if you need be.
Yeah, I think those are definitely good setups here, but that's the Agudo Direnjie that we talk about here from Nongshim Redforce. They showed a lot of success with this composition back in KS4, where they were steamrolling every single team with this specific setup here. Now, coming into the second phase of the pick and bans, Nongshim doesn't really have any remaining strong tank frontline aside from Lian Po, but I believe VC will try to lock out majority of Namu-san's pool.
Oh, they're going to ban out the Karuta instead. This could be... I mean, you have openings, right? I think that Nongshim right now, if Namu is able to get one of those, again, like the Zhang Fei types with those Umbrella Outbursts and those control, I think that you're going to have a much better time. Because, you know, the team fight capability from Vicious, it's more about isolation. It's about bursting somebody down as quickly as possible. So you want to be tanky.
That's true here, and you can see Nongshim's direction is to ban out all the available counters to the Agudo jungle. The Lam, the Luna are all removed from the pool. VC may look into banning more mid lanes or a certain type of roam that they don't do too well into. The decision is to ban out the Xiao Qiao in the final pick here, so Illusion lacks a bit of a pick here in the mid lane as well. For roam, maybe Namu goes for his Genpo.
It's an option, and I think that's an option from the Nongshim side. The Nua, this could be a great way to kind of deal with this, because you know Moonscape Mirage roughly when it's going to end. You can just set up the perfect annihilation, and then you have the range advantage, so you're not going to be too close where Motes is going to be looking to cannonblast you all the time.
I think in terms of drafting as of now, Nongshim has had a really strong advantage with the double counter against the Haya. And with the final Nua locking in, they have secured their late game potential as well in the forms of Illusion here. For VC, their job is very simple. Try to invade and remove the early aggression coming in from the Agudo here.
Wow, the Neza and the Lubu into the clash.
Wow. Super late.
Trouble. Let's go. Super late game, and just dealing with the Byron, which is like the Neza, the potential jump in. Because if you find that backline, D-Renjay, Nua, potential targets for that Skyfall, you have options of being able to engage. Then you have the follow-up, how the team fight is going to go, and then you have like Cliche on that Mirage. So this is kind of roughly how this team fight is going to go.
I'm a bit worried, to be honest, for the side of Nongshim Redforce. I mean, not to say Nongshim Redforce, I'm worried for VC because, yes, their composition looks really good, but their late game potential is too high. But their early game, it's a bit worrying because their early game is not solid enough, and you can see this Quay pick that has been finalized in Nongshim. They want to continuously disrupt Nerza's jungle pathing, making sure that he falls behind of Haku in terms of jungle pacing.
Wow, picking the Quay here. Yeah, I mean, just helping out, accelerating Haku as well, and just having those hooks. This could be a potential issue, because you know if the Neza is going to be looking to dive in, another bit of control into the void with those join me's. I think that you could really just like protect, Siri here and Illusion.
Yeah, Siri and Illusion is definitely going to be the key two targets here, but when we look at D-Renjay and Agudo, we think about the extreme tower pushing potential, right? You continuously push for towers while Quay hooks on the sideline here. So one hook, one kill. One hook, one kill. Or as we like to call it, when you throw the Gorge mobilization with the Agudo, then you'll see a lot of projectiles landing on towards your face.
You would have definitely a lot if they're able to kind of rack it up. But it really comes back to just Namu on this Quay. I have not seen it on the international stage. So this is going to be interesting to see if it's really up to the level of, a game 5 elimination game, or no, not elimination game, a match point game for Nongshim to close out a series.
I mean, personally, for me in this game, I do favor Nongshim's draft a lot, but like you mentioned, right? To what extent can this Quay actually perform? We've seen Quay before, I think, from Boom Esports, from PKL, and it didn't really went up to the expectations that we actually had for the pick.
There's a lot of expectations. I mean, the amount of control, but I think most teams don't really pick it because they're so... like they understand what the hero's about, right? As long as you avoid the hooks, understand where he could potentially come from. Because like Namu is in that brush, right? Your spider senses should be tingling as a pro player.
Yeah, that's how thin the hook actually is. Creature was right in front of him, Namu whiffs it. So it's not as easy compared to what we expect it to be able to actually hit the hook coming in from the Quay. So that's gonna be down to how Namu actually lands all these big hooks coming in from this Quay.
Whenever there's a hero like a Quay, I always want like a separate counter that's like just counting how many times he either hits or he misses, and at the very end you just see if you win or not based on that number.
Yeah, that's true. You hit the best hooks that you can, but based on what we've seen so far in the map, Haku successfully stolen away the Azure Golem from the hands of Sui, so that's going to be a big buff removed from Sui's pocket.
Anything to slow down Sui. He's been a nuisance in that sense, right? He's been able to kind of get the one-up on Haku, where Haku is a little bit behind, but he's willing to fight like he's ahead, which is kind of his downfall at points. He's not scared to fight, but there are moments, especially when you're behind, you need to kind of calm down a little bit.
But this is a good game thus far. Like, this is everything that Haku needs to do to pull off the lead against his jungle opponent here. And you can see a lot of the rotations here coming in for the side of VC on this left rush with Nongshim controlling on the right. That's the Ring of Fire here. It's getting the vision that they need.
Oh, they've got the Skyfall as well as the Cannon Blast. Namu getting run down. Oh, the Tremble Mortals is going to be a little off the mark. They will just kind of disengage off of that. But Namu looking to cue that hook up. Is he able to find Faye? Probably not.
That's a painful one for VC. They lost so much minion waves at the top side here. Now Kyung9, his return towards the Kraken will be stopped by Rattel. Rattel, he's just gonna have a field day here. No one can actually stop him in this disruption here. Nice hook here coming in from Haku here. Utilizing the passive here. This is an easy steal. Look at this.
Yeah,
Free
easy steal
he's
is there.
gone.
Yeah, and he takes it away. Namu, though, it looks like he's going to get gone on. He's going to go into Purgatory, the Mirage, if you will.
Goodbye.
He's looking to dodge this. He's probably dead, and he will be killed by Cliché.
I think it's kind of worth it, right? You set Sui so far behind, and you give Haku an extra buff in his own pockets here.
Yeah.
By sacrificing Namu, his job is already done. He can gladly retire right now. But Sui wants to come in for this steal here. He has the smite. Haku doesn't have his own.
Yeah, but if they're able to time this one, Sway, it looks like he's got that with that smite, just too much of an advantage in that sense. The emergence had been popped as if they were going to go, but it was more about vision.
Yeah, good stuff thus far. VC securing their own Azure Golem on the retreat. For the side of Nongshim, however, here, it's 0-1 in terms of scoreline, but at least with their game plan, it's much more solid compared to before here. The only thing they have to worry about is Do and Kyung9's ultra late game.
That could be potential. I mean, it's a problem, and that's probably why they want to kind of put a little bit of pressure on. I mean, Namu is kind of sticking around Siri, just waiting for a Do to show up and to kind of potentially get that hook. But Do right now has done well in the sense that he does have a level advantage over Siri, who just leveled up.
Yeah. So, in terms of bottom lane, it's still pretty 50-50. But we need to see after level 4, when Siri and Haku gets control of the game, how they continuously push down these turrets here. Objective has been started by the side of Nongshim Redforce. Skyfall use and cancel on towards Illusion here. This is going to be a Tyrant dance between two teams.
Yeah, Rattel's not in the fights. He's going to teleport into the mid lane, but the Tyrant, you know, is going to be in the hands of Vicious, and they zoned him away. Really well played by Vicious in ensuring that they had all the space and time that they needed.
Although Cliché didn't pull anyone into the Moonscape Mirage, but he bought enough room to force Illusion and Siri away from the Tyrant pit, which is already sufficient enough for them to secure this Tyrant for the team. One more Tyrant means that they can scale comfortably into the late game marker here. So far, no aggression yet coming in from Nongshim thus far.
Not at all. I mean, it's losing the Tyrant was pretty huge for them. And this is also something that we've seen from the Nongshim side of, like, how much value are you going to get out of the Quay? Like, I feel like they should have had a kill or two by now, and they're not able to chase down Faye, who just gets himself on out of this.
I thought they actually hit any single hooks this game on the Koi aside from the neutral objectives here. So Namu is still waiting for his first official hook in this game.
Are you saying that Namu's a bad hooker?
In terms of what?
Oh, in terms of Honor of Kings, of course.
I mean, so far he's been missing majority of his hooks, so I guess you cannot say he's bad. He's just inaccurate.
Yeah, okay, all right. We'll give him a little bit more time. I mean, he hasn't been able to, we haven't seen too many. I don't think we've seen a single hook, but when he does, hopefully it's a team fight winning one, because again, he needs to create that space. He is pretty much the guy, but it looks like Rattel doing a little bit of work with Haku, and the Tremble Mortals used defensively. He'll just kind of keep him alive, but for now, and now the Skyfall tries to go right onto Haku. Here's the emergence. The counterplay upon counterplay has been used, but in the end, both sides, Kyung9 gets sniped out.
Creation block after creation blocks gets to guarantee CC and utilizing the ultimate flash to reposition to get that final kill here in the mid lane here. Namu gets close into the Moonscape Mirage, but once he comes down, Cliche is gone and goodbye.
Yeah, as long as Namu is just like, as long as I'm alive, you know exactly where I'm going to be. Cliche, you know, sacrificing or trying to go all in on Namu, not able to get the kill, and he pays with his life as well. Great turn of events for Nongshim.
Well, that's very well played, right? They got the top lane turret as a trade for the bottom lane and 2 back-to-back quick kills. Haku here going aggressive against Doe.
Oh, the emergence on point. The Skyfall used again as the counter. The Annihilation, another snipe out. Illusion has been on point as Doe is down for the count, and now Sui can't deal with 2 members. It looks like he, with 2, will fall back.
He just doesn't miss on these annihilations here. Back-to-back hits on the target here. My goodness, Illusion, he's on fire right now.
Absolutely on fire. And so you're kind of thinking, oh, Namu's not hitting the hooks, but Illusion is hitting his annihilation, and that's pretty much all you need because it's the killing blow. That's the most important one.
This is why coming in from Namu here. Valiant effort though, but they still got the mid tier 1 and the Crimson Golem here. Goalie wise, they pulled it to a 3,000 healthy in favor for side of Nongshim Redforce here. This is what we're looking for. The Direnji Aguru composition that is capable of tearing towers down super quickly.
All right, there are not very many moments when I watch the Honor of Kings Esports and these guys play where I'm like, oh, I can do that. But when I saw Namu do that flash hook play and he completely missed, I was like, I can do that.
And he proceeds to miss another one here. So Namu, I don't think he has yet to hit a single enemy hero thus far. Maybe he has hit it off screen, but it hasn't been generated to a kill yet. So far we do see in the top side, another tower goes in the favor of Nongshim. Nice golden token here. Forces out the Tremble Mortals.
And they find Haku on the bad side of the life bar. He is going to be picked off, and now Sui is shown up. And Namu, he gets pulled into the Mirage. And what kind of damage can they do? As Rattel is doing a decent amount on to Sui. They're going to wait around in the wings, and Namu gets killed in the Mirage. They show up, and now Cliche getting a little low. He's going to try to flash to stay alive, but another annihilation from Illusion. The pickoffs have been unreal as he hits him with a through.
3 out of 3 annihilations and 3 kills for Illusion here. Killing spree already for the Nuwa. He's been on point and he's been making it count. Thanks to the annihilation here, it also allowed Siri to get that kill on towards Kill Knight after the Tremble Mortals here. Even though they lost 2 at the start of the fight, the annihilation, the creation blocks coming in from this last pick Nuwa has been paying dividends for the side of Nongshim Redforce.
So much value, so much, you know, like the CC as well as the damage, all from afar. Illusion has been that one target that, like, Sui, if you're Neza, you're probably looking for him to kind of set things up, get the kill, and then maybe rotate off of him into Siri as opposed to the other way around because of how much Illusion is doing in this game.
Yeah, and look at this setup right now. Top tier is already down, and the setup is simple. Allow Siri enough space to do this. Tokens in, tower gets to take more damage, and when minions arrives, immediate tier 2 gets removed from the pool because Cliche's Haya isn't capable of wave clearing as good compared to Illusion or the range of Haku.
And Haku's just been this menace, right? With this wild growth, this is that value. When you put pressure on and you're able to just have that wild growth on top of that, it's going to be tough. And Faye's in a bad spot. It looks like he's going to use the box. He tries to lock him in, but Faye's going to be killed first. And now on the side, it looks like they find Kyung9 as well, but they're trading away for Namu. Sui running for his life. Is he going to get chased down? Is he going to get sniped out? He will survive. And now Nongshim with 4 members looking to take this mid T3.
Yeah, 2-1 in favor for the side of Nongshim Redforce without Clash and also Roam and blinking health bars here. This is going to be an easy 2-3 pickup coming in for the side of NS. And with that, they also get a straight beeline right towards this objective at the Shadow Tyrant.
Sui wants some sort of revenge. I mean, they've lost the mid T3, a bit of a gaping hole in that sense. And this Tyrant, the Shadow Tyrant, the first one of the game. The Skyfall tries to go on in, but it looks like Haku's going to pick up the Tyrant, and now he's in a bad spot. Sui with the suicide mission.
It's a nice counter engage coming in from Haku. He timed the Gorge mobilization at the brink of the moment. So when he lands the Skyfall, he throws out the Gorge mobilization, the furball, to disrupt the CC. But nice hook here coming in from Namu here, finally landing on towards kill 9.
Oh, that was in the Tremble Mortals as well, and they're willing to fight that one out. And Namu says, okay, thank you, I will take that. As Nongshim take down yet another kill, and now they're going to look to take this bottom T2.
My goodness, Haku's iframe usage of the ultimate is just so darn magnificent. If Sui actually got the Skyfall knockback, that could have been an easy tyrant for the side of VC for the potential comeback here. But the Deathball has started here, tyrant secured, Kyung9 not available. That's the Agudo here in this that they were looking at. Turrets immediately gone.
Immediately gone, and now the Moonscape Mirage onto Namu. It's a little personal at this stage, and now with a respawning Kyung9, he's going to be looking to join this fight. Repel is there, the Skyfall on the side, tries to go for at least Haku, but now it looks like they find Namu 3, who actually flashes forward. He's going to use the Void, but he's going to be knocked around. He's going to be picked off, and now what gets killed in return? Kyung9, they find the return. It's a 1-for-1.
1-for-1, but turrets don't respond here, so Nongshim Redforce still gets the upper hand after that play. After this, they can immediately rotate themselves towards this Overlord if they want to here, but health bars look not as healthy compared to before here, so they have to be careful of Sui's Skyfall coming off from cooldown again.
If he's able to get that one off, I mean, if he's able to jump in, but where do you go? There's no space. The mid T1 is there if they wanted to potentially just retreat into this, but now they're going to start the Overlord here.
Overlord knocks out 3 members here. We do see the Annihilation landing onto multiple members here. Skyfall has already commenced the fight.
They've already taken down Sui, who tried to make the play into the heart of the enemy team with 4 members, and now Cliché trying to flash away, trying to get to safety. Doe is a little bit low himself. He needs to be careful. The Tremble Mortals used just to sacrifice himself. He looks to turn this. Right goes right onto Siri. They get the pick off with his damage, and the Mirage is going to be there as well, just to kind of lock him in. The hook is now going to be used. Namu gets his first one, and it's on Kyung9.
But a good rotation so far coming in for the side of Cliché to isolate Haku here. We do see the Emergence trying to pick off Cliché, but the creation block just isn't able to find its marker here. A good sign of relief for VC. At the very least, objective is still up and available for the next contention.
It's going to be up for that, and they're going to be able to contest because of the fact that Haku and Siri, both of the main damage dealers, are down from the side of Nongshim. So Vicious, even without Kyung9, this is something that they could potentially go on, and they're going to find the Skyfall under Rattel. That might have been just a speed burst, but now they turn their attention on the Overlord.
Yeah, once again on
another
Shadow Overlord take
into the Void. Completely misses the Cannon Blast. He's going to actually connect onto Illusion. Now with those Creation Block, the Annihilation doing a decent amount of work. Doe is actually sidestepping most of this. So he's taking out the Overlord already, and now Haku's showing up. He actually gets the Gorge mobilization. Doe is down for the count. Rattel is now on the chase. He wants to go at least for Faye, just get some sort of catch. Haku is in rollout mode. He decides to go in with that Snowball, with that Gorge mobilization. No stun.
That was a perfect hook coming in from Namu. Although we keep saying that Namu's accuracy hasn't been great, but that was a lucky 7. He hit the marksman there. That was amazing coming in from the side of Namu here. And with that, Super Minions are marching in from 2 ways.
Oh, another hook. He finds another one. The Tremble Mortals used in return, trying to keep him alive, but the Mirage is going to throw him into the pit. Sui trying to fight for his life with 1 versus 4, but he's being focused, and he will be killed by Siri, who's doing a decent amount of work. Cliché is trying to run back to the fountain. Rattel is going to be there. They have the creation blocks, but they deal with the Vanguard. If anything, they don't have the minions. Nongshim have gotten the kills, but they don't have the push because, again, the minions are too slow.
Now it's coming over to the front end here. They decide to pull off and go for the Shadow Tyrant retake here. This is a back and forth game, but Namu has been consistent at the end parts of this game, hitting back-to-back hooks on the mid and farm lanes coming in for VC. With this Shadow Tyrant secured, Nongshim wants to recuperate and look for the next potential push, mainly on that top lane.
Ooh, the Annihilation. Oh, Illusion gets the steal. I mean, it's better than a kill in that sense because you're taking away the blue buff, which is kind of key at this stage. So they've done a great job. Illusion has been hitting his marks.
He's been hitting every single Annihilation, and every one of it has been really beneficial for the side of Nongshim Redforce. Check out some of these key itemizations that we have on our screen. Illusion, 4-0-10, working his way towards the Savage Wrap, already have completed it, so after this, his damage will skyrocket to a different level. In the meantime, this setup coming in for the side of Nongshim Redforce, they are looking to go for a potential hook. Doe has to force a flash.
Yeah, they find Sui, though. He's going to be looking to go. The box has been used as well, but they've got Kung 9. That's going to be a huge piece. Rattel with a force field suppression, doing a decent amount of work. Sui's trying to run for his life. Do has been killed as well. Sui just going for the backline. They find Haku, but Cliche now, he's just trying to stay alive. He, too, will fall. Faye with the Cannon Blast, the hook in just for good measure. They've got a team ace. Nongshim are going to roll it down off of this one. Take game number 5 as they have the top lane pushing, and they will move on and meet Virtus Pro.
It's a back-to-back reunion between VP and Nongshim Redforce, and no one can stop them for this faithful reunion here. VC, they took one game, but it wasn't enough to make a comeback against the Ultimate Red. Nongshim Redforce, our second semi-finalist in the upper bracket.
Very good game, I mean, by Nongshim there. Being able to close out the series, they finally needed to have that one piece. I mean, we were kind of like, you know, pointing fun a little bit about Namu 3, but in the end, he was able to hit the right hooks, and that was kind of what you needed to do to really close out this game, because there were some moments that were like, things are not looking good. They need that one little bit of CC, and it seemed like it was just enough in the end.
It's not about how many times you fail, it's about how many good times you hit, and Namu definitely proved all of this wrong. But I think if you want to highlight a key member, my goodness, Illusion's Nuwa, that was crazy. That was just literally crazy.
He's got to be MVP on that one, right? I mean, the amount of kills, things were very close, but then just the last annihilations, getting those kills was just enough to give Nongshim kind of that, a bit of a snowball.
Yeah, I think in terms of the early game, it was pretty back and forth. We do see a very smart start coming in for Nongshim Redforce, hooking out the buff and utilizing the Agudo's release spell to get a free buff in towards their own hands as a counter here. And I think that happened like 2 or 3 times, which really limited Sui's farm on the Nerza jungle to put him really behind, which it goes back to our question here. Who can stop Nerza from farming? And that is the answer that Nongshim Redforce has presented in this case.
They had all the answers, right? I think in terms of a draft, it was good enough, right? There were some moments where you're kind of like Cliche with the Haya doing a decent amount of work with those pull-ins to kind of give them a little bit of an edge. But in the end, it seemed like they just had enough to deal with Sway. I mean, yeah, he was on the back line, but they were so good with the target prioritization and just killing him when he would just dive deep.
And check out the KDA, right? 2-0 and 13 on Rattel, 7-0 and 12 on towards Illusion. I think he's involved in almost every single play without dying a single time on this newer pick.
Absolutely amazing, right? I mean, 7-0, 12, but also series 7-1 and 10. He died a single time, so I guess shame on him for dying that one time. He probably won't get MVP because of that, but Illusion was just too much. I mean, 136,000 damage from afar and not dying a single time. You have to give the man MVP, right?
And only taking 25,000 damage on the Nuwa here, considering the fact that there was always backline threat like Kyung 9, Sui always jumping on towards you. He was playing marvelously and always staying at a unreachable end. This man, my goodness, super well done by this Nuwa.
Yeah, and also whenever the Skyfall would go in, it was like looking to be like a 1v1. Like Sway was always looking for that advantage, but then you could see that Nongshim were like, okay, I need help. And then he would always emerge on top of you. So they would turn that into an advantage for them.
I think it also comes down to how they play the team fights. When Sui comes out with Skyfall, creation blocks, the DRNG's golden token, all were the blocking factors coming in against this Sui Nerza.
Yeah, it was just like the counterplay, the way that they did this was just super smart. And, I mean, can we talk a little bit about this Lubu pick? I'm just like, I don't... Like, I get the true damage, I get the, the fact, but like the Trouble Mortals is like a non-factor. People just walk out of it. Like, it just seems like a very underwhelming pick at the end of the day.
I think it makes sense, right? Like, they want to go for the ultra late game, but the problem is the DRNG and also the Agudo one is just such a strong deathball in making sure that this double side lane coming in from BC was just too greedy. They couldn't stall for the late game. Late game Lubu needs like what, 4 to 5 items where the Haya pulls in someone and everybody groups up at that circle waiting for Haya to come out. Lubu jumps in, and just does all the damage here.
I mean, actually in this team fight alone, I think Kyungnan got a lot of value with his nice Tremble Mortals. But I mean, in hindsight, it makes sense, exactly as you're saying, like post-Mirage. But we never really saw that too much, right? It just seemed like the rest of Nongshim were waiting in the wings. They would like plop out their own wild growth. They would have their own annihilation queued up for when the appearance happened. It just seemed like they had their own answers that actually outplayed and countered the Lubu themselves.
It's just a very difficult pick to execute, right? You need everything in line. Execution, team fight, items, and all of that were mitigated by the execution coming in from the opponents, which is Nongshim Redforce.
Just the Nongshim Redforce factor, right? It was just too much in the end, and of course, the MVP went to Illusion. 7-0-12, 29% of the team's damage, but he only took 6%.
Wow.
So he was always so safe, and the way he played it out, and Illusion has just impressed me time and time again, because there are moments when he's like Nua, perfect positioning, always in the back line. Then you see him other times when he's playing the Mai, he's being the aggressor, he's up front. So he's been able to play almost any sort of play style that the team requires, and he's just play that mid lane to the team.
Very flexible of a player as we speak, right? Knowing his limits, knowing what he needs to do in different roles and categories of mages here. Well done to Nongshim Redforce. They do qualify themselves into the upper bracket semifinals. It's between VP and Nongshim now. Whoever wins gets the first seed. Not first seed, they get the first slot going into the EWC later on. But we still have to see who's seed 1 and seed 2 after the conclusion of the entire playoffs round.
Yeah, and that one's going to be an interesting one to watch, because, I mean, if you win that one, you're basically, like, actually for both of these squads, right? Even if they lose, that you win one more series, you're into the KWC, right? You're top 3 already. So one of these two teams is going to move, like, you know, 2 out of 3 of the teams that are, of course, the top 3 will be moving on. We're going to have to find out who that is as we have the elimination game. That one's going to be coming up, but unfortunately, that one's going to be off stream. It's going to be Stamina Esports versus Vicious. But man, these games have been good today.
It has been good, man. Like, VP showed us absolute domination in game number 1 with a 6-minute 35 seconds game-winning push. I think that might be one of the fastest games that we ever had in the regional or international scene in HOK Esports. And VP also showed us what it means to be superior in team fighting. And for the Nongshim versus VC series, I gotta say VC did extremely well in that one game, but other than that, they need more practice in solidifying their first 10 minutes and the shadow objective fights.
But hopefully they've shored that up, right? I mean, they also saw what Vicious did today, and I mean, not to say that Stamina had a great time against Virtus Pro. They did struggle at times, but they can see some of the weaknesses, right, of Vicious as well. So the elimination game coming up, that one will be, hopefully, we'll definitely have the results. You'll see it on the Honor of Kings Esports sites, social media pages, and to see exactly who's going to be in the top 3 as we move on. Because, again, right now, you got to move on and to figure something out and to, like, Stamina or Vicious, like, I mean, who do you have at the end of the day?
It's do or die situation, right? But judging from the recent performance and recent, I would say, results in group stage, VC has won against Stamina before, and it was in a convincing fashion here. So coming in towards this lower bracket here that you see at the very bottom, SDMN, VC, happening off stream, I can only tell you after today who will...
Because again, we wanted to see exactly if the teams move on or not, what happens in terms of elimination games. So it looks like we're going to see that Stamina one. That one we would play tomorrow. Good, because I think that you got to give the players a bit of a break too.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you have to play like 1 hour after this. That's going to be very stressful for some of the teams that woke up very early today. So that's about it, guys. This is day 1 of the Honor of Kings Major League Playoffs 2026 Spring. My name is Sang, and with me is Holler. We will see you tomorrow and the day after for the finale of KML 2026 Spring. Goodbye.
inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time.